Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning. I am your host, Mr. Dennis Byron. We are on Verdict Watch. We are on Verdict Watch. The jurors have entered into the courthouse. They are in the deliberation room, and the judge has instructed them to continue deliberations. We will be reporting live once the verdict comes in, and if the jurors have any questions, we will bring it to you live. So let's see. We have a few things happening today, ladies and gentlemen. In Fulton County, there is a special hearing in Judge McAfee's courtroom involving Nathan Wade, Fonnie Willis, and the defendants in the election interference case, and I am covering that as well. So I'm kind of going to be toggling between DeKalb County and Fulton County, but I'll be physically in Fulton County. I have someone outside the courtroom, and we will bring you the live feed whenever there's a question to be asked. Uh, and yesterday was kind of crazy. There were some individuals that were doing some weird stuff, but we dealt with that. They just don't know. They're about to find out. But it's Friday. Wait a minute. It's Friday. What happens on Friday in most neighborhoods? You got to take your garbage cans out. And I say that randomly because I just thought about that. I didn't take my cans out. So I'm going to have to send a text to someone to take the cans out. You don't want garbage piling up for 2 weeks, especially in my neighborhood. We make a lot of trash. I don't know why, but we do. Okay, so listen, I have an issue. And I'm going to tell you what the issue is. Uh, this is for my colleagues who have been reporting on this case. Um, we, the reporters that have been in the courtroom, have been asked by the judge, and I definitely wasn't on board with it, not to report that she was in fact the one who had COVID. I'm a news journalist. We report if the president of the United States has COVID, we report that. So I don't play those games, and I'm not the crisis manager for the courtroom, the judge. I'm reporting something that is significant, a significant development in the trial. There were many members of the media that have been covering this, and they were being requested not to report this to the public. I can't do that. The judge, in fact, was the one who had COVID. We're not going to play games. It's significant in that she's the presiding judge in the case, and there has been an issue raised by Mr. Bishop, the defendant. As such, this is a newsworthy piece of the story. So I'm not on board with shielding the judge about something that involves everyone that's in that courtroom. So while some of my colleagues have reached out to me, I'm not on board with that because I go from courtroom to courtroom to courtroom to courtroom, and I respect the protocols in place to protect the public. And this is a public interest story. High, I would say at this point is considering all the different videos that there are out right now talking about the story, considering that individuals that have been involved in this these various organizations because they've changed from one name to another. People have done interviews. This is a significant part of the story. Some say, well, not really. Yes, it is. I lost two loved ones during the pandemic, uh, very close to me. So for me to ignore the fact that there are others that may be at risk because of this, um, I had to report it. So for my colleagues who have been reaching out to me, I'm sorry, but I'm a journalist first. I'm not the crisis manager for the judge. If the judge didn't want anyone to know about it, he probably shouldn't have told anyone because we were in the court. Uh, we, we had to be honest about what's happening, and this is one of the components. I'm not going to, you know, I'm not doing that, and it's a reason why, in my personal opinion, why that request was made. Um, that request shouldn't have been made, especially when it's a public courtroom and it's a First Amendment right as a member of the press to report it. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, please don't uh, um, fault me for my position. It is my position, and I think there are many people who understand. Uh, there's some individuals who don't have great immune systems that choose not to be around people that may potentially be carrying a potential disease. In this case, the judge said she had it. I mean, it was a time in New York when I was in New York covering, and when there was during the pandemic, I was moving around from various states in various cities reporting in the news. I wasn't locked in place. Um, it was times I used to go to New York and couldn't go into a restaurant because I didn't have a COVID card. So, with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to see how this verdict uh, unfolds. But there also may be a reversible error made by the court because of the decision, um, and whether this guy is guilty or not. All the I's should have been dotted and all the T's should have been crossed just to protect the integrity of the trial. And that's what my position is, ladies and gentlemen. You don't have to agree with me, but that's my position. And and frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. All right, guys, let me see here. Let's see. Let's see here. Yes. Uh, yeah, I think it was a serious mistake. And at that point in time when that was revealed, you had to remove yourself from the situation and be objective and not say statements like other people are there. I chose not to be there because of that. So other people are there. They chose the jury had to be there. They can't they had to be there. So when someone says you voluntarily do something, I can voluntarily not show up. The jury can't voluntarily not show up, nor can the defendant, Mr. Bishop, cannot voluntarily not show up. So I don't know that the word voluntary was thrown around a little loosely, and then everybody said, "No, I chose not to be there. Uh, I chose not to be there as a result of my concerns, and hopefully, uh, this doesn't create another scenario where the taxpayers of the state of Georgia have to do another trial because of that very important piece of the puzzle. The defendant didn't testify, and his reason for not testifying is, I've talked to lawyers. He has a legitimate reason for not testifying in this situation because of COVID. So the judge could have simply said, "Hey, we're going to wait a few days, and we're going to come back and get this thing right." What does a few days matter when you're talking about someone that could potentially face life without the potential of parole? I mean, let's be smart about this. Cover your bases. Make sure your pawns on the board and your chess pieces are moving in the right direction. And again, this is my opinion. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to let me check back into the courtroom and let's see what's happening. Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. And some people say, well, share the stream in due time. In due time. All right, guys, no movement in the courtroom. There's no movement in the courtroom right now. So we're playing the waiting game. So with that said, this stream will be will continue going. And why not take advantage of the opportunity to uh, promote one of the uh, newest artists in the hip hop community with a little music. Let's go. We'll be as long as my mama can sleep at night. Oh yeah. Let's go. Yeah. Brand new coupe, it's moving fast as my bitch. Mama tell me to slow down, but I can't quit. Wow. Memories haunt me from where I've been.
Been down before, but no, this ain't me.
I try to tell him.
This ain't me.
I try to tell him.
This ain't me.
I try to tell him, nigga.
This ain't me. Been down before, but no, this ain't me.
I try to tell them that this ain't it. And where I'm from, I'm as big as it gets. Mama told me I'll win. I grew up all my life hanging with Crips. You see, I'm winning, but I'm still trying to win. And I'll be back in a minute. Feel like the mob, I'm trying to earn like a murder. Yeah, I couldn't leave my bros behind, cause I know it hurt me.
Don't start it. Don't start it. Don't start it. Don't start it today, commenters. Don't start it. Listen, I'm gonna give now that you guys see, I'm gonna give you a little background, my music background. I was a accountant for a record label called Polygram Records, where a famous rap group called the Fat Boys was on the label. The Fat Boys, Bon Jovi, Vanessa Williams, who else was Robbie Cray. Later on, I went on to consult for a record label called Rough Riders. DMX, Eve, The Locks, Drag On, Swiss Beats. So I have a little background in music, by the way. I haven't always been a journalist. If we want to take it a little further, I've produced some pretty cool music videos in my past as well. They're on World Star. Just give you a little background. So don't let the gray hair fool you. I've been putting in work in this culture of hip hop, not just as a journalist, but as someone that's been behind the scenes, been in many recording studios, and I've interviewed some of the biggest names in hip hop. Some of the biggest names from the ex DMX, from the Cardi B's to the Tupac Shakur. So I've been doing this a long time. So don't sleep on the OG. Just give me a little history. Little history. I know this is used to, and a lot of people be capping on YouTube, but there's no capping over here. Listen, and I can share some stories, but it's in my book, behind the lens. But I can give you some real legendary stories in this culture of hip hop. Cover some of the biggest stories in hip hop. Cover stories before everything was digital. I got a ton of print publications. So, ladies and gentlemen, put some respect on the name. Put some respect on the name. Don't come over here playing with me. I say it to say that when I'm listening to artists, I listen to certain things in the music, and I pretty much predict these artists going to do well. You better check out the interview I did with Lotto when she first started out. Y'all know who Lotto is? Oh, okay. Someone said, "Do we know when the results of the verdicts will come in?" Think about the question now. Listen, when you ask a question, think about it. If there's a deliberation, no one knows the results until the jury knows the results. So when the results are in, I'm going to give you the breaking news. Okay, now we're gonna listen. Now we ain't gonna be schooling you in the comment section. Let's see it. All right, guys. What are we gonna do here? Hold on. Let me see what's happening here. Hold on. Stand by. Stand by. Yeah. I have to toggle between the courtroom and the. All right. Shout out to April D. Thanks for the cash app. I appreciate you. That's nice. That's some love right there. That's some love right there. But don't be mad at me when I got to break out. I got to make that breakout because I got to throw the suit on, and right now I'm just chilling. I'm chilling. But when I got to throw that suit on, it's different conversation. I appreciate it. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, I've been reading your comments. I've seen a lot of messages coming through Instagram and so forth. I have removed yesterday's stream because we're editing certain things in the stream. For those who still have the stream that I streamed yesterday up on their platform with the logo, the trademark logo, and the copy and the design, your channel's getting struck. You might get the notification already. It's a reason for that. No, okay, so let me give you the backstory. The deliberation last night It didn't last long. The jury went back. They came back about 30 minutes and told the judge that they want to come back this morning and start deliberation. So that's what they did. They started deliberation. It's going on. Now, I know I sound like Elmer Fudd right now, but I'm having the truth extracted, but give me some time. Give me some time. We'll be okay. Yeah, you know what it is. I ain't going to respond to that one. You know what it is. I told him. I warned him. But I said, listen, this is what's going to happen. It's not like I lied to you. I said, I'm going to do this. I said, counsel, we need to take this channel down. Or at least that video. We don't have to take the channel down. Take that video down. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to hold on. Okay, false alarm. Okay, so we're gonna play. I mean, listen, this is hip hop. If you got a problem with the lyrics, move along. This is hip hop. We're gonna play another one. Shout out to Southside Yoko. This is one of his other songs. Let's go.
You looking like you're mine on mine, yeah. I'm looking like I'm right on time, yeah. I love your little vibe, young fly girl. Don't like it what they see, come side me. You must be with your man, cause you playing. You know I ain't the type for the waiting. You know we ain't the same, what you saying. You know the fucking vibes are amazing. She don't even make sense. How could you say, find somebody else? What would he say if he knew everything? Cause I already had you on the bed, sheets, couch, floor, balcony, top. Now you really wanna act like you're so in love at all. Fuck that nigga. Fuck that nigga. Fuck that nigga. Fuck that nigga.
Let's go. Let's warm this room up. It's Verdict Watch. Hey. Shout out to Southside Yoko.
Cause I already had you on the bed, sheets, couch, floor, balcony, top. Now you really wanna act like you're so in love at all. Fuck that nigga. Fuck that nigga. Fuck that nigga. Fuck that nigga.
Hey. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think about the song? You know, it's FTN. If you like the song, put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat. Shout out to Southside Yoko. If you have a song and you want to play it on Hip Hop Inquirer, you know what to do. Hey, okay, here. Hold on. We got another one here. Yeah, listen, we promote artists now. Here we go. Every time.
You get like this every time. Over analyzing, over glasses of champagne. When you talk about it, keep your friends out of our business. They tell everybody this ain't for everybody. And I feel the way you like this every time. Don't wanna talk about it. Always gossip with your friends. You tell everybody you in every situation. Over analyzing when it ain't a problem. And I feel the way you like this every time. Your ground. Why the fuck you questioning about the same things again? Always jumping to conclusions, but it's deeper in the end. When it's things that I can speak on that's never been said, you keep your phone face down, you damn near sleeping on it.
Verdict Watch.
Be important. Damn, D&D your phone, I texted, seen the notice. You thinking Lotus flower bomb, and I was thinking floaters. I can't be the one you call if you want a ring. Charles Barkley, I've been playing, but I never seen it. Yeah, eyes wide shut and I still ain't peeping. You think you low, but on the low, I know all your shit. I swear this shit don't feel the same like you used to. You don't even say my name like you used to. Pussy don't even feel the same as it used to. I know a lot of shit has changed, but it's gonna take some getting used to. You get like this every time. Over analyzing, over glasses of champagne. Yeah. Zoom. Running cool, fast ain't got no rule. Blasting up, tryna touch the moon. Yeah, water on me, dripping like a goon. Yeah, zoom. Yeah, zoom. Running cool, fast ain't got no rule. Blasting up, tryna touch the moon. Yeah, water on me, dripping like a goon. Yeah, zoom. Yeah, zoom at the speed of light. I know it'd be alright. Long as my mama can sleep at night. I was a fighting them demons, thugging them people, clutching my heat attack. Wanted to say the word, but who knew the world would never treat me right? It's cold outside, mama said, make sure you heat it up. There's some cold killers running around out there, what keep your heat atop. I done made it out, so it's fuck them niggas who didn't believe in us. Now they see what's up. But that road was creeping up, yeah, zoom. Yeah. Zoom. You get like this every time. Over analyzing, over glasses of champagne. When you talk about it, keep your friends out of our business. They tell everybody this ain't for everybody. And I feel the way you like this every time. Don't wanna talk about it. Always gossip with your.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Friday. It's Friday, so thank God it's Friday. So listen, don't be a square. Loosen up a little. It's Friday. We're on Verdict Watch. I saw the comments. Someone said he must got a wife 20 years old. Nah. Stop it. She's not 20. Not 20. She's not 30. I got a daughter 30. How about that? Okay, we about to turn up. Hold on. We about to turn up here. Hold on. You interrupted me.
Friends, you tell everybody, you in every situation, overanalyzing when it ain't a problem. And I feel the way you like this every time. Who the fuck is these girls all over your gram? Why the fuck you questioning about the same things again? Always jumping to conclusions, but it's deeper in the end. When it's things that I can speak on that's never been said, you keep your phone face down, you damn near sleeping.
You know, so I might be trolling the illegal streamers too. I might be trolling. You want to stream some? You want to stream some content? Stream some of this music so we can strike the page again. Stream some of this music so we can strike your page again. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on Verdict Watch. I expect a verdict to come back today. So we are on Verdict Watch, and I'm getting reports coming in that still work. Just waiting. Last report is we're just waiting. We get 30 minutes notice before the jury has a verdict. So we get about 30-minute notice for everyone to come back to court. Mr. Bishop, it probably will take him 30 minutes to get dressed out if he chooses to come back. I don't think he's going to come back. I don't know if he's going to come back for the verdict read. I highly doubt it. If he didn't come for the conclusion of his trial, I don't see him coming back for the verdict read. Yeah, I don't see him coming. What do you guys think? You think he's coming back? I'm going to drop the link. We had started a conversation yesterday, and if I had to interrupt the interview that we're doing for the verdict, then I will. Hold on a second, guys. Hold on. Stand by. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Stand by. Okay. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get a feed. Hold on. Well, the thing is, listen, this is important. If he doesn't show back up in court, we're not showing the jurors. The jurors are not going to be seen on camera. The only thing you will see is the judge. And at some point, uh, if he's found innocent, he'll likely be released from the DeKalb County Jail. If he's found guilty, the judge is probably going to schedule a hearing for sentencing, uh, probation report, et cetera, et cetera. Uh, we don't know yet. We don't know what the outcome is, but we can only speculate based on prior coverage of other trials and how guilty verdicts lead to sentencing. I don't think the judge would try to sentence him on the spot. I don't know. So I said, can he come back? If it's guilty, I mean, yeah, he can come back. I don't know what he's going to decide. We have to see. We have to see. We have to see. I did get an opportunity to watch some of the interviews that some of the members have done. Particularly, um, I saw an interview by a Velvet this early this morning. It was an interesting interview. Um, I do have some questions about the interview. But it was an interesting interview, where she discusses her time with Mr. Bishop, how she made a big escape. It was an interesting interview. I don't think the reporter or who was doing the interview pressed her too hard for questions, but I did see it. I'm going to drop the link because a lot of you have questions. I'm not reading the comments. There's too many comments coming in. I'm going to drop the link. Stand by. I'm getting off screen. I'm going to drop the link and you guys can come up. The link is dropped. So if you want to come up and discuss this case, you are more than welcome, but you have to be on camera. Thank you. Lola, you have to connect your device, go out and come back in. Don't come up here with no dial up now. We ain't trying to see no dial up. All right, guys. Did I lose you? I was playing the torture music. All right, guys. We are still waiting. No questions has come out of the courtroom yet. No jurors. The jurors have not yet sent the judge a question. So we're still waiting. We're still waiting. As soon as I know something, you guys will know. Nothing has come out of the jury room yet. No questions yet. So stand by. We are monitoring the courtroom right now. As soon as I know something, you guys will know. I won't play that music again. Hold on. Let me see if I got something special for you guys. Hold on. Let me see if I got something else special for you. All right. Something else. Hold on. What we got going on here? Okay. Let's see here.
Whew. I got 50 on my wrist, spent the 100 on.
Yeah. I ain't liking that one either.
Girl, give me that, give me that. Tiptoeing on these marble floors. I tell her secrets that nobody knows. She keep it P, I keep it P. I guess she know the code. I know she love me, but she's scared to let emotion show. When we fucking, she be running like a slutty dose. Freak me, touch me, how you get so nasty? Thought you was a good girl, how I put it past you. You just my type, is giving nice, but you savage. Do the shit you doing to your friends that you classy. That's every classy. Now and then, shawty come around. I be in my feels when you put it down. Hop up in my car, we could paint the town. Me and you forever, we gon' shut it down. Girl, give me that, give me that. Girl, give me that pussy. Girl, give me that, give me that. Girl, give me that pussy.
We're probably not going to play that song. That's not really an appropriate song in light of the fact of the charges. We're going to hold off on that song. Yeah, I know, Mike. I saw Michael's comment. Michael, that was a slick comment, Michael. I saw that, Michael. I would have to agree with you today, Michael. Mike, I saw the shade, Michael. I saw the shade. But it's all good. It's all love. It's too right. It's too soon. That song is probably a little too soon to be playing that song. In light of the fact of the prosecution's closing argument. Yeah. Michael, you listen, Michael Barlow. You didn't listen. I saw you slipping over there. I'm watching you, Michael. I'm gonna put Michael. Listen, I'm gonna put Michael on Front Street. No, hold on, Michael, hold on. I ain't putting you on Front Street. Hold on, let me get you out of here. Mike, I see you out there. I see you, Michael. I saw the little DJ comment, Michael. I'm like, wait a minute, what are you talking about? No, let me bring the turntables out. Those techniques, I gotta dust those techniques off. You don't know nothing about no techniques 1200s. You know nothing about no technique 1200s. Don't play with me, Michael. You new kids on the block. You want to use Seratos and everything. Now we got the 1200s in the basement. We got the 1200s. Scratching with the elbows, crossfaders. Don't bring me out my bag now. I'm trying to be cool now. Don't bring me out my bag. Don't bring me out my bag now. Listen. See, that's the problem. The problem with the young people right now. Now hear your uncle talking now. You'll go to clubs, you spend all this money, but you don't dance. You don't got no rhythm. You talk about the old people, but you'll go to club, you don't do nothing. You play the VIP room, those who can get in, the VIP section. You're on the wall. You come in looking all dressed up and everything, but you ain't ready. You're not showing your moves on the dance floor. You're not really putting that work in. Like for real. Let's talk about this. Why do young people you go out to clubs and everything and don't dance? Come on, it's historically important to go out and have communion with like-minded people and you're engaged in dance and have a little fun. It's not all bad. It's also exercise. It's also exercise. You guys, you're coming to the club and you'll be just standing there and holding the drink and seeing who look cute. And I'm like, this is kind of weird. I'm the guy back in the day. I see a young lady on, standing there looking like she want to get on the dance floor. I'm gonna grab your hand. Come on the dance floor and let's you know. You know what it is. Listen, anybody know anything about the clubs in New York? I was in the mall. Club 371, Leviticus, Palladium. Listen, I'm about to hit you with some. See, y'all ain't ready for this. I don't want. I'm gonna just calm down. My kids may be watching. I ain't gonna. No. I'm gonna be calm. I'm not gonna talk about it. I'm not gonna talk about it. Boy, I'm about to have some flashbacks. I'm literally about to have some flashbacks. I'm playing the music now. But you don't know about that. You don't know. You'll just go in the club and just you spend all that money. You stay on the line, spend $100 to get in the club just to stand around. Now that's kind of weird to me. I want to see some entertainment. Hey, King World, you know what it is, King World. You know what it is, King World. Woof, woof, woof. Can someone explain to me? Can someone articulate to me why that you guys don't dance anymore in the dance club? Why do young people don't dance anymore? Why do young people don't dance anymore? I mean, it's no such thing as a bad. Well, I don't know. If you step on someone's foot, yeah, you a whack dancer. I'm talking about, back in the day. I'm gonna tell you something. We used to have, man. Oh my! I still got the moves, but we ain't gonna talk about that right now. We ain't talk about. I went to my attorney's Christmas party this past December, and sure enough, I was dancing. Then everyone else started dancing, and then we had a circle, and then we had a dance challenge. Oh, I like that. You want to challenge me on a dance? Let's bring it on. Right. Some people go to the club just to dance. That's only why I went to club just to dance. Yeah, that's all I went to the club for. Wasn't there trying to get bottles and drink, kill myself. No, I'm trying to get in there and get busy. I may tell you guys a story one day. I may tell you guys a story one time. Yes, listen. So Mike, Mike asked the question. He asked me, did I have a jerry curl? Not only did I have a jerry curl, I had the drip chemicals on my mama's couch. Boy, if you don't put a towel behind that couch, I had jerry curls. Listen, I did have a jerry curl. I had a jerry curl. I confess, I did have a jerry curl. I had a listen. I went through transitions of the hairstyles. I never had no damn process. The process is I didn't have no perm, but I had a jerry curl. You know, and my mom used to hook my jerry curls up. I was like, Mom, what are you putting this white stuff in my hair for? What's this stuff? She used to put that stuff in my hair, get me ready for school. I'm like, wait a minute. I come to school. I know I was listen. I just go to school and they said, look at this hair. Had the, you had you had to use the pump spray, the activator. You put the activator in your head, and then you come in and yeah, we did all that. Yeah. Y'all don't know about that. We did that. We're not doing it no more. Oh my God. No. We did that. All right, Mike, you trying to interview me, Mike? You trying to ask me some old school stories, Mike? Come on. Come on, Mike. I ain't got no Diddy stories, I can tell you that much. While I photographed Diddy many times, I ain't got no real Diddy stories. I'm trying to keep up with your comments. A lot of comments coming in. Mike, I'm trying to take you off screen, man. You stuck on screen, Mike. What's up with that, Mike? You stuck on screen. Okay, guys, I am checking in with the court right now. by. All right, guys. I'm going to bring you inside the courtroom. Stand by. Let me see if I can bring you in the courtroom here. Stand by. Stand by. Let's see what I can do here. I'm try to bring you guys inside the courtroom. Stand by. Guys, I'm trying to bring you the link inside the courtroom. Stand by. All right, guys, we cooking. We are cooking here. Stand by. We are cooking. Let me see if I can bring you inside the courtroom. All right, guys. I'm going to bring you the camera inside the courtroom, so stand by. Hold on. All right, guys. So this is the camera inside the courtroom. We are waiting. So whenever there's any activity, you guys will be alerted in real time. I told you I was going to make it happen, guys. I told you I was going to make it happen. So now this is real time. You'll see it when we see it. And let me just go ahead and put this. Okay, so we are going to keep this up so I don't have to keep checking back. Uh, let me know who's streaming it. If you guys see this on anyone's page, let me know. Let me throw that logo up there real quick. Hold on. All right, guys. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to bring you inside the courtroom of another trial that is underway. There's sidebar discussion, and we're going to take you to the other trial that I am currently covering, and that is the YSL trial involving rapper Young Thug, as well as his five other co-defendants in this particular trial. Stand by while we bring you a live camera footage inside the courtroom. Excuse my manners, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse my manners. If you would like for don't care about the Young Thug trial, put a one in the chat. You know, you're wrong for that. You are wrong for that. I tell you what, since you don't like to be nice, you don't like to play along. Hold on, guys. We're gonna give you some music. No, we do that. All right, guys. So the judge in the Fulton County trial of Young Thug has just instructed the jurors that it's 20 more minutes for today's proceeding, and then he's going to dismiss them for the day. Guys, tell me, can you hear the sound of the other trial right now? Put a yes in there if you can hear the sound of the other trial. Thank you, because I'm hearing coming out of my headphones because I'm actually monitoring the other trial as well. Come on, Sarah. Why you gotta be the wait a minute, Sarah? Are you capping? I know Sarah trolling. We see Sarah. One more remark from you, Sarah. We're gonna put you on the timeout. Could be a Ukrainian bot. Don't put everything on Russia. What about the Ukraines? Oh, Sarah, you got to listen to the question, Sarah. I said, do you guys hear the other trial that I am streaming right now? Can you hear the other trial? Not this one, because I know you can hear me here. All right, maybe Sarah didn't understand the question. Someone said I blocked them. Coco, thank you for the super chat. You said I blocked you. I don't know. I don't know how to find you. I didn't block you. Maybe my moderators blocked you, Coco. But thank you for the super chat. Man, this guy on the witness stand lying through his teeth. Guys, I'm gonna have to bring you into the other courtroom. I'm gonna monitor the stream. We'll know when we know if there's a question. All right, guys. We're about to bring you to the other courtroom.
I should say till Monday, since we have about 10 minutes left. Yeah, it's your choice, Mr. Steele, but I was thinking that given, since we're gonna break in about 10 minutes, you just wait till Monday. All right. All right. Mr. Bean, I'm gonna have you come back on Monday. Just to be clear, that'll be Monday, March the 4th. I'll need you to report for 10:30, okay?
10:30.
10:30 in the morning, yes, sir. All right, we'll see you then, okay? Don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, any ministerial inquiry of me? Anyone? Okay, all right, so as you leave for the weekend, please leave your notepads in the basket. over the course of the weekend. Of course, as you're walking out or going to your vehicles, please don't discuss the matter, anything you've heard thus far in court. Do not endeavor to go visit any scenes this weekend, do any research on the internet or other sources, and please don't look at anything on the news media or under any third-party sites that may be chronicling or watching or this particular trial. So, ladies and gentlemen, also, if anybody were to try and approach you about anything that we've covered thus far, remember, as I've told you before, you would need to let myself and Sergeant Ingram know immediately. And then the last thing, ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you for your patience and your continued patience that you've given us and will continue to give us throughout the trial of this matter. So unless you have any other questions of me, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to recess you, and I'll see you Monday morning the 4th at 10:30 for an anticipated 11 o'clock start time. Okay? All right. All rise.
All rise. Thugga thugga.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. Okay, is there anything we need to take up before we go ahead and recess for the weekend?
Honorable Judge
Your Honor,
Urval
I
Glanville.
have yet to speak with counsel for Defendant Williams. I anticipate that we will be discussing it, given one of the objections that were made regarding the jail call and interview and any other portion that he feels should be addressed and redacted prior to it being played before the jury. So I anticipate we'll be able to report back to the court the status of our conversations prior to us beginning court. Hopefully by Monday, we'll be able to tell the court something so the court can at least anticipate what is ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else? Any in defense counsels? Okay. All right. Then we will talk on Monday, 10:30, and be well this weekend. Okay. All right. We're in recess.
We're in recess, ladies and gentlemen. We are in recess. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Interesting, I am one of the cameramen for that courtroom as well. So I've had cameras in many of the courtrooms in Georgia and around the country, but primarily in Georgia. I've covered some really interesting cases dating back to Brian Nichols. And I don't know if a lot of you are familiar with who Brian Nichols is. He was the young man charged with a similar crime who overtook a sheriff deputy and took a firearm and killed Judge Barnes, a deputy sheriff, the law clerk, and a federal agent while he was on the run. And I want to say he was on the run for 12 days. He was on the run for a good period of time. I don't know if you guys remember this. I don't know if you're old enough to remember this, but that was a very high profile case. My point is I'm very familiar with the courtroom and how these things move about. With that said, I'm also the camera guy for the election interference case in Georgia as well. One of my shots has been famously used across every major news outlet in the country and abroad. And that's a picture of District Attorney Fonnie Willis. At the moment I took that picture, and this is something that those aspiring photojournalists can take away from getting in a money shot. At the time I took that particular picture, and it's the picture famously seen by many, District Attorney Fonnie Willis looking kind of beat from she's looking kind of beat. She's sitting back in the chair, and it's shot pretty much everywhere. If you Google my name and her name, you'll see the shot. Uh, you always got to be ready for to get their money shot. You can't be texting and doing it. You got to be watching every individual in the courtroom because you never know when you'll get a reaction shot. Uh, in this particular case with uh, Mr. Bishop, I was focused on him while the other camera guy was focused on the emblem in the courtroom. That's not significant for me. What's significant is me focusing on the shot or the reaction of especially someone like a Mr. Bishop who's facing his whole entire life in prison. So I wanted to focus on him. I don't know why the other person didn't focus on him. It's kind of interesting because part of photojournalism is that you journal what is happening in real time. Um, so, with that said, ladies and gentlemen, I just wanted to give you a little tidbit of how you never know when you have that money shot. And I've had many money shots over my career, but that particular one, that shot, and I would have to say it, and I'll be honest with you, that shot got placed on more platforms and national platforms than almost any other shot I took. When I said national, when you talk about the Washington Post, the New York Times, the CNNs, Reuters, AP, Getty, that's significant because now people abroad are pulling a particular shot, and then it's involving a former U.S. president. So you never know where you're going to be at if you're someone aspiring to get in the game of photography and you want to do news coverage. You have to show up. You have to be present, and you have to have the right equipment. And you need to know the fundamentals of photography. And if you got to shoot in manual mode, you got to know your camera settings. It's the nuances of photography. It's not just clicking a camera. Because back in the day, I used to shoot with film, meaning I don't get a chance to preview the shot. I just got to make sure my settings are right, and hopefully when I go to the photo lab and when it gets developed, it's what I was seeking. So I'm just saying that because you can make a lot of money in photography if you understand the business of photography. Not just taking pictures, you got to understand the business of photography. No different than music. I tell people all the time, the music business is probably maybe 30% of the actual music and there's 70% of the business. And it's the same thing with photography. If you understand the importance of being at the right place, getting the right shots. So I just wanted to share that with you guys because when I do my workshops, I'm giving you game what I share in my workshops. Like how did you get this shot? How were you able to get Beyonce? How were you able to get a Beyonce in her coming off the stage and doing an interview with who's now one of the biggest artists in the world? So there are moments, and I'll give you a little true story. I was in a restaurant in New York. It's called Sylvia's in Harlem. And I had covered Tupac's trial. He was on trial with his road manager for SA, sexual assault case. I was in the courtroom. I didn't get a chance to interview him there because he went back to, they were taking him back and forth to Rikers Island. Rikers Island, for those who don't know, is a jail in New York. But I seen him right after he got out of jail, he went to Sylvia's restaurant. And me knowing that this is an exclusive, I started talking to him. I started asking him about his time in Rikers, and he didn't want to talk too much about the case, but it was a surreal moment because I was just covering his situation before he went to jail. In any event, guys, I don't want to bore you with my stories. I got tons of them. I can sit there all day and tell you about different stories with different celebrities, from Tupac to Jay-Z to Puffy to, it's just many stories. I may just create a channel just to talk about that for those who are interested. You guys are here for Natureboy. I will show you the final photo. I'll do that. I'll share with you. I own the rights to it. I'll share with you. Stand by. Hold on. Let me check the court, guys. Let me check the court. Hold on. No activity in the court. Let me share a photo, a famous photo for you guys. Hold on. Okay. Stand by. Let's go here. Stand by. Okay, here we go. All right. Let's see if I can share this with you guys. Stand by. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Hold on, hold on. All right. Let me reduce the size there. Here we go. Here we go. And guys, I did not know this. I'm just seeing this just now. But this was just published today. This was just published today. I didn't even know this was published. So I'm gonna share this with you. Hold on, guys. We got something. Developments, development. Stand by. Stand by. Stand by. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Hold on. What's happening? Hold on. Okay, hold on. Sorry, that was a false alarm. I thought we had something in the trial. Hold on. I'm pulling this up. Let's see here. Let me bring this up. Okay. Here we go. Be patient here. We're going to share. We'll share this here. And I'm just seeing this for the first time today. This one, this in particular. Here we go. I'm going to share that with you guys. Okay. Okay, so here is the shot. This is the shot. As you can see, you see that name right there. Hold on. You see, that's my name right there. This shot, I'm sure you guys have probably seen this shot. You might not know it was my shot, but this shot's been circulated all over the country, around the globe for the most part. Uh, stand by here. Let me see here. Let me go back to the screen. Okay, hold on. Okay, so this is a shot that is actually it appeared on CNN today. This shot is on CNN today, and this is the first time I saw this one on CNN. But there was another shot that CNN ran of mine. Just give you some background. I'm not just a guy on the internet. I'm actually in the field working. Today is Friday, so I'm multitasking. It's a hearing at 1 o'clock, related to Fonnie Willis, in Fulton County. But because the weather's so bad, I don't know if I want to indulge the court with my presence. But this is just one of the shots. Oh, they had it's not they had to give me credit. It was my shot. They can't run it. Then the agent will be, CNN knows the rules of engagement. But hold on a second, guys. Let me go ahead and do this. Boom, boom, boom. So that's one of them. I can share, guys. I can share a ton of my work, but I just want my point is you have to know when there's a money shot right there. There's a money shot, and I knew at that moment that that shot would be a part of history forever because it's involving the former president. And there were times where I've shot. Let's see here. Another shot. I done shot everybody. I would say when I say everybody, everyone that in the last 30 to 40 years of in the celebrity realm in criminal cases. I didn't get the opportunity to shoot O.J. Simpson's trial, but I did cover O.J. Simpson's trial. So just give you guys a background that there. Let me pull another shot up. Hold on. Let's give you guys some background here real quickly. Let me pull another shot up here. Okay. Let's get another shot. Hold on. Let's go back. We'll go back. And we'll go back. Okay. Here's another one. This is Time Magazine. I don't know if you guys heard of Time Magazine. Let's see here. So this is on Time Magazine. I never thought in my entire life that I would have any work in Time Magazine. Not to say I couldn't, because I've been published in different publications. But this was just published in Time Magazine. Once again, this is a long game. This is not a short game. If you think that you're just going to pick up a camera and get all the great shots without putting any work in, you're fooling yourself. You're fooling yourself. And I want to see a lot of the younger people that are that want to make money with this business to get a mentor, get someone that can show you how to move in these streets. I've mentored a few people on YouTube, but I want to share with you that there are steps to get to the real money, to get the real money shots. That is a part of history. And we can talk about ownership and copyrights and intellectual property, but you guys gotta go into the other channel and sign up for the workshop. Listen, I've shot movie posters that has appeared in Hollywood on a big screen. So this is some of the stuff that I want to give back, because I'm not going to be here forever. I've been here for a long time. I don't know if I want to be here for another long time like I've been here for a long time. But my point is, find yourself a mentor if this is the field you want to be into. Think about it. Do your research. See if you got the bones, the tenacity to want to put in the work. Because you got to put in the work. And people see me today that know me when I grew up in the projects of the South Bronx and say to me, "You're still doing this. Yes, I'm still doing it." I laugh. So I tell people, "He's still doing it." I don't know. I don't know anything else to do. I'm not good at building houses, so this is my this is my niche, so to speak. So anyway, guys, I don't want to bore you with my history in the business, but I'm basically trying to do what you guys do, kind of buying time until we see what the time is. Let's see here. Absolutely. So people ask me that. This is a good question. I'm going to post that there. So how do you get paid though? How quick is the process? Because they repost your pic so fast. Do you get paid after the fact before? Okay, so it's a good question. It all depends on licensing. How am I licensing my work? Is it a part of a collection of work that I have out there that I have it? I have an agent. I have a lawyer who's an agent as well. So if there's a particular shot they want to use for a movie, they want to use for a documentary, then they reach my agent. We discuss the terms of the licensing. So it all depends on the situation. If you're looking for that quick short term money, this is probably not the field for you. But if you're looking for royalties and residuals, this is the field for you. because I still make money off of my work that I've shot 20 years ago. They've been used in documentaries, they've been on television shows, they've been on, but this is the work that you put. You got to know the business of this work. It's not all about the camera. Now I have good tools, but the camera is just one part of the bigger picture. And the sooner people realize that the business of photography is more important than just taking the picture. The picture is important because you got to have the product, and then but you got to know how to get the product out. One of the biggest questions people ask me all the time, man, I got this great picture, but I don't know what to do with it. That's the business part of it, and that's the part that people don't really get. Not many people can say they made 50,000 or 40,000 for one photo. Just think about it. Can you make 40,000 for one picture? Not many photographers can say that, but it comes over time, and then it's the whole time that you spend in the business what makes your work more valuable than the next person. It has credibility and integrity to the image. So I'm just sharing some information. I'm gonna read a few questions. If anyone asks me if the juror's still deliberating, I'm going to block you because if I didn't post it up here, they're still deliberating. Newsflash, this is what we do. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on. Let me go back to the courtroom. Let me go back to the courtroom. Hold on. Yeah, yeah. You want to know if the jury's still deliberating. Hold on. Yes, the jury is still deliberating. Absolutely. Um, you know what we heard? I want to say this too. I'm gonna bring you guys back up here. Hold on. Let me go back over here. We heard in the trial a lot of talk about videos, videos, and acting. We heard different witnesses testify that there were some levels of acting, improv, a lot of videos being taken, and things were done for shock value. And as I listened to the testimony, I thought about what some of the witnesses said. I and it's kind of scary, but I get it. They claim to have done things for shock value. I don't know if it was done. This is done. Uh, this was manufactured, but the levels that you have to go to create attention to your platforms and get people's attention, it's crossed to another dimension. It's getting pretty weird if you got to slap on people to get the attention. Uh, and then to reference the Chris Rock and Will Smith situation when it happened afterwards, it's kind of interesting that people would go to those extremes to get attention. I get it. You got to create content. You got to get writers. You got to get cool writers to come up with a good story. But if this is true, you got this young man facing life in prison for improving and creating content. I mean, how do you separate the fact from the fiction? So this is interesting that this was told because you have one side of the aisle that's saying this was done for theatrics, and another side saying this was real abuse. I listened to the interview by the young lady Velvet. She did it about 11 months ago, uh, and it's a lot of what she said. I believed it, a lot of what she said. I believed it was too fluid, and I interview people for a living. Her telling her story was pretty fluid, uh, and as I watched her answer, I didn't feel like she was manufacturing what she was saying. And this is my opinion, but this opinion is based on me interviewing multiple people over multiple years, listen to people tell stories. I had people that sit in front of me. I know they're lying, but I'm sitting there just keep talking, keep talking. But in this instance, I felt like a lot of what she said, she felt it, she lived it, and it had a lot of similarities to other situations that are indicative of this type of behavior. You may hate me for saying that, but I'm telling you, you don't get to be my age without and having daughters. I have daughters. I have daughters. Um, I know you want to know how many daughters I have. I have daughters. I have daughters, a school teacher, one's military, others are doing great things. So I'm listening, and I always talk to them. I talk to them. They call me. They if they're going through something, talk to me about it. Let me know what's going on. He said, "What to you, man? He lying. Excuse my, he lying. Nah, he didn't say that to you. Come on, that don't even make any sense." So I tell them, be critical thinkers, because everything that God says to you ain't always going to be official tissue now. But it's you got to have these conversations, and sometimes you gotta sometimes you gotta dig deep. Why are you probing, Dad? Why? No, 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 no. We listen. We're gonna talk about this. We're gonna whatever we need to do. We need to go out to eat, whatever. But we're gonna talk about what's the issues. I'm the first one that's gonna step up. Because I know how guys are. I'm one of them. Oh my goodness. All right, guys. I don't want to talk your head off. Let's see. I'll read some questions. I want to say something also. I don't the names that you're saying. I haven't really focused on uh Mr. Bishop's organizations, groups, and everything. I'm starting learning more about it as I do some of my own research. I start doing my research typically just before trial, and throughout the trial, I'm doing the research. Unlike the jurors, they can't do research, but it's important for me to listen to what people are saying now and what they said before. And does it align with what is actually happening? Because people, they memorialize their stories on videos and on YouTube and on Instagram. But then when you get to this point at the trial, when you got to actually repeat the same things, and then you start doing a 360 shift, now I'm looking at you like, wait a minute, where where did this come from at? Because you said this and you were saying it loud and proud. Was it improv? Was it improv? Was it theatrics? Well, you got to look at everything in totality, and you got to see how and look at people. Um, there was some testimony was very concerning. It was some testimony very concerning for me. And people have been reaching out to me, and I and I'm gonna tell you something. Some of the stuff that I listened to was disturbing as a parent. As a parent, I felt Attorney Booker when he talked about who he is versus who his client was. I don't know if that helped his client a lot, but I saw that. And I think what he was trying to do is kind of distance himself from his client. And I get that, but you signed up for this. You had to represent your client vigorously, diligently, and he fought a hard fight. I'm not saying that the verdict is guilty. Stand by. Let me do it. Let me check the courthouse. Hold on. Nothing happening. Okay, hold on. Second, guys, I'll bring you back. All right. Okay. So I am learning a lot more, and each one of them has story. Uh, each one have a story, and they speak very well. I've learned more about Velvet than I knew before. I knew that, I learned that she where she's from, her likes in agriculture, her dislikes in math, her likes in being of nature. Um, I learned a lot from her speaking from her own mouth. And then one of the biggest questions for me: how do individuals end up in these situations? What is going on in their life that have them in these situations? And there's a common thread that I saw throughout this trial. a common thread. And the common thread is there was a big disconnect between the children and their parents. And that's a problem because then you don't know who's now feeding your children information. You don't know because you don't have that connection. So if you have children, talk to them. I don't care if they're 5 or 50 or 40. Still talk to them. They still people still need to be able to uh, get input from someone they can trust. So there are people that prey on people like that. There are people that prey on weak people all the time. There are people that prey on weak, impressionable people all the time. If you don't believe me, ask yourself a question. Why are there so many gangs and people having the desire to belong to something? It's because they didn't get it at home. They didn't get it at home. So this is why they reach out to people that appear to care for them. I say appear to care for them. You know, you look at people and you think people have good intentions, but you don't know what their intentions are until it's too late. But you don't want to hear the old man talk. I'm just giving you game. That's all. Okay. I want you to accuse me of trying to mind control you. I'm not trying to mind control you at all. I'm just giving you my opinion only. I don't think, quite honestly, I can sit around and watch his videos at great length unless I was doing research. Because when you allow certain information into your psyche, you start internalizing this information. If you take so much of it, it starts consuming you. Then you start having a liking or an acceptance to it. So, I use the garbage in, garbage out. What I can use, I'll use what I can't. Just discard it because there's some weird videos out there, and I say weird because it's weird to me because I ain't trying to do that. You know, I ain't trying to do that. I told them, listen, I be listen. This is how I have a conversation with my kids, and they're older. But I still have this conversation. So, who's your friends now? Who you hanging out with? What you're doing? What's the plans? What you doing Friday? And where you going? You know, I got a daughter who's a whole school teacher in New York City. I'm still nosy dad. I want to know what's going on. You know, you got to be nosy with your kids. You got to be nosy. All that I'm grown and all that. He ain't never gonna be as grown as I am. I don't care how grown you get. When your age gets to my age and we're parallel, then that's when we could talk. But until then, no. Uh, so can we do this? And this is just a conversation. Those who have actually followed Mr. Bishop, actually followed him from his beginning, can we sit down and have a conversation right here? Just give me some background on him that you feel comfortable sharing, that you feel that you know about this young man. Give me some background because I don't know a lot about Mr. Bishop other than what I've researched. Hold on a second. Oh, wait a minute. Stand by. I have a treat for you guys. Hold on. Hold on. I have a treat for you guys. Let me check the courthouse. Hold on. Nothing. Nothing's happening. Okay. Stand by. Coming back to you guys. Stand by. Let me pull this up. Ooh. Since it's deliberation, I could drop an interview. Present. Boom. Hey. Okay. Stand by. Uh, let's see if I still have that here. Okay. Let's see here. Hold on. Stand by. Where is that video? So I did interview one of the witnesses in the case. I'm gonna share it with you guys. Let me just before I do that, I don't know if you guys seen this one. No, we're gonna hold that on. I ain't gonna share that with you guys right now. We're gonna hold off on that. I'm gonna pull it off with another device. Hold on. I don't believe there's a nature boy in every man. I don't know where you get that. You're gonna have to expand on that. There's a nature boy in every man. What does that? What does that even mean? There's a nature boy in every man. What does that even mean? I can't let you. Oh. What does that even mean? There's a nature boy in every man. Hold on, guys. We're gonna put this on mute. I know there's no sound. I like talking to myself sometimes. I know there was no sound. Yeah, I know. I was pretty old looking in that picture, right? All right. Shout out to Beyonce, Destiny's Child. Uh, yeah, no, what you know about the iceberg? What you know about the old school iceberg? That's the old school iceberg. Yeah, I had Beyonce before Jay Z did. Meaning, I got to hug Beyonce. Listen, guys, don't test my gangster now. We are on Verdict Watch. I'm just sharing a little history, ladies and gentlemen. Just a little history. Just a little history. That's it. You thought I was Noriega? What? I'm insulted. Now, wait a minute. What do you know about platinum football? Wait a minute. Wait, we got some old schools up in here. You know about platinum football? We ain't gonna take no bullying in the comments section now. Come on, we're gonna be grown here for those who are grown, but no bullying in the comment section. Come on, stop it. That's right. You know, I I was rocking Fubu. Those are my guys in real life. Keith, Carl, Damon, Jay. Those are my guys. Yeah. What you know about Coogee? What do you know about Sir Benny Mile? What do you know about Fat Farm? Rockaware. Come on. Handle my business. What do you mean what I'm doing? I'm handling my business. Calm down. All right, guys, I have a special treat for you. A special treat. Stand by. I have a special treat for you.
She's been with Malachi Z. York's son. She's also been with Yada. And when
Yada, not Yada Yada.
No, she's been with Yada.
Not little Yada.
She was with Yada, and there was drama between her, Yada. She caused drama between him and his wife because she was trying to come in as an extra wife. She caused troubles with Malachi Z. York's son. So Nateri has a past as well. She's not innocent.
Well, so when she comes across on the witness stand as someone who was just just living
Right.
Promiscuous. Why do you leave and come back soon? By the time
3 times.
the prosecutor got to the third time, I'm in my mind like, okay. And every time, if it was really that bad, why you keep coming back?
Why you coming back?
Okay, so give me a, because you live with her.
No, I didn't live with her.
Okay, so
Yeah,
so
I lived with everybody else.
Okay,
but
so-
Nateri, that was one of the times she had left.
She kept leaving.
okay, so did you
But
have
every
any
time
personal
she leaves-
interaction with her?
No. But I just know her character from online. Every time she leaves with a bang. So the second time she leaves, she didn't say this in the court, but she came out to Las Vegas to where I live, and she got with a guy named TKO. And it was a Beagle match, and she came out behind TKO, and Chief was on the other, you know what I'm saying, trying to embarrass him. Even after that, she still went back to Chief, and he forgave her. You get what I'm saying? But every time she leaves with a bang. Nateri wants to be queen. She wants to be. You see how she come up? You know what I'm saying? She got this thing. She want to be seen. She wants attention, but her character didn't align with to be a queen. You know
Was
what
she
I'm saying?
hating
How
on
you
her?
Even go get with this guy on the internet, you know what I'm saying, trying to go against me, and then I forgive you, and you come back and you expect to have the queen position. So she didn't like how.
So the last time she came back, if anyone can speak to this, the last time she came back, what was the defining moment on why she left the last time?
She said it out herself. She said it. We actually have everything on video. We have everything on video. She could have. Okay, so basically this is what happened. Like, Mr. Bishop has a lot of wives. So
I get that part.
Yes. So we did something. There was like a court date to see who was gonna be the main wife, who was gonna be queen, who was gonna be head. It was either gonna be her or Queen Eligio. She was not queen. She wasn't first. She wasn't the priority.
She wasn't queen material.
She was not queen material.
Okay.
She's not queen material. Look what she's doing. That's not queen material. Yeah, you relying on a black man's life. That's you feel me? He's innocent. He's innocent. And they treat him like he guilty until proven innocent. You supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. So there's something going on.
But once she didn't receive that title, then that's when she was like, well, I can't play the background to Queen Malia.
Exactly.
I'm made to be in the forefront. You get what I'm saying? So that was her initial reason.
Did she share that her feelings about that?
Oh yeah, it's online.
I could pull up the
Sir,
video and show you.
It's online. It's online.
Mr. Bishop supposed to walk out the courthouse right now.
I'm gonna look at the links now.
Hold on. And Malia, who they're talking about, you know, that statement that she made that's causing for it to possibly be a mistrial, We have video of her shouting and screaming at Malia, "You get all of the dick. He gives you all of the love and attention." So Janae always wanted Eligio's attention, but she just never would, she wasn't the right material. And so even the first time that she left, she clearly said she got voted out because, certain people come into Mr. Bishop's lives, everyone, we're all dealing with things. We're all on a journey. But when you choose to go live with a group of people, yourself will start to be reflected back to you. When you're working with the group, certain things are going to come out about you that you're not going to, necessarily agree with. But y'all.
It's not gonna be cohesive.
As a man, you gotta understand, right? As a man, a woman, right? A woman comes into your life as a man. She doesn't. She has intense feelings for you. She doesn't get her way. She wants her way. She wants to be in control emotionally. She wants to be in control. She wants to be in control of you. She wants you to bow to her. You feel me? When she doesn't get her way, boom, what happens? What happens when she doesn't get her way? What happens when people don't get their way? When people don't get their way, the whole script flips. The whole script flips because they don't get their way. That's exactly what's going on right here. She didn't get her way. She wanted to be queen. She didn't get her way. Now she's hurt. And she explained that. She confessed that on the live interview that she did. She did a live interview with one of the...
Does the attorney have that video?
We don't know.
He
should.
Well, if
he should.
You guys said there's some exculpatory evidence that can help him, then why don't you share that with the attorney?
I'm sure the
Okay, all right.
defense attorney got it. I'm sure he got it.
All right.
It's something
All
going
right,
on.
guys.
So my problem with this interview is my style is to pull information from my subjects. If there was video that the defense needed to aid in, that the lawyer needed to aid in Mr. Bishop's defense, well, they know they're on the witness list. Why not provide the video? That was kind of interesting. And the other young lady that spoke first, she never lived with the alleged victim, but she has commentary about the alleged victim. Really can't put much weight to that. Really can't. I have other interviews. I just wanted to share that one with you guys. And the reason why I'm releasing it now is because the jury's in deliberation. I wasn't releasing it during the trial, where there are others that were doing that at the courthouse. I wasn't trying to do that. All right, let me check back in the court. Let's see what we're doing. What we doing here at the courthouse? Let's see. Nothing happening. All right, guys, listen. You're in here. You need to start smashing the like. I'm gonna take this. You know something? I got another case to cover. I got a very important case to cover right now. This is important, but I have another important case to cover. And we're going to be monitoring that one. For those who want to hang around, you can hang around. I'm still going to have to cover that case as well. So I'm trying to not YSL, not YSL. It's just another one, not YSL. Right. No means no. Point blank, period. No means no if no was said. Point blank, period. No means no. Stop asking questions, sensitive. We don't even have a verdict yet. Calm down. Calm down. We don't have a verdict yet. Stand by. Let me check something else out real quick. We have no verdict there. All right, guys. I had to swing this to another courtroom. We're going to stay here on verdict watch, but we have other cases to cover. I will keep you guys informed. I will keep this up, but I have to go into another courtroom. We have a camera in that courtroom as well. So we are moving around right now, ladies and gentlemen. We are moving around right now. This is a case that I've been covering for the beginning, and I had to be part of the coverage in this one as well. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, I will be back once we have a verdict. This is a very important hearing regarding the disqualification attempts by the defense representing Donald Trump and other defendants in the case, the election case involving Donald Trump. This is happening in the next few minutes. The judge will be taking the bench in about, he's usually on time. I would say he'll be on the bench in 6 minutes. He's very prompt, as a matter of fact.
Hey, yeah. Get the file. Go on the stage, just did.
For what? Somebody just got it on. I mean, we filed something last Friday. This was filed like at 12:45. I'd have to look later. You would did. Somebody may have filed it for me.
Yeah, I agree, but I'm just making what he's saying. Wanted to make the
Ladies and gentlemen, as soon as we have a verdict in the Natureboy trial, the case, I will be bringing you right back into the courtroom. But this is another very important hearing that could change the trajectory of the election as well as the future of America. I know that was pretty dramatic. This judge is going to be walking out in a second. He's pretty prompt. He's one of the most punctual judges on the bench. This is the hearing involving Mr. Attorney Fani Willis. You know that photo I showed you guys? You know the photo that I showed you. This is that hearing.
That makes me question.
All right. Period for the Fulton County Last Judicial Circuit is now in session. The Honorable Judge Scott McAfee is presiding. Will now come to order.
Please be seated. All right, we are back on the record with 23 SC 188947. Beginning with the state, if I could have counsel for today identify themselves for the record. I don't know if say
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Steve Sadow and Jennifer Littleford, President Trump. He's actually down in Florida.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Sato.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Richard Rice and Chris Lewis from Mr. Geely.
All right, on behalf of Mr. Giuliani.
Alan Stockton, on behalf of Mayor Giuliani, Vice President.
Thank you. On behalf of Mr. Meadows.
Your Honor, Jim Durham, on behalf of Mr. Meadows, he waives his appearance.
On behalf of Mr. Clark.
Mary McDougall, Your Honor. Mr. Clark waives his appearance.
On behalf of Mr. Roman.
Good morning, Judge. Ashley.
Breaking news. Breaking news. We are going back into the courtroom. Natureboy, we might have a verdict. We might have a verdict. Stand by.
Anthony Lake and Holly Pearson on behalf of David Schaefer, and he waives his presence.
On behalf of Mr. Floyd. Do we have anyone joining us on Zoom on behalf of Mr. Floyd? All right. Well, seeing as counsel had previously attended the prior hearings and this one has been noticed, I'll find that they've waived their appearance for.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there are people walking into the courtroom. Stand by, stand by, stand by. You can't hear because nothing's happening yet. That's why you can't hear. The camera is now in the courtroom live. Stand by. I apologize. Excuse me. I apologize to those who come over here to watch the Fani Willis hearings, but we have a potential verdict that has come down. I'm waiting to get confirmation from the court, but there are people entering the courtroom right now. So let's see how this plays out. Usually they get about 20, 30 minutes to get to the courthouse. We'll see.
All rise. I think we have a verdict. Ladies and gentlemen, this is.
All right, everybody have a seat. We have our alternate, okay. Oh my gosh, my apologies to you all, first of all. Apparently, the button wasn't working. So, anyway, I'm assuming this note that says we need to talk is just you trying to get my attention. Is that accurate? Okay, I'm so sorry. I was about to come check on you though, because I just finished my morning calendar, so I would not have let y'all sit there too long. You want to take a break for lunch, and you also want to watch the 3 videos and listen to the detective. Do you want to go to lunch first and then come back, or you want to listen to this stuff and then go grab lunch? Do you all have a preference? Lunch first. Okay, very good. Then it is 1:05. You want to take a full lunch break, or you want to go grab something and come back? Just be back at 2 o'clock. Does that give you enough time? Yes. Okay. All right. Same instructions remain.
We don't have a verdict. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but this is real time. This is real time. This is how we cover cases.
So sorry, we fixed it, by the way. The problem is in there. Okay. No, we didn't do that. You're fine. Thank you.
Guys, you don't know these controls. I got to manage controls all over the place. Hi, Yana. I couldn't come in because, well, you know, I'm trying to play it safe.
Phones, yeah, they're back there. All right, y'all have a seat. We'll be in recess until 2 o'clock, and council, both sides have seen these 3 notes. They want to go to lunch first, then they want to watch and listen, and the we need to talk was their SOS trying to get my attention.
You're gonna mark those as courses?
Yeah, they go with Diane and will be made part of the record. Any objection to how I handled these questions?
Not from the official.
Okay, then we'll be in recess until 2 o'clock.
Okay.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Mr. Bishop would like to speak to his lawyer.
Okay, we'll have him, give him a call.
Is the phone number the same as yesterday?
Same phone number?
I'm not sure, I'll bring it in there.
Oh,
They put it in.
it's in the chat. Is that the same number?
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now, come on now. Come on now. Hit the like button. Come on. You know, we on top of it, but we got to take you back to the other courtroom. But I'm on it. I'm on it. I'm not slipping on my pimping. I'm on it. Come on now. You know what you got to do. You know what you got to do. I need to be watching this hearing, this most important hearing. But I got you guys. I got you. I got you. That happened so quick. Let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. I've covered so many trials where jurors had questions and you got to rush. As a member of the press, you got to rush back into the courtroom and find out what the question is. What does this mean? They had 3 questions. Well, they had 2. They wanted to get lunch and they wanted to see the video of the detective. They wanted to see the video of the detective. And the other one's SOS, meaning they're trying to get the judge's attention. Hey, judge, we over here. We have questions. The judge got, got the notes. But they are now going to lunch and they will be back at 2 o'clock. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you support this platform. You know what you got to do. You know what you got to do, because I could be somewhere else. I really can. I'm supposed to be in both places. I can't be in 2 places. So the best place for me to be centrally located where I can grab my feeds from different places. I got to go, guys. Until next time, I'll bring you back when we have cameras in the courtroom. But nothing's going to happen between now and 2 o'clock. I'm going to take this back to the trial the hearing that I'm watching. And ladies and gentlemen, I know on YouTube and Instagram and Twitter, they want to see the hearing that is underway. And we are doing it right now. Hold on a second here. Oh, we got to get that back here. Oh, let's go. Come on. Where's my tech guys at? Where my tech guys at? Okay, I see. I see you guys. I see. All right. We gotta get back into court. We gotta get back into the court, ladies and gentlemen. We gotta get back into the court. We gotta get back into the court. Let's go. Let's go, Your Honor. Let's go.
Counsel on behalf of Mr. Roman had submitted order.
Let's go. Come on, sir. Let's go. We need to.
Your Honor, this is a matter of first impression in Georgia. I can't find a single.
We don't need no delays.
Government lawyers, some of them are based on the Sixth Amendment right to due process that's implicit in all of what we're doing here today. I want to remind the court that we're here today on this motion to disqualify DA Willis and her office because of her judgment, frankly. She is supposed to be disinterested under the Sixth Amendment, and she's anything but that. The fact that these proceedings have taken this long and through the convoluted way we've made it here today, explain that. So as I present my arguments, I want the court to understand that this court represents the guardrails for the Sixth Amendment in this context, and Ms. Willis has already been disqualified once. So I would encourage the court to remember what Judge McBurney did in his order disqualifying. The same argument was made in that case as to whether or not there needs to be an actual conflict of interest or whether or not the appearance of a conflict of interest might be sufficient under the facts. I want to make clear to the court that the law in Georgia suggests and is very clear that we can demonstrate an appearance of a conflict of interest, and that is sufficient. There is, I'm going to be candid with the court, there is a Supreme Court decision from 1996, Lambie State, and then there are 2 Court of Appeal decisions after that deal, frankly, in some dicta that suggests that an actual conflict is required. But the Supreme Court of Georgia, since those decisions came down, has made quite clear that the appearance of a conflict standard still applies. And the reason that's important is I think under the Sixth Amendment, which is where we're at, in order to preserve the defendant's rights under that provision and under corollary provisions of Georgia law, you've got to consider the appearance of a conflict. And the reason why the appearance of a conflict is so prescient here is because if this court allows this kind of behavior to go on and allows DAs across the state by its order to engage in these kinds of activities, the entire public confidence in the system will be shot. And the integrity of the system will be undermined. And so with those sort of public policy and constitutional principles, I wanted to turn to the law in Georgia on disqualification. And Your Honor, I'm gonna give you the law, and then I'm gonna talk about the facts and how they apply to the law at the end. If you want to talk about the facts earlier, jump right in, and I'll be happy to do that. I'm sure Your Honor is very well prepared and probably knows all the law that I'm going to cite to you. But to give the skeleton outline, the original seminal case that deals with conflict of interest from the Georgia Supreme Court is Williams v. State. That's 258 Georgia 305. And there are basically 2 methods by which you can disqualify a district attorney. One of them is a conflict of interest, and I'll suggest to the court that doesn't mean an actual conflict. That could mean an appearance of conflict as well, and then forensic misconduct. Importantly, in the Williams case, though, in footnote 4, and I think this is important for the court's analysis about the facts and which box it fits into, the court said there was no clear demarcation line between conflict of interest and forensic misconduct, and a given ground for disqualification of the prosecutor might be classifiable as either. And I think that's important because we have facts that fit in both boxes. So if a state stands up and says, well, there's no actual conflict here, Judge, that doesn't mean necessarily that it doesn't apply to the forensic misconduct. Typically, forensic misconduct relates to statements of the prosecutor designed to impugn the character of the defendant before trial and to affect the jury pool, which we have here, which I'm not going to discuss. But the facts that we have here very much relate to that issue, and there's crossover. Importantly, and I think this is important for the court's consideration of what effect the court's ruling may have, is if you deny this motion, there's a good chance, if it's reversed, that we would be granted a new trial. So that means we're going to have to do this all over again. In amusement sales versus state 316 Georgia Appellate 727. That's a case that cites Whitworth, which is physical precedent only. The court said, if the assigned prosecutor has acquired a personal interest or stake in the conviction, the trial court abuses its discretion in denying a motion to disqualify him, and the defendant is entitled to a new trial, even without a showing of prejudice. So that means if we show the court today, and I think we have through the proceedings today and before, that Ms. Willis has developed a very personal interest in this case, and Your Honor denies this motion, we're coming back all over again if the appellate court say you were wrong.
So what is that personal interest?
So the personal interest can be, there's no definition of that under Georgia law, and it could be a personal financial interest. It could be a personal interest related to bias against a particular defendant, which sort of falls into the forensic misconduct box. But we have here a very personal financial interest that's been laid out in terms of money received by Ms. Willis as a result of the scheme that she set up. But to get to the issue of the personal interest in the context of an appearance, I think that's important. I do want to suggest to the court that there are a number of cases that post-date this actual conflict of interest language that's suggested in some of the cases from the 90s, that you have to pay attention to what this looks like to the public. And I agree with all of the law, and I'm sure the state's going to stand up here and say it can't be a speculative or a conjectural type of personal interest. We don't have that here. We have something very concrete. And as Judge McBurney put it, actual and palpable, not speculative and remote. That's exactly what we have here. We've demonstrated through the testimony of the witnesses, some of whom impeached themselves, that we have a very personal interest. In the seminal United States court case that deals with prosecutorial impropriety is Young v. U.S. That's a 481 U.S. 787 case. In that case, it's the opportunity for conflicts to arise that created at least the appearance of impropriety. And that's the case that requires that the prosecutor be disinterested. Since a scheme injecting a personal interest, financial or otherwise, into the enforcement process may bring irrelevant and impermissible factors into the prosecutorial decision. Now, there are a number of Georgia cases that sort of repeat that theme. Reeves v. State, 231, Georgia Appellate 22, that's a 1998 case, stated a potential conflict of interest existed in the appearance of impropriety existed. Davenport v. State, 157, Georgia Appellate 704, that's a 1981 case. That was decided 7 years before Williams. When there is at least the appearance of impropriety, a defendant is denied fundamental fairness in the state's prosecution of the charges against him or her. There are also rules that govern prosecutors. Lawyers in general are bound to preserve and avoid even the appearance of impropriety. That's Brown v. State, 256, Georgia Appellate 603, 2002. Head v. State. A prosecutor's close personal relationship with the victim in a case may create at least the appearance of a prosecution unfairly based on private interest rather than one properly based on vindication of public interest. ABA Criminal Justice Standards for the Prosecution Function, Standard 3.3-1.2c. A prosecutor should avoid appearance of impropriety in performing the prosecution function. 3-1.7f. The prosecutor should not permit the prosecutor's professional judgment or obligations to be affected by the prosecutor's personal, political, financial, professional, business, property, or other interests or relationships. So the rules that govern her in her own profession say that this is wrong because she's developed a financial interest in this case. And at the very least, created the appearance of unfairness towards these defendants by setting up a relationship, a prosecutorial relationship with her boyfriend that she'd been dating for 2 years, according to the testimony. So before I move, Your Honor, to the specific facts, you asked, what's personal interest, and I think, frankly, as I was trying to figure this out, I think you know it when you see it. It's just like in the concurrence in Jacobellis versus State of Ohio Supreme Court case from 1964, Justice Stewart, in his concurrent opinion, said, I know it when I see it, talking about obscenity. I think you know it when you see it. I think there's enough facts in front of you that you know it when you see it. And so I think that the governing principle helps enlighten some of the facts here. And also, I think it's not just financial. And McLaughlin v. State, I think the court's very familiar with that case, 295 Georgia 609, 2014. The Supreme Court essentially said that because the acting DA had become a witness in the case and developed a personal interest in the case due to his daughter's relationship with the victim, that he was disqualified. And because he was disqualified, his entire office was disqualified. So turning to the facts of the case, Your Honor, I think I've got, my role is 20 minutes, so I've got about 8 minutes left. So why the relationship, why did we spend so much time on a relationship between these two people? We frankly couldn't care less if they had a personal relationship outside of work. That is not what the issue is here. The issue is that they began this relationship in 2019. They were dating for 2 years, and then she awarded him a contract where public money, either from Fulton County or the state of Georgia, ended up in his pockets. That decision alone was improper. But what's even more improper is that then she and he used that money to go on personal vacations and trips. If Your Honor will remember, exhibits 9, 11, and 12 dealt with the expenditures by Wade on trips. If you do the math on that, if you look at what he spent, and then you look at the testimony about what was paid back by Willis, because the cash reimbursement theory, I'll talk about in a second, but if you do the math on what he actually paid for and what they testified she paid back in cash, you still have over $9,200, $9,200 and $9,247 to be exact, is the amount of money they cannot account for in their testimony. And as Your Honor will remember, there was no mention of cash in Mr. Wade's affidavit. When the best and first opportunity to raise that issue would have come up is when the state filed their response in his affidavit. That is nowhere to be found in there. The first time we heard about cash was here in this courtroom. And so I think she's received a personal financial benefit of over $9,200 in this case that she can't account for, and the state can't account for. And the reason we can't account for it is because they came up with a cash theory. Cash theory only raises.
Before we get into that, let me ask you this. Let's say the theory wasn't even there, that they had paid it back or that there'd been any exchange. Should there first be a consideration of a materiality requirement?
No.
Have you seen that in this jurisdiction? It's not in this jurisdiction. Have you seen that in any other jurisdiction?
I haven't seen that, Judge. And if it was $6, that would still be improper.
Would it be improper where it's a per se disqualification if someone, buys their boss a stick of gum? Is that per se disqualifying because there's no materiality requirement?
Well, no, I don't disagree that it may not meet a materiality requirement, but it's a personal benefit. I won't say that giving a pack of gum is just justification for disqualifying a district attorney. I think that's part of the issue, Judge. I think it's a fact-based inquiry by you.
So there's a continuum involved here.
Yeah, but I think the continuum involves you looking at whether or not, in the grand scheme of things, it violates the Constitution, and whether or not there's an appearance of a conflict, and the appearance suggests that she actually received a benefit, and we know that she did. They admitted it. We don't have to speculate about that. They said that she said she got a benefit, and she said she paid back certain amounts. In that regard, Your Honor, I don't know, would $100 be enough? Would $200 be enough? I think you have to look at it globally and consider all of the witnesses, consider all of the facts, consider the credibility of the witnesses, frankly. Right. I mean, Your Honor sat here and watched everybody, so I haven't spent a lot of time going into the specific testimony because Your Honor is well aware of it. But you get to evaluate the credibility of the witnesses as a fact finder. And, just
from a legal perspective, though, you're saying we can't just say dollar amount, look no further. There has to be a totality of the circumstances analysis.
I think it's fact specific, Judge. I don't really want you to pin me down on that because there's no law on it. I can't give you a straight answer because I haven't seen anything like that. And I think if we build a materiality requirement into the case law, then you're down a slippery slope then, because then it's going to be the appellate courts are going to be deciding, well, is $50 enough? Is $100 enough? So I think it's not necessarily the amount of the money, it's the fact that she received it, and it's not insignificant. And I don't think your order has to say because she received $9,200, she's disqualified. I think if we go back to the 20,000-foot level, what's the appearance here? Is this fairness to the defendants? Does it appear that she is interested in this prosecution, or does it appear that she's disinterested? She took the stand. You can tell she's not a disinterested person when it comes to this proceeding, but we also argue she's not a disinterested person when it comes to the prosecution as a whole. I'm going to leave for I'll resist the temptation to defend my wife, and who I believe to be an excellent lawyer and a member of the bar for 20 years in good standing. But I will say this, Judge, you don't just evaluate the credibility of the witnesses. You evaluate the credibility of the lawyers. And Mr. Abadi stood up here in open court in front of national news and then the national public and called her a liar. I need to address that for 1 minute. There's text messages that are now part of the record, which now are substantive evidence for you to consider, prove everything that she put in that motion, everything that she tried to elicit from Mr. Bradley was absolutely 100% true. And not only was it true, she verified through the witness himself that the motion was accurate before it was filed. So for the state to get up here and impugn her credibility, it's not only improper, it violates Berger versus United States, which is a case that says the state can't just get up here and make any argument it wants. And I encourage the court to call him out on it when he steps up here. We have to have candor towards the tribunal. You cannot lie to the court, cannot lie to the public, cannot lie to the jury. And I think that's what he did. So there's other corroboration of our view that she was in this relationship. I think, frankly, based on Mr. Bradley's testimony, Your Honor can separate the wheat from the chaff when it comes to credibility. But Mr. Bradley had 2 chances to correct information that he suddenly developed amnesia about, but he just didn't do it.
How does the timing of the relationship impact financial interest?
Because it's part of the scheme she created intentionally in order to give benefits to her boyfriend. So there's a reason why they fought so hard on this, Judge. I mean, there's a reason that every single subpoena was objected to. Every single question we asked Mr. Bradley was objected to. Jumping up and down, all of the obfuscation. There's a reason for that. They know that if Your Honor finds that relationship started in 2019, that the appointment of Wade itself was improper. And if that was improper, then he had no business as an average citizen, along with the fact that they didn't have approval from Fulton County to appoint him in the first place. That undermines the indictment. It creates a structural impairment in the indictment because he had no more business being in the grand jury room than I did. So that's what they're worried about. And the reason why it's important for the financial piece, Judge, is it's how the money ended up going back to her. She put her boyfriend in the spot, paid him, and then reaped the benefits from it. That she created the system and then didn't tell anybody about it. She didn't even tell her dad about it. So I think if in the grand scheme of things, if you're looking at the totality of the facts, and I've got to sit down here in about 2 minutes to make room for my co-counsel. If you look at it, everything put together, judges, they did this, they knew it was wrong, they hid it, and even when they were called out on it, they tried to create an excuse for it by saying it happened after the fact. We know now from the testimony, Ms. Yurdy confirmed that Mr. Bradley, his text messages were accurate, not his court testimony, but that fact was accurate. The motion is accurate. And so also, I do want to point out, there's no paper trail here for the cash. I know that this was I know she and her father both testified that they kept cash on hand, which, I mean, keeping cash on hand in and of itself is not a problem. When you're a public official and you're required to keep track of gifts that you receive, then you need to keep track of it. But there's no paper trail. There's no deposit history. There's no withdrawal history. There's no receipts, none of that. So even assuming their testimony could be credible, and we don't think that it is, you still don't have enough information to track all that money that she received. And this is just what
But does the lack of evidence fall on the state? Does the lack of evidence fall on the state? Isn't that where burdens come in?
Yeah, yes, I think they had an obligation to tell Your Honor, hey, this is where the money went. And they certainly had the ability to do that if they could do it. Since they didn't do it, we have to assume they can't. And if they can't, I just want to remind the court of a very important piece of testimony from Ms. Willis that I think goes to credibility of all of the officers of the court who testified. She met with Wade and they developed in 10 minutes after talking about the financial piece, I believe, this cash theory that could not be rebutted. We have no ability to do that. They did, and they chose not to do it. So with that, Your Honor, unless Your Honor has more questions for me, I'm going to sit down and turn the podium over to my distinguished colleague, Mr. Sadow.
Thank you, Mr. Merchant.
Appreciate the court's time.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm going to speak to what I would call a subset of forensic misconduct. And I'm going to assume that all the law that's been provided to you in pleadings as well as emails, you don't need me to tell you what the law is. So I want to just set up how the disqualification and then dismissal of the indictment should take place under the subset of forensic misconduct. Roman's counsel, Ms. Merchant, filed on January 8th her pleading, her motion to dismiss and to disqualify. We were in court that Friday of that week in which I made it known that we, that is President Trump, may adopt that motion. I wanted to see what was going to happen before I did so. That Sunday, which would be January the 14th, 2024, DA Willis took it upon herself to go to a historic Black church in Atlanta, having not responded at all to the motion of Ms. Merchant's client, Roman. And she made what we've now called the church speech. And Your Honor has reference to that. You didn't necessarily want evidence on that, but you know what the church speech was. It was videoed. It was clear that Ms. Willis had notes. She was reading from notes that she had prepared. It was a calculated determination by Ms. Willis to prejudice the defendants and their counsel. How so? By making an issue out of the fact that the person that was challenged in the Roman motion was Black, without telling the public or the church members or anyone for that matter that the reason that Mr. Wade was being challenged was not because he was Black, had nothing to do with race. It had to do with the relationship that had been alleged and later admitted to by Ms. Merchant. Ms. Willis took full opportunity to prejudice the defendants and then comes along later in a pleading and says it wasn't designed or intended to be at the defendants at all or the defense counsel, which with all due respect is just nonsense. The purpose of that was to get public sympathy, public empathy for what Ms. Merchant had already alleged in her motion. Now, that was a violation of the professional rules of conduct. It was a violation of 3.8G. There's no question about it. It wasn't in response to anything that was said. It was a public statement, extrajudicial, for the purpose of making a comment upon the defendants.
It would be in response to a motion that was filed.
But it wasn't filed in a response, in a pleading. It was filed in response to a motion. And the motion were allegations made. If Ms. Willis wanted to respond at that point, she could have said the facts of the matter. Instead, she misstated what the situation was, took advantage of the opportunity, an ethical violation. And the ethical violation makes it clear that you must refrain from making extrajudicial comments that have a substantial likelihood of heightening public condemnation of the accused. Can you think of anything more that would heighten public condemnation of the defendants than alleging that defense counsel and the defendants were making their motion based on race and religion? That's as bad as it gets in Fulton County, with all due respect. That's exactly what Ms. Willis wanted done. And remember, the state still had not responded. So then what we get from the state is we get an affidavit filed as part of their response. And that affidavit says specifically, and the affidavit is Mr. Wade, says specifically in paragraph 26 and 27 that the relationship did not begin until 2022. It acknowledges the relationship and says it didn't begin until 2022. And the pleading that's filed, the state's pleading and response, indicates not exactly that, but it says there was no relationship as of November 1 of 2021, and that's on page 7. So now we know that timing is the issue, because Ms. Merchant made it clear that we alleged and had evidence that indicated the timing was before Mr. Wade was hired, not after. So the state now has filed an affidavit and a pleading that claims post-hiring into 2022. And then Mr. Wade Willis testify to the same thing under oath. Now, Ms. Yerty says it began in 2019. Why would she know? Well, she would know because she was a former friend. I know the state's going to get up here and say, you can't believe, essentially what they're going to say is you can't believe any defense witness because they're defense witnesses. And only people that would tell the truth would be Wade and Willis. I suggest to you that that's not accurate. I suggest that the testimony that Mr. Wade gave and Ms. Willis gave, and I'm specifically dealing now with the timing issue, without getting into anything else, that brought forth a true concern about their truthfulness in being what is required of a lawyer in this state, which is candor toward the tribunal. And that's 3.3 of the professional rules. Specifically, small a1, make a false statement of material fact or law to a tribunal. So that's, as I posited to the court, that's the second ethical violation. And then you also have 8.4 of the professional rules. It says it's a violation of the Georgia Rules of Professional Conduct for a lawyer to, and that's A4, engage in a professional conduct involving dishonesty, fraud, deceit, or misrepresentation. Now, do you have to find that Wade and Willis lied? No. What you need to be able to find is that there is a concern, a legitimate concern based on the evidence in this case about their truthfulness, a legitimate concern about the truthfulness, which equates to an appearance of impropriety. Because once you have the appearance of impropriety under forensic misconduct, the law in Georgia is clear, that's enough to disqualify. So why should you find there's a concern with their truthfulness? ERT is the first one. You have that testimony. But then we go to what is the most obvious indication that Willis and Wade were not truthful on the point of timing, and that's Bradley. Defense Exhibit 26 came into evidence. Defense Exhibit 26 comes in and says, and you know I went into this last hearing. It says that on January the 5th, 2024, at approximately 9:49 a.m., there's text messages that are exchanged between Ms. Merchant and Mr. Bradley. And the text messages go like, just date, and that's from Ms. Merchant. Ms. Merchant says, do you think it started before she hired him? Bradley, who we now know from Defense Exhibit 39 has been texting with Ms. Merchant for a number of months. This is not the first time. This is months within the communications between the two. Mr. Bradley says, absolutely. Now, absolutely is not a speculative word. That's not speculation. That's a definitive statement. And Bradley then, unprompted, says this, and unprompted is important. It started when she left the DA's office and was a judge in South Fulton. It goes on, Ms. Merchant says, she liked it started when she left the DA's office with the appropriate emoji or whatever one would call it to say it was liked. And then Mr. Bradley said they met at the municipal court CLE conference. Again, unprompted. He's now definitively telling Ms. Merchant when this relationship started. Ms. Merchant says, that's what I figured when he was married. And then Ms. Merchant says, and we're now talking about a couple hours later, she texts and says, upon information and relief, Willis and Wade met while both were serving as magistrate judges and began a romantic relationship at that time. And Mr. Bradley responds, no, municipal court. Thank you. Doesn't say it didn't start then. He doesn't suggest that she's wrong other than magistrate court municipal. Now we have that and it's in evidence. And what does Bradley do? He knows that he's put himself in a position that if he testifies truthfully on the witness stand, Your Honor is in a position to be able to find, if you choose to, that both Willis and Wade lied. So what does Bradley do? Look, you were an assistant U.S. attorney. You know how this works when you have witnesses in this situation. Mr. Bradley did everything he could possibly do to evade answering questions. No recollection, couldn't remember, it was speculation. Anything he could possibly say that would cause, Your Honor, not to believe that Bradley knew when this relationship started. I suggest they were clear-cut lies. And the truth is in Defense Exhibit 26.
And so if we take that view, that he thoroughly impeached himself, that he did not give truthful conduct, what's left standing? Generally, you would see someone who's impeached, perhaps we have some kind of core that you could point back to and say, that's the time he was telling the truth. In these text messages, is it ever definitively shown how he knew this and that he actually did know it, other than in just a assertion outright? Absolutely. Usually, if a state has a witness that goes sideways, they've got him locked in. They've sat down with a detective, got a full statement. We don't have that here.
But what you have is a text message, which is a prior statement of Bradley that he did on his own, that was not given to him by someone else. The only thing that the court has just noted is, how do we know he wasn't speculating? Because you don't have to accept the fact that he wasn't speculating. The cases that I provided, I think by email yesterday, the first dealing with that, you can disbelieve that testimony and draw a negative inference. That's the Ferguson case. On Lee, the other case, you can simply take the prior inconsistent statement as substantive evidence. It has the same value. And that's what I'm asking you to do, to take what was the unprompted statement in Defense Exhibit 26 of Bradley and take that on its face value, that is an indication that Bradley in fact knew and had said he did. If you accept that, you have to have concerns about the truthfulness of Willis and Wade on the timing issue.
And I don't know if this is something maybe one of your co-counsel were going to address as well. We heard about kind of the law that applies, how we're outside kind of the orbit of the core of cases we're used to dealing with here, where it deals with side switching or where someone is in the relationship, the client relationship. The proposition you're putting forward now is that if a representative of the state, the lead prosecutor, the district attorney themselves, says something that's untruthful on the record, that is something that immediately has to be proactively policed by the trial court? Is basically what I'm getting at is where in the law do we find the remedy to an untruthful statement? Generally, we send you down the street to the bar, right?
And that's why I gave you the cases of Registe and Edwards yesterday. While those aren't prosecutorial cases or dealing with prosecutors, they deal with counsel. And in both those cases, the trial judge found ethical violations on the part of defense counsel or potential ethical violations. Went through the ethical violations and said, based on that, you're disqualified. You cannot be the attorney of record in this case. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. If defense counsel can be kicked off of a case because of ethical violations, I suggest the same thing can happen for prosecutors when the ethical violations deal with truthfulness, candor to the court, extrajudicial statements. Those are the things that this court can rely upon and say, based on those, again, I find an appearance of impropriety.
Where would be the limiting principle? The district attorney signs every indictment assigned to this courtroom.
No.
Does that mean she's off every case?
No, it would be
if I found that she's untruthful. Is that what you're kind of suggesting?
You don't have to find, again, I'm not saying you have to find she was untruthful or that Wade was untruthful. You don't have to make a finding of fact that they lied. All you have to do is make a finding of fact that you have genuine, legitimate concerns about their credibility, about their truthfulness. And once you find that, then you can apply Registe and Edwards.
Well, but it's the same principle, though. If I have genuine concerns about her truthfulness on a particular occasion, how do those not spill over into every criminal case a district attorney brings?
Well, it's because she testified under oath, and so did Mr. Wade. They didn't have to testify falsely. They could have testified truthfully. They could have indicated that the relationship, the timing was in fact before Mr. Wade was hired. They chose not to. And in that sense, that dishonesty, that constitutes a violation of their ethical responsibilities. This is not signing an indictment. This is not filing a pleading in which both sides have their own positions. This is a requirement that every witness has to tell the truth under oath. And if they don't tell the truth under oath, or there's a significant concern about their credibility, then they're violating their ethical rules. And as anyone will tell you, as Your Honor already knew from when you were a prosecutor, prosecutors are held to a higher standard. They're the ones that are supposed to be seeking justice. They don't have a particular, they're supposed to be disinterested. When you have the lead prosecutor and the DA giving what I suggest to you is untruthful testimony based on what Yerty has said, based on what Bradley said in his text, based on the whole way it was presented to you. Bradley didn't want to testify. He first came up with his attorney-client privilege thing on that. And Your Honor fortunately went into that. And then when Bradley knew he had to testify about it, you saw what happened. You can draw the inference, as I've suggested on Bradley, that what he said in the text message, Defense Exhibit 26, is true. The relationship in fact started prior to November 1st of 2021. That Yerty says that. And now, without getting into any detail, the cell phone records. The cell phone records show that during that period of time from, let's say, April 1 of 2021 to November 30th of 2021, that there was a considerable number, 35 or more occasions where it appeared that, based on the records, that Mr. Wade was down in the area where Miss Willis was staying in Yerty's apartment. But more important is there are two occasions, and the state has not challenged those. There are two occasions where the records reflect that it appears Mr. Wade spent the night at that apartment. The state may say, we don't accept that, but they didn't challenge it. And even when they brought forth what they brought forth today, supplemental 2 and 3, they didn't challenge it again. So what does that suggest? That's corroborating evidence of what Yerty had said, of what Bradley said in his text message. It's also impeachment evidence as to what Wade and Willis said about how many times.
Is that a significant, in terms of just the the times. Didn't Mr. Wade testify that he was there at least 10 times during that time frame? You've now found 35.
Well, minimum of 35,
Okay.
but never overnight. He said he never spent overnight.
Put that to the side, though, just in terms of the fact that he did say he'd been over there, that he visited the place, and I would presume he wasn't obviously keeping a very good accounting of it, but that wasn't something that was entirely denied.
If you're asking me, do we win on the point that he said more than 10 or around 10 and we say 35, do we win on that point? No.
Okay.
It's not determined.
The overnight rate might raise some more concerns. Understood?
Yeah, it does. And that's the reason why we highlighted it in the affidavit of Mr. Middlestadt, because that is suggestive that they were not being honest to the court. So then, how much time have I used? Have I?
I'm letting them use the hook. So suggestive, again, raising issues. I'm wondering about burden. Is it we're dealing with a preponderance standard?
We are dealing with a preponderance standard, and it's our burden.
Yeah.
No question about that.
So does suggestive get us there?
No, but it is corroborating evidence of evidence that we did put up. And that's what the purpose of the cell phone records. They corroborate what Yerty says. They corroborate what Bradley said in Defense Exhibit 26. And they impeach, to that extent, Wade and Willis's testimony. So if you find by a preponderance of the evidence, so I can finish this up. If you find by a preponderance of the evidence that what I call subset of forensic misconduct, ethical violations has been shown, and that there is a significant and legitimate concern about the truthfulness of Wade and Willis, they're disqualified. Now, obviously, factual findings are yours, but the law allows you to do that. You don't have to do it through an actual conflict. That's the other side of the equation. And that's what I've argued, and I think that's what Mr. Gibbons can argue.
Before I let you go, though, this is an interesting classification. You're saying forensic conduct isn't just commenting publicly about the case indicating guilt. You're saying forensic conduct is just anything a district attorney says.
No.
Falls into that box?
No, I'm saying that
improper.
That forensic misconduct as a subset of that would include violations, ethical violations, which impact the ability of the defendants to get a fair trial, as well as impact the court's ability to have faith that the prosecutors, these two prosecutors, are acting in good faith in their own conduct. Same idea dealing with, as I said, defense counsel in the two cases I mentioned. Ethical violations can give rise to disqualification, and I suggest we have that here.
All right, thank you, Mr. Seda.
Thank you.
Where's the shot clock when you need it?
Right there.
Your Honor, I want to address very directly here. What we have is a systematic, continuous pattern, a calculated plan, evidencing a design to prejudice the defendants in this case, in the minds of the jurors. This is what we have seen. This isn't the problem that the district attorney has. It's not that the district attorney had some sort of brief off-the-cuff statement in an interaction with a reporter like in Williams. That's not what we have here. We have someone who sat down, wrote out her speech, wrote out her plan, who sat down for whether it's 2, 3, or 6 times with the editors of Find Me the Votes and told and got her message out about this case before it was supposed to be tried in this courtroom. And so that is the problem that we have. We have a pattern of forensic misconduct on behalf of Ms. Willis.
So, I mean, we have a pattern of public statements being made. I take it you or your team has dived in and read the book. I know she was asked about specific portions in it. The only case that I can find actually talking about when someone crosses the line on public comments is that Williams case. And it talks about there has to be an implication of saying the defendant, a particular defendant is guilty. And it even denied it, right? So have you found any case in Georgia where they actually said that a prosecutor had gone too far in their public comments? Does one exist?
Well, number one, thank goodness it doesn't happen often. Sadly, it's already happened here. Now, in Williams, the prosecutor had one response to an inquiry. The court found it was improper, but did not have this pattern. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean a comment about the quote guilt or innocence, although that was the pattern in Williams. It's the improper comments by a prosecutor. For example, in Williams, they cite the nature and consequences of forensic misconduct in prosecution of criminal case, a 1955 Columbia Law School article, and how prophetic that was. When Williams cites that case in that law school article, they talk about an awful lot more than simply the comments about specific guilt or references to guilt. What you have here, Your Honor, is a comment, and we can't look at it doesn't apply only if a prosecutor said, I think the defendant is guilty in my mind. No, it's more pernicious than that. What we have here is someone who sat down and drew up a plan for two reasons. And what she did reminds me of what the court in STV, Texas talks about, and that is that pretrial can create major problems for a defendant, indeed more harmful than publicity during a trial, for it may set the community opinion as to guilt or innocence. That's what we have here. That's exactly what we have. And the court in STV talks about the power of the television camera. So what do we have, and what did this prosecutor do? What she chose to do is sort of what was criticized by the Supreme Court in Shepard v. Maxwell. Legal trials are not like elections to be won through the use of meeting halls, the radio, or the newspaper. That's exactly what we have here. What we have is a deflection. What this is all about is more insidious than just making the comments that she's made. It's a deflection. What she chose to do was to say, okay, I have done my best to hide the relationship with Nathan Wade. And Nathan Wade has done his very best by filing false documents in his divorce case to hide his relationship with Miss Willis. Now, and so what did they do? Well, when Miss Merchant filed the motion to disqualify, now the game plan has to change. The game plan I call the deflection begins to take place. The deflection is when the district attorney sat down and wrote out. Look at I'm sure the court has. When you look at that video, it's in evidence of her speech at church. She has written out everything and she's reading from it. She chooses to deflect. The court asked earlier, wasn't she really responding to the motion that had been filed against her? Would that she had. Because if she had, she would have looked the members of that church in the face and say, there's been an allegation that I had a romantic relationship with Mr. Wade. And ladies and gentlemen of this congregation, it's true. She didn't do that. She chose to deflect and to do two things that are reprehensible for any lawyer, but particularly for a prosecutor. She chose to pull out the race card and the God card. That's what she did. And she wrote it out. She went on to deflect away from the allegations in the Wade motion. And she said, she's saying, why, in her talk, public discussion with God, why are they only attacking one in reference to Mr. Wade? And then she goes on to say, God, isn't it them playing the race card when they only question one? Now, if she had been truthful with that congregation, truthful with the community, she would have said, I had a relationship with him. Good, bad, forgive me, whatever. That's what she should have said. But she chose to deflect and say, them, the reference to them and the others and they. It's obviously a reference to the motion filed by Ms. Merchant. They choose to go after the black man. And she then goes on, again, deflecting away and deflecting to what I call the third rail in American society, choosing somebody on the other side of being a racist. So-and-so is a racist. They're racist. She was the one playing the race card in a way to try to deflect from her own conduct. She goes on to say in discussions with the Lord, God, is it that some will never see a black man as qualified no matter his achievements? Again, the deflection. What is she saying? The listener is not necessarily in that audience in that church. The listener is at Fulton County. The potential jurors who will come into a courtroom and say whether or not they can fairly judge the evidence or judge the defense in this case. She chose to inject race into the minds of the listeners and virtually everybody in this community, and literally everybody in this country has reviewed and analyzed her speech that she made in a premeditated way. And in bringing in not only the race card, but also in bringing in the religious matter. This is exactly what Hammonds v. State and our Supreme Court talks about condemning as an inflammatory appeal to the jurors' private religious beliefs. Why would she do that? To deflect. But now, not only is she deflecting, but she is then going forward and, in a way, telling the community, telling the congregation that God is on her side, not on the side of these people. God, she said, and when she's talking, and she's saying, God, pray for their souls. I, meaning God, qualified you. I qualified your imperfect, flawed self. I see you in every hour. Do my work. As though she's telling the folks in her very, very, very implicit way, injecting into the minds of the jurors, God wants me to win this case.
Natureboy case.
God wants me to prosecute this case. And why is he going, and why are these others going after the black man? Well, the answer is very simple. As we said in our brief, we didn't mention Mrs. Cross, Ms. Cross, the white female, or Mr. Floyd. There's no evidence of a personal romantic relationship with them in which she obtained these benefits. That's the reason why we did not do that. So she goes forward with her with the deflections. That's exactly what she does when she goes forward and she talks about a
Okay, thank you. I can do a news story. Judge vindicated by CDC lifting of the isolation guidelines.
They may have heard about you, Judge, a few times.
Maybe.
We are back in the court, ladies and gentlemen. We are back in the Eligio Bishop Court. We are back in the courtroom.
Do you guys want to get the stuff queued up while we're waiting?
It's ready.
It's ready, okay.
Is that the redacted version of it?
It's the same one we played at trial, and I have the additional brief redaction.
Don't leave this platform, because then you're not going to get the exclusive. We are rolling from different courtroom to different courtroom. We are on a marathon and covering these stories.
I think we might be ready on the gold wire plate.
Okay, I'll tell you what, we're going to show this video stuff, and then I'm gonna send them back to deliberate, to continue their deliberation, so we can do it right then.
Okay.
As soon as I'm done. I wanna get them
I understand.
moving.
Do you know approximately how long those videos are?
Oh, thank you. Let me have you, Tess, can you have them turn on their video for a second?
This is what is proposed to be going back to the jurors.
Can y'all turn on the video just for a minute and then I'll have you turn it off?
This is a Hip Hop Inquirer exclusive. This is a Hip Hop Inquirer exclusive.
Have a seat. Have a seat, sir. Have a seat. Thank you. The judgment. Have a seat, sir. Thank you. Have a seat, sir.
If he's playing games, he can take him back to lockup or whatever cell he's in.
Move that. No jury responsibility.
The jury is not in here now, sir.
Taking my clothes, thank you. So, not my problem.
I still don't see the video.
Sir, I have control that. Nothing to do with that. That was your decision.
All right. Well, whether you can get the video on or not, Mr. Bishop, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, I'm just checking in. Ironically, today, the CDC lifted its 5-day isolation guidelines. There's no longer a requirement for that, or a guideline, I should say. So, given that change, would you like to come back to the courthouse here in 6D and participate in your trial in person?
Sure.
Okay, then we will transport you during the break after the jury hears all this information.
This is breaking news. Nature Boy's coming back to the courtroom.
Can you what?
Can I see some move for the CDC?
Google it. You're pretty good at that.
Wow.
I don't want to do that, lady.
The judge got joked.
All right, if you would like to come back, then we will make arrangements to transport you back after, I'm not gonna stop the jury deliberation, our process right now. The jurors wanna hear your statement again and see some videos again. So after we do that and I send the jurors back to deliberate, you can, we'll instruct the deputies to bring you back to the courtroom.
That's fine, I agree with that.
Okay.
Oh, this changes the dynamic.
I don't care if you see evidence or not my problem. I'm telling you, it's on Google. So if you want to see evidence, that's on you. I'm giving you an opportunity to come back in person and participate in the rest of your trial. You don't want to take it, that's fine.
Could we address it maybe on?
Yes. Yeah, Mr. Booker will call you after,
Judge,
we're done
calm
doing the
down,
briefing.
Judge.
So you guys can go back on mute.
Judge, calm down. Calm down, Judge.
Probably turn the camera off in case it magically starts working.
The camera is not,
There we go.
yeah, it's not on, okay. All right. So you ready to go?
Yeah, I think Your Honor needs to switch the input to the HDMI that's right here.
Yep.
The judge is spicy. By the way, Mr. Bishop, the CDC has lifted the 5-day requirement. Boy, she said that with her chest. That judge snapped. She said, Google me, baby. She said, Mr. Bishop, I ain't with your crap today. I'm not with it. Mr. Bishop, can I see proof? Because you may be lying to me, Judge. I need to see proof. Judge. Mr. Bishop, Google it. Judge, you forgot a small detail. I don't have a computer. What is happening here? Judge, what are you doing? Man, you guys gonna have, you said, Mr. Byron, if you knew the history, you know something? I don't know if I can handle that history. Here we go. Here we go. Let me shut up.
Manually?
The same 2 points that we did during the trial.
Okay. Just make sure you do it at the right time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so here's the question. Would it still be reversal error if the CDC changed the rules today and his trial opportunity to testify was yesterday? It still may be a problem because it's the day afterwards. The ruling didn't come the day of, which would be significant for his position that he didn't want to be in the court until he had more information. So I don't know if this is going to fly, but I think the judge is already aware of that because she's obviously honing in on that protest by Mr. Bishop. You guys see where I'm going with this? Do you see what I'm going with this? She has memorialized her position that the CDC has changed the 5-day stay in place, which is good. That means I should end the stream and head to court. What do you think, guys? You think I should end the stream and just head to court? Should I end the stream now and just head to court? Because if there's a verdict, I need to be there. Jay said end the stream and head to court. Jay said it. So y'all attack Jay. Throw the tomatoes at Jay because he said end the stream and head to court. Can someone throw some tomatoes at Jay? Because he told me to end the stream. Jay, are you one of the court officers? What you're doing over there? Someone said I want to catch the big C. I don't know. Hold on. Let's see here. Oh, someone said, can I drop the link to the court stream? Let me answer. No. No one needs you in the courtroom but yourself. You're a hater. I can't do that. I can't have an unmanned stream going on. Things can break out. I don't have access. The judge said, who's catching that? What? Oh, he's right in front of me. Get him. Yo, shout out to the official King Payne. The King Payne in the building. That ain't music. That's my voice. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Do I sound like music? You want to hear me sing? Can I sing to you? Can I sing to you? So I said, don't leave your subscribers. My subscribers are cheap. I'm just kidding. I'm not really, but hit the Cash App. Come on. I'm gonna sing to you, ladies and gentlemen. And that, oh, sorry. Oh my goodness. I'm torn. Should I get in front of the courthouse and brave the cold and rain, or should I sit in the comforts of my home and just report from here? I'm so torn. This is a hard decision to make. Should I run up in there and say, Your Honor, I'm here. I'm here. Oh, hold on. Honda, we back.
All right. Y'all can have a seat. Poor women on the end, that walks in last. All right, y'all ready? We have the videos you requested and the audio statement. Mr. Coveney?
Playing State's Exhibit 5.
State's Exhibit 5. Which one is it? Is it the audio statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is just the audio
So
statement.
he's gonna read this real quick and get some information from you.
What's up? How you spell your first name? Eligio. You know my name. Come on.
We gotta make sure we have everything right.
I'm a controversial figure, but everything I'm doing is documented, it's out. Everybody's signing an agreement.
So let me get through this real quick.
And, Eligio? Yes, sir.
And Bishop?
Yeah, yes, sir.
What's your birthday, sir?
4/29/82. This is crazy, because I know about the girl saying like revenge porn, but that's just silly because I have the whole video of her consenting. Like I literally have the video in my phone. Like we plan to do sex education for Black people to show them what we learned through Egyptology. So literally, she's in the video, like, so come on, girl. Like, we're not even on that kind of vibe. None of the people around are on that kind of vibe. Like, we're not even those kind of people. Now, I said Malia be nice, because Malia got a little attitude problem. She thinks she a gangster. She thinks she a little thug. So she said, I said, y'all the ops. I said, well, why you telling me the ops? They not the ops. They're not the ops. I'm not against the cops. I'm public.
Okay, what's a good contact number for you?
939-349-1718. Just know I'm an innocent man and chick. I'm innocent. Like, I want you to know that. And I want you to feel my heart right now. Okay. I did not rape anyone, man. I wouldn't, honestly, the revenge porn, she did that as addictive, like.
Okay, so real quick.
What you're listening to is the police interrogation Nature Boy, Mr. Eligio Bishop.
I don't want my words to be turned on me, or I'm scared at this point because what's being said about me is falsely advertised, bro. Like I really honestly on my daughter's life, bro. I did not rape anybody.
So let's just go through that real quick.
Okay.
You can not worry about it real quick, okay?
Okay, but look, if you want to have an attorney though, I mean, you have the right to have. I'm going to have to get an attorney because this is wrong with
And
everybody.
that's what we're gonna go through with you.
Okay, I'm gonna sign.
And it's just so that at the end, you can state that, you don't want to talk now because you want to get an attorney.
No. I just want you guys, not to talk for myself. Okay. Because I'm an innocent man.
Okay, well, that's what we want to hear.
Yeah.
But we gotta let you know.
That's the first mistake.
Okay, these are my Mirandas.
First, okay, you can, this is silly.
I want to be getting set up, bro. That's all I will, whatever, the universe, if you want me in jail, fine, I'm not surrendering, I'm gonna surrender to the moment. This is probably the universe just putting me in a situation to try me, all right? Whatever, okay, whatever, like, all I know is I didn't rape anybody, bro.
Okay.
Like, I would never do that, bro.
Okay.
And I didn't do no revenge porn.
Let's just get through this real quick. Okay, you can read right English, obviously, right?
Right.
Initial, just put your initials for me. Okay, you don't influence alcohol or drugs. Okay, initial, and what's the highest level of education? Like 12, 14,
I did 12, but, I did barber school, I was like barber school.
Initial right there for me.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're right, sir, you have the right to remain silent, you understand that, right? Okay, initial form, please. Anything you say can or will be used against you in a court of law, you understand that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. Okay, you understand that? If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, we'll only appoint to represent you before any question if you wish. And you may exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Okay, and this lawyer says, I've read all these rights and you understand all of them.
Am I being signed, bro?
Well, no, I mean, when you're here to tell us if you didn't do it, I mean, we can't make you say you did it.
No.
We're talking about the setup.
If you're a detective, you can detect when somebody's lying. You feel my heart. I did not.
So real quick, understanding these rights listed above, do you wish to talk to us at this time? If you want to talk to us, initial yes. If you don't, initial.
Yeah, if you want to have an attorney, you can do that.
Wait.
If you want to have, okay, this is per your rights.
I have nothing to hide.
Okay, then if you want to talk to us, initial yes. And then sign below.
But just so verbally, you understand your rights and you do want to talk to us right now.
I'm confused, bro, because I want to do the right thing, and I don't know what's gonna get. I got you. Just need to trust the universe. Whatever. I'll talk to you. I'll just trust, because I don't have anything to hide, Mom. Listen, if I go behind bars as an innocent man, like God wants me there, so I'm gonna be there. But I didn't do it. I didn't do anything. You understand? So whatever is going on here, like, I'll talk to you. I don't know what you guys want me to say, or I'm just telling you.
Okay, now you initially said you refused, but now what are you saying? Because you got to verbally say to talk to us. You said I'm gonna have to refuse.
Refuse what?
To talk.
Can I stop talking anytime I want?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'll talk.
Okay.
Sign up, accused?
You're being accused, what I'm saying.
That's ridiculous. This is crazy.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so.
This is beyond crazy, like great.
What do you think? Okay, obviously, you know this is because you're being accused of rape, okay? What do you know about it? Who do you think did it?
Raping who?
Who do you think it could have been?
Only some vindictive woman that's trying to get me back for something, for probably not wanting to be with her or something. But literally, I wouldn't rape anyone. I got all these women. Those are all my women. Why would I rape someone? I got like 5 women. Why would I rape a girl? I'm a ladies' man. I got like 5, 6 women. Why am I rape a girl for? They come to me.
Why would anybody accuse you of that?
Because they mad at me. That's a lot of people that hate me online. I have a lot of trolls.
What letter?
She sent me a letter with a court date. Jeanette.
What for what?
For revenge porn.
I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, she sent me that letter. She sent me the letter, Janae sent me the letter.
And it was signed by who?
It was just a court hearing that I have to go to see if she could get the warrant. She put a warrant out.
She applied for a warrant?
Yeah, and so I have to go to the hearing on, I think the 18th or something, a hearing or something, just to see if she can get the warrant. So I was like, oh, that's simple, because I didn't do anything wrong. So I was like, I got the videotape, I got everything. We got everything ready for the files, ready to show that that's not true. But she knows it's not true. And we're spiritual people. So it's like, to me, it hurts me because I'm like, you know karma. Like, but then I'm thinking like maybe the universe just wants me to be I'm supposed to be. And so I will surrender. But I'm being falsely accused, but you know what I'm saying?
So let's start with revenge porn. You saying you have some consent form or what?
No, I have a video showing how we did it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, but she's incomplete. She's like literally going through the spiritual journey. It's a spiritual video, like showing that the vagina, and like it was really like an educational thing, right? And so I have the whole footage, like literally, like, and when she left, she was mad, and then she just flipped on me and said revenge porn. Because what happened was, on my Twitter, when she left, I thought she wanted to leave. I was like, oh, fine. So when she left, it was still on Twitter. So she said, she didn't ask me, she didn't call me and say, can you take that down? Because we did that together, can you take that down? She didn't do that. She just said revenge porn. And I know it's my haters, you know, saying, you should get on this. They're literally doing everything they can to put me in jail.
So let me explain, okay, the allegations of the rape, okay? She said that she wanted to leave, or no. She said that, you were upset at the face she made and you started having these girls hit her. And so she finally had enough. She said, I want to leave. And so I think she said, go ahead and leave. And so she packed her stuff up, I think, wherever she could. And she called an Uber. And Uber was outside. As she was getting ready to walk outside, one of the girls said, hey, you want to say goodbye to her. So she goes upstairs to see you, and then you end up cornering her and start making out with her. I'm telling you what she's saying.
That's my girl. She got my name on her butt. Like literally, like everybody knows me and Xavier are a thing. I don't have to rape my girl. Like she's my girl. Like she's saying that shit. That ain't nothing to play with. But I'm even nothing to play with.
I'm telling you, this is what she's accused of.
What I'm saying to you is, that's not even nothing to play with. Natiri is on video. We've been born together. We're lit. Bro, everybody in the world know me and Natiri do porn. No, rape Natiri. Natiri wanna have sex with me. She came to me. Like, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I just can't wait to look at her eyes and just be like, bro, you really gonna put me in jail for a rape? And I feel like,
And she claims that you wouldn't let her leave, and that you said that you were her property, and that
She was his property.
oh, I always say this to my woman. I always say that. I check them like that. I said, you're my property. I love you. You're my property. I always tell them that. They got my name on their butt. All of my women. And I tell them that because I love them. And I have to protect them. I'm a man. So you're my property. I love you. And that's to make them feel like, okay, I'm wanted and I love. But not to make them feel like, but she ended up doing this because she had to leave. The only reason why she had to leave is because she was mad because she didn't get the attention from the girl. It's all on video. We have the video of her saying, I came here because Baba G took me and he healed me. I got all of it. I had everything. Because as soon as I seen that letter, I said, make sure y'all get all the evidence. And I was like, cool, and I'm straight. You feel me? For her.
So you got a file of evidence?
I got a file. I have a whole file ready right now with evidence.
Where is it?
The guys got it. You can call the guys that can bring it to you right now.
Is it on one of the laptops?
No, it's on my cell phone.
On your cell phone?
Yeah, I got it on my cell phone. I can open my cell phone right now and show you it.
And what is it? We'll show me.
It'll show you the edge. Like, I want to show you. Can I show you?
Do you have his phone here?
I'll
Your phone's on with you?
No, whatever. I don't know where my phone is at, and I don't know where none of my stuff is at. What I know is that I have all the videos. I literally have all the videos.
Okay, so you made these educational videos. Did you tell her when you were gonna post them?
No, we posted them right there. We posted them together.
You posted them?
We were like happy about it. She's crying in the video, like, oh my God, this is so beautiful. Like in the video, you see it. Like, dude, we have sex. I don't have to rape her. We have twosomes, threesomes, all, like, bro, we do, it's what we do. This is what we do. We do sexual education. I have all that evidence. I have evidence of her just saying, literally, I came here, she came to my house, but she's like, oh, he healed me. Like, Natiri has, like, some, issues with prostitution. She's out there in the streets. So when she comes to me, I treat her like a woman, a lady. I say, you don't have to do that stuff. Like literally, when you come to me, you're my woman, you're my wife. You're not a prostitute. You're not able to do that. You should be selling yourself for money. And she's crying, and she has to go back to the streets. But then, like, I think that the dude that she was with, he got a vendetta. He probably told her to do it. I don't know what's going on, but I got the evidence, bro. I saved all my files. Because see, one thing I do is go live about everything. I'm on live all day, every day, because I know people trying to set me up. So I have everything documented.
But you got a lot of negative stuff on it.
Absolutely, because when I put stuff out, I have a group of people that don't like me, and they go hard. They're gonna go hard. That's what they do. But that's actually promoting me. So what I'm saying is, and I guess this is part of the territory. But what I'm saying to you is this: I got all the evidence to show that that's not real. Straight up, right now. And I can have my guy send it to you, like literally right now.
What I was trying to tell some of you folks here is, a lot of it's, they say it's a lot of it's acting.
It's like what we're doing is a documentary. So basically, look, if you don't know who I am, my name is Natureboy. I'm a spiritual teacher. I teach about nature and getting in tune with nature and living but naked in the jungle. That's what I teach. People don't listen to me. So I do radical things to get their attention so they can be like, so I think like, who the hell is this guy? And that's what we do on the internet now. We do clout chasing. So we be smacking each other. We all agree to like, all right, this is what we're gonna get attention. We literally sit down and plan it out. And literally we're doing a documentary right now. So instead of me saying, so I teach about, say I teach about the number 369, like Nikola Tesla, and I teach about binary code. Black people don't care about that stuff, so I can get their attention. White people love it. Black people, they be like, man, you don't care about that. So what do? I do things to get black people's attention. So what gets the attention? Drama. And so we create drama. We create drama scenes. For people, they love it. They feel, black people feel drama. Psychologically, I don't know why, but it gets their attention. And I feel like black people don't have a spiritual guru at all. And I feel like I'm that person. I feel like I'm their way into spirituality because, like, I feel like Sada Guru, I feel like I was gonna become Sada Guru for black people, for like people poverty, like people in poverty, so they can get spirituality. But it's my approach is a more aggressive, because that's what the streets is doing. But I want them to understand there's love, and I want them to understand it's education. If you look at my content, I'm always teaching them to do for themselves, grow your own food, be healthy with the earth. That's what I'm teaching here. My heart is completely pure. I would never rape a girl because at the end of the day, I'm a public figure. My name is Natureboy. If I rape a girl.
So what about the guys there that and the girls that claim that you are God?
I am God. I believe I'm God.
Okay.
I do. I believe that I'm God. I believe we're God. I believe everything is connected. I believe that you're God. I believe that the way I treat you is how I treat God. I believe you don't treat God, we don't praise an invisible God, we praise each other. The way I treat you is how I treat God. I don't put God in my mind, I put God as you. And I love you as I love God. And my relationship with you is my relationship with God. We're God. We're all one. One earth, one source. We all breathe in the same air on this one rock in the middle of nowhere, flying into the dimensions of the abyss of darkness. We're all on this one rock together. And we gotta get along. This is what I'm teaching. We can't keep fighting. And black people don't want to hear this. They don't, but I've been breaking through. See that, all that happening right now, that's gonna be on the news. That's gonna put my name on the news. They're like, Natureboy on the news. So I'm looking at this like, okay, cool, this is good. This is what I need. I need press to get people to listen to me. Because they keep taking me as a joke. I'm telling them mathematics of the universe. I'm saying, listen, we need to eat this food. We need to get this much sunlight. We need to get out the hood, put the guns away. This is what we need to do. Because we keep ending up behind bars. So we have to live in tune with the land. And this is my message to the people.
But all they're getting is,
no.
This is what I'm telling you. Good for what you do.
Because there's going to be haters. That's something big. There's a lot of love though.
But don't you think it's kind of contradictory to be teaching love? You're saying teaching love and then commanding people to smack each other?
No, because at the end of the day, it's attention. People want to look at it because we smack each other. And it's just how people
Isn't
are.
that a bad thing? To smack each other?
No, not that. It's a joke. Like we're doing it.
They don't see it as a joke.
No, and that's what I'm saying. Their perception of what we're doing is to get us response like giving. That's the point. So that people start talking about me. So that,
Wouldn't that give you the reverse of what you're trying to do?
no, because it'll give me press. Like right now, if I leave here and I get dumped out, the press is gonna be here, and then I'm gonna be able to teach black people, and I'm gonna be able to say, listen, what I was doing is this, and this is what I'm doing. It's my art. This is my art. And I have critics. I have people that are worried, and this is real. If it's not real, that's why I'm like, okay, let the police investigate to see that it's nothing harm going on.
But if we're seeing, based on your videos, a pattern of behavior.
Right.
And we have somebody come along that says, you wouldn't let me leave. You told me I was gonna stay here and you're gonna have sex with me if I don't want you. How do we take that?
Okay, this is how you take it. Watch the video. Just look at it, bro. Just please.
What video?
I have the video on my phone of like 6-7 videos of the educational video with me. When you see the videos of me,
We're not talking about the revenge porn, we're talking about the rape. We're talking about when she tried to leave.
No. What I'm saying to you is, why would I need to rape her if I myself was, this is my girl, why would I rape her? And then she left in the middle, she just left.
First that she had to leave.
No, this is what happened. Let me tell you exactly what happened.
Okay.
When I'm in the room, I'm gonna be all the way real with you. I'm in the room, I'm like, this is my girl. she's about to leave because she's mad. She's emotional. She's getting emotional because we're doing what she's supposed to be, getting it together. And she's like, I give up. I don't want to do this no more. And I'm, talking. So I'm like, hey, chill out. You don't want to do that. You know what I'm saying? So I hugged her. And she's like, no. And I'm like, babe, you know how it is. Like, it wasn't no stop. No, I would never. It was like, babe, chill out. And she's like, okay. And she texted me, she was like, all right. But then after we made love right there, she was like, she went in the room, we made love. It was no rape, sir. It was no forced entry. There was no rape at all.
That's what she's claiming.
But that's what I'm saying to you. That is a setup. That is wrong. And that's what I'm saying to you, sir. I did not rape.
But if we see a pattern of behavior based on your videos.
What, raping?
Not raping, but I mean domineering.
Aggressive?
Dominant.
I'm an aggressive man. I am a man-dingle warrior. I am a chief. Is there something wrong with that? No, but that's my pride. That's my ego. I can be manly. I can be aggressive. That's my art.
Okay, but what if somebody tells an aggressive guy like
No.
and then the aggressive guy says you don't say no to me?
No. See, I know that's what it looks like, and that's the figure of the black male, right? And the black male's supposed to be like this, and if he's not like that, he's gonna be offensive to people. Stop. Okay? I'm a man. I can be as aggressive as I want, warrior and all. Doesn't mean that I'm not gentle. You can feel I'm a gentleman. You can feel I'm a loving being. I'm not a gangster or anything like that. Online, people know me. If you watch me, I'm sweet. I literally suck my thumb on mine and play with my ear. Like I literally am a sweet guy. Like I would never harm her. And I wish I could see her face.
Explain then what was she upset about at the time that she wanted to leave?
She was upset because
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you can thank Max V. Max V's stealing the content. Max V, you got to put the work in, Max V. You want to shine, so let me call you out, Max V. Max V, you got to put the work in. You just can't just hijack the content. Come on, man. Don't knock the hustle, Max V. So he's wondering where the sound is at. The sound is over here, Max V. How about you come on over here and tell your people to come on over here, Max V? Oh, you didn't think I was going to call you out?
Come on, Max V. You see, I'm on it. I'm on the Negro's neck. Pause. Let's go. You can thank Max V for the interruption. Max V, you know what to do.
She couldn't make it. She couldn't make it. Well, let me see. I'm trying to figure it out because it was real fast. So she, okay. I'm just gonna be over here. We had a smack thing. If you write home, you get smacked. Okay, we agreed to that. She got smacked.
What do you mean by out of tune?
Like, say if we're doing something. Sometimes when I'm teaching, people get stuck looking at me. And so we have to get like, yo, we're gonna do that. We're gonna smack each other, we give each other, we're gonna like, what's up? You know what I'm saying? So she had got smacked, but she smacked somebody before. But she got smacked and she didn't like it. So she like, I'm done. I said, okay. Go ahead, make yourself leave. Because I didn't have time for this shit because you already know who you are. And you like, oh, I don't want to do this no more. I'm like, okay. So then I went upstairs and talked to her like, legit. You know, damn well. She come back and forth, back and forth, back. Material be in and out my life, bro. She come when she want, she leave when she want. Everybody knows this though. Everybody online knows material is in and out of my life. When she's doing bad, shit for her. But I think at this time, she felt embarrassed because of her line. She wait till everybody hears she said I raped her, bro.
Let me ask, what if, let's say you have,
I got so many women, bro.
Yeah, I get that.
And I'm gonna show you the videos where me and her have a relationship where we have sex with her. Like, there's no reason to rape somebody that you have sex with.
We're not saying that she didn't consent before then.
Huh?
We didn't say that she didn't consent before then.
No.
People say consent.
No, what I'm saying to you is, I would never jeopardize my career. I would never jeopardize what I'm doing. I work so hard.
Yeah.
I would never jeopardize that. She literally came in the room after and went to bed with us. Like, we was all together. Like, literally. For her to say, you raped me was like, that's foul. That's foul play. That's foul.
That's what she said. She said that she didn't want it and she wanted to leave. You said you ain't leaving nowhere, you're my property.
Well, it was not that tone. It was not that tone. It was like, stop playing with me, Jerry. What the hell are you about to do? You know you my property. You got my name on your ass. Girl, you want me.
But that's just telling you what to say.
Not like,
I mean.
not like, oh, you can't leave. Oh, no. I don't play that. Everybody knows. I tell them to get the fuck out. Get out now. Get out. I tell her, no, you want to go? Bye, because I know I'm on live all the time. I have everything on live. And I say, go, because I ain't got no time for the drama. But for her to say I raped her.
All right, guys. So we're gonna head to the courtroom and let Max V try to get the sound on his own. Max V, call the office, Max V. Max V, you know what the rules of engagements are. Don't do that. These guys will be literally pickpocketing you. Max V is a pickpocketer. Nah, he was streaming. We busted him. We busted Max V. We busted him. Just go back and take the head bar and pull it forward. Pull it forward. Yes, he's doing it. Don't let him. He doing verdict watch. How's he doing verdict watch? Max B, come on, Max B. Come on over here, man. Come on over. Yeah, but just go to Max V's page and type in the comment section, stop stealing the stream. Go ahead. I'm going to watch over there. I need all you over here that want me to continue streaming it here. Go in his comment section and put them on blast. Stop stealing the stream. That's what you guys got to go do. You go do that, and we'll come back and we'll continue with the verdict watch. But you got to go in and type in the comment section, Max V, stop stealing the stream. He's been busted. Thank you. I'll be waiting. I'll be over there watching the comment section. Yeah, I'm petty. I'm from the Bronx. You know what's funny? This guy over there giving legal advice, he's not even an attorney. He's trying to teach people the Miranda. He doesn't even probably know when the Miranda law came into effect. We get real lawyers over here. He's out there leading people down a dark and desolate road, and he's not even an attorney. You're trying to teach people the Miranda? Tell Max V to come over here. We're going to school him on the Constitution. Since Max V's giving Miranda warning instructions. What's going on here? The internet is so hilarious. I need to get my attorneys over here to tell Max V, stop giving legal advice. You're not an attorney. Stop giving legal advice. So now I got to troll Max V. No, listen, he stopped the stream because I stopped mine. All you got to do is just go back, just go back and rewind, and you can hear it. I'm going to go to the court, and I'm going to let Max V tell people he's doing verdict watch.
Ow!
Listen, don't tell me someone's level-headed when they didn't even listen. The level-headed people are the ones that reached out. Those are the level-headed people. Like, you're literally trying to steal the audience. Come on, Max V. This is what I'm talking about. People don't want to put in the work. This is what I've been talking about. Put in the work. Do some homework. Reach out. Don't just think that it's okay because it's the internet. Because if it's the internet, make it materialize. Bring it forth. Hack the counts. Do whatever you got to do. But you're not really trying to put the work in. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I will just say this. This is a jury request. They're going to go back in the deliberation room. I did want you guys to just listen to what the jury's going to listen to. But you got people like Max V that wants to stream it, but we went through the process and protocols through the court to do what we had to do. So now, instead of respecting the game, it's the people that look like us that do the same thing. They look like us. I know it's too much. You guys don't understand how media works. Some of you don't. But it's not like we could just take anything we want. No, it's not like that. No different than Nick at Night did her work. She did her research. She did what she had to do. So it's an insult to the people who actually did the work. You know, it's like you can't cheat your way through life. It's just what it is. I got no problem sitting in the courtroom. I got the COVID mask and everything. I got no problem sitting in the courtroom. But you can thank content creators like Mr. Max V for not even acknowledging they just taking the stream for someone else. So don't tell me someone's level-headed when they're really not. I wish I could go through life and just take what I want and without no regard. That's the problem. You can't do it. That's just what it is. Right, we'll watch it later. I'm heading to the court. Go thank Max V. Yeah, shout out to Nick at Night. Yes, because she did her work. And you know what? This is why you don't understand, guys, what I be paying lawyers and doing. I just don't want people to have to hold on a second here. Oh, wait a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa. Oh my goodness, I might have to roll. Hold on. Right, but you still got to, listen. Hit the page, report it. That's all you got to do. If you know I'm doing the work, the goal of another person who didn't do the work and got a whole verdict watch. Dude, if you don't stop playing with me, don't stop playing with me. Hold on a second here. Hold on. God, let's see here. Let me see what we got going on here.
No, that's just. I can't believe she would say that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so they're still in the courtroom. They're still in the courtroom. They're playing the audio from the interrogation. But Max V couldn't tell you that. Hold on. Hold on. Let's see what we got going on here. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Look, if there's something in there that.
There's gonna be a copy at the house. That was gonna be yours.
Okay, so we heard. Well, I was in the courtroom when this was happening. When they played this to the jurors. I want to say this was the second day on Friday that they played this to the jurors. I'm not so comfortable about that the interrogation of him. I would say this, and I'm not giving anyone legal advice, but if you have a Fourth Amendment, Sixth Amendment, you can pull up the Bill of Rights because there are 10 amendments to the Constitution, 10 amendments to the Bill of Rights. But when you are pulled over or you're being questioned by police and they decide they want to read you your Miranda or your warning that you have the right to remain silent, anything you say can be used against you, I would probably take heed and not say anything, contact an attorney because they're already honing in on you. They are in a pursuit to make a case. Their job is to make a case against a suspect, not to act as your liaison, your lawyer, your confidant. That's not their job. That is not their job. But so many of us have made that mistake and start getting diarrhea of the mouth, giving testimony that are giving statements that is not going to help them down the road. And let's be honest. So if you listen to this, if you listen to the way that the two detectives, the one is a very new detective and this 26-year veteran detective, they are selling this guy a bag of bad goods. They know, even though he's asked these questions, he knows something about the Miranda because he said it as well in the video. But knowing it and then applying it is different. You know it, but if you're not applying it, especially in the high, once they told you what you're being charged with, oh, no. Give me a lawyer. Give me a lawyer. I don't got nothing to say to you because you guys have already concluded through your investigation that I am the one that needs to be talked to. And you also got a warrant. So you are honing in on me. So that's what's happening. That's what's happening. They hone in on him, and their job is to build a case to present to their superior, thus present it to the district attorney. And that's just what happened in this case. So with that said, I don't know. Is there any instance where you do waive your rights? I don't know if that's the case because you now taking your one of the things that the Constitution has guaranteed you, and you've given it away. What else are you going to give away? Potentially your freedom. Potentially your freedom. Let's see what's happening in the courtroom. Max V got to talk to the people because he doesn't have the stream up. Hold on.
It's the C's?
To
Yes,
seize,
we'll give you a copy of the search.
So I
warrant.
have no cell phones? Probably not. If they were in the house, we probably got them.
Really?
Mhm.
But, I mean, like I said, we can go through it and look at what you did today, but it could be tomorrow, and if there's evidence in there suggesting that you didn't do that, then that would be a very fucking quick, turnaround. Okay, but how would you know where to look? I don't know, I mean, tell us where to look. You can't bring your cell phone here and let me show you? No, we don't have that, it's probably in the property room or crime scene unit right now.
Crime scene?
That's
They just document.
That's how we do all the search warrants. It's just nothing with you special, but every one of them is, they're handled like that.
Right, all right, so that's crazy. And I'm not
not trying to get set up. Like, I don't want nobody
We're not trying to-
planting no stuff on
We're
there.
not gonna be doing that though. We're not here to get you hemmed up. We're not.
Well, why are we talking race thing? This is, I know she said it, but it's like,
We gotta go based on what.
yeah, it's like, it's far from the truth.
Mhm.
And it's like,
But if you got truth to
Bogus.
tell us, we're trying to give you advice on how we
I
can get
just
it.
told you I have it in my phone, but if y'all got my phone, then,
But if you give us the passcode, that speeds us up.
so you can just.
But we're
open the
not,
phone.
we're not gonna go through it until we get a search warrant for it. We got the search warrant to seize it, and we're gonna get a search warrant to look through it. Okay? It won't be gone through until,
And after you search it, you're gonna be searching the property?
once the whole investigation is.
Yeah, I'm not gonna keep it. How long is the investigation? I don't know.
It depends on everything that comes with this. It depends on,
You guys got my passport too. Did you see my passport? Yes.
you'll get,
Yeah, you need your passport. Yo, dude, outside of this, as a human being, what do you feel? That, you're a detective, you detectives, you've been doing this how long? 26 years. 26 years, and you,
well, not as long as them.
okay, but you're a detective, bro. You dealt with people, what did you feel?
Well, you're the first guy, like yourself that I've ever dealt with. So, like I said, I mean, when I see all these videos. So,
It's pretty cool. I like stuff like that, I like the technology.
but you know, like I said, I mean, I guess maybe I'm conflicted, right? You seem like a nice guy, but in person, but in a video, asking you to blah, blah, blah.
Right, but did you have to arrest him? Was anybody hurt?
No.
Was anybody harmed? Did it seem like anybody was in danger? You're a detective. So this all seems like a lie, right? I mean, thus far, in all the things that you heard, it's now that you're here, now that you met everyone, now that you feel the energy, is it a lie?
No, you can't say it's
Come on, it's not true. It's not true, you know it.
No. I mean,
no, I'm just saying like, from what you heard. So, okay, the videos, good. What you heard and what you felt as you investigated and looked further, you can tell that's not going on.
No, not necessarily.
Really?
Just like a conversation.
But I'm live all the time. Like, I'm literally.
But you're,
That's not,
is that
that's
not,
not
is
helpful
not
to you.
helpful for you?
It's not helpful for people that didn't commit any crimes.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a bad, like, there's a lot of rappers that portray to be bad guys and stuff like that, but it's freedom of speech and it's freedom of, you know what I mean? It's like, yo, okay, I see it looks like that, but then you don't just make me that because it looks like it. That's what the detective's for. The detective's for is to go a little deeper to make sure that it's not.
Okay, but by what you said, looking deeper would be maybe into your phone is one thing. I didn't bring up looking in your phone. You brought
I
up.
have nothing to hide.
Okay.
I will give you the password to my phone and all the other phones, and you all got the same passwords.
Okay, that's gonna be helpful in cooperation.
Okay, what I'm saying to you is that I just don't wanna plan it in my phone because of my figure and what I feel.
We don't have any association with your figure. We didn't know about you before any of this. You were not involved in any of our lives.
Why would we want to plan? I mean,
Okay, so this will make the job easier.
What that, yeah, this will make the job easier.
Okay, so when you go on the phone, you can find
what is it? Okay, if we go on the phone, where are we gonna be looking at? Pictures, videos? Videos.
If you scroll up the videos, it's recent, you're gonna see them. They like right there.
And what are we gonna see that's gonna,
You're gonna see a whole bunch of videos of me and all the girls doing sexual activity. You're gonna see Interior in there, and you're gonna be seeing her like, oh my God, I love this. This is so beautiful. You never me. You're gonna be seeing her say that. That's what you're gonna see. And then you're gonna be like, wait a minute. Like, oh, then he turns around and rapes you.
when is the most recent video you think of her with you?
So a woman can just say you raped her and that's it. Just because I'm portrayed to be a bad guy in the media?
No, I'm not saying that.
And I want to know if this was going on. Like, okay, I raped you. And what? How do you prove that? How did she prove I raped her when I got so much evidence of us fucking freely? I'm trying to understand
from a logical sense. Okay, someone can just say that I raped them and because I have a bad image online, I go to jail. That's crazy. That means women would do that every day, all day. These women are vindictive. What I'm saying to you is this, I have a lot of women, all of those women are mine. Like, what do I need to rape a woman for when I'm the ladies' man? I'm the ladies' man. I get so much, you know what I'm saying? I don't need to do that.
So what if they decide one day to go against you?
No, you gotta go. You go against me, get out. Because you're a problem. That's how we deal with you. Get out. Immediate. That's what I told her. Get out. And I know that she didn't want to leave.
Why did she leave?
That's the question. Because I feel like she's been talking to somebody on the phone. I would look, with me, it's like people coming by. I'm open to the public. Literally. Like, my address is public. So that means anyone that needs help can come to me. Okay, I get all kind of crazy people that come. I don't know the theory outside of me trying to help her. She came to me as I'm a spiritual teacher. I'm open to the public. Anybody can come to my house and receive love, and I loved her. Prostitutes her. That ain't no snitching. I ain't about to talk about all that because ain't nobody's business, and that's not what I do. So she has a company and she pops back up on him and shows it live like, oh yeah, yeah. And everybody's like, yo, it's here, me bouncing around. What's going on? Listen, when they find out she tried me for rape, the whole, you gonna see all the support I got. You gonna see the people like, I got a lot of people that hate me. I got a lot of people that's gonna come through for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, as much as haters I got, you don't know the people that love me.
Okay, I'm not gonna deny that.
Judge, I believe the other item of evidence the jury requested to review was State's Exhibit 2, which was the 3 videos posted to Twitter. My understanding that
The 3 videos that were posted to Twitter? Yes.
okay.
This is not good. Those videos are awful. They want to see those videos. That's not good. That's not good. When I tell you that people were crying in the courtroom when they played those videos, ladies and gentlemen, wasn't a good sight to see. The videos that they're going to play, which we will not see, are videos, the revenge porn videos. Very graphic, very graphic. And I can tell you that there were several people behind me crying when they saw the videos on the screen. And the victim was also watching them play the videos. And one of the videos involves his ex-wife. They played that as well. No, the jury wasn't crying. It was, let me tell you, I looked at the jurors. That's why I was focused on. I wasn't even, listen, once I saw what was on the screen, I wasn't even focusing on the video. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Well, they're not going to show the screen. The judge already instructed the camera not to even point to the screen, so that's not happening. But the juror, they were the men on the jury. They glanced, but they kept on looking down. Some of the women were just watching. Some looked shocked. If they playing these videos, whoever requested to see these videos in the jury room, they already know where they're going. I feel like I know where they're going because you don't want to see those videos again. It's no point in looking at those videos because it's you know let me if I can be very graphic, it's oral sex, it's graphic.
I think they looking to. I don't know. It's pretty graphic. They may want to convict. I don't think they're looking at these videos to see whether or not it was consensual, because it's porn that they agreed to do. But do we believe that they consented to it being on the internet? The video is not going to tell us anything, but the requesting of the videos is significant, because I would just say that those who have watched that video,
Those are the 3 videos, okay.
ooh,
All right, I'm gonna send y'all back to your jury room. The light is fixed, so sorry. I don't even wanna know how long you were waiting on me. Don't tell me. Let us know when you have, question. Oh, Madam, are you the foreperson? And the juror with the conflict for tonight? Oh, what time do we need to stop for each night? 5? Okay, perfect. Sure.
this may go over the weekend, because a juror has a conflict. They need to leave, and they may be going out of town. I did hear that a couple of days ago, but they have a conflict, and that conflict will probably stop the deliberations, unless that's the alternate. Is that no other alternate would be listening to the evidence? So now they got to stop at 5 o'clock. Is the jury believing that perhaps? Well, they want to hear first of all. Let's think about this. They wanted to hear what he said to the cops, and then they want to see the videos and see his response to the revenge porn part in that interrogation, and how he explains the videos. That's all I can deduct from that. Why else would they want to see the interrogation video other than to hear him deny the the charges? But one day I did notice that in the beginning of the video, the interrogation video, when the cops asked him, "Who do you think?" Something to the effect, "Who do you think made the report?" He said 2 people. Well, he knows he had a conflict with one of the individuals, and he went to that individual. But he also said in the beginning that a lot of people, have issues with him. But he went into those 2 people, and this is probably why you should always have an attorney with you, because then the attorney will tell you, "Nah, y'all make your case. I'm not helping you make your case. If you got a case, make your case." If you got something that will point to my guilt, then you make your case. So let's ask this question. Could they have made a arrest just based on her word, or did you think that the things he said in the interrogation made them swear out the warrant? What do you think? You think that he did too much talking in that video that would lead to them believing that he may in fact did what they accused him of doing? Let me ask an honest question. How many of you would voluntarily talk to the police if you're a suspect in a crime? Put a 1 in the chat if you will voluntarily talk to the police, uh, even though you believe you're totally innocent. How many of you would just talk to the police to help them ascertain whether or not the crime occurred? It's kind of tricky, because not all the time cops are going to arrest you. Sometimes they just want to get the information to see who's telling the truth. Right. Yeah, I agree. Listen, as I listen to the video, I'm like, this dude is saying a whole lot. You talking too much. He thought he was giving one of his YouTube classes. He was talking too much. And some of the things he said, I'm gonna be honest, it was kind of cringeworthy. But yeah, that's his lifestyle. I'm not here to judge him, but he did say a little too much, in my opinion. I think that the detectives were able to tag team him. The whole good cop, bad cop, the whole sales pitch in the beginning. I saw like you got Nature Boy, while he talks a lot, he has to also listen. He even asked them, "Why are you trying to set me up?" Well, they're gonna say, "Yes, we're trying to set you up." Now keep on talking. They not gonna tell you that. It's not illegal for a cop to lie to you in doing the investigation. It's not illegal. It's not illegal. The Supreme Court has ruled that that's not illegal. Because at the end of the day, even if they're lying to you, but if you tell them the truth, you tell them the truth. I mean, somebody said Nature Boy is used to talking to people that support him. Yeah, you talking to cops. They ain't here to support you. As a matter of fact, they have a record of every call that came to their house. And if you're saying that they've been swatting your house, I think the county is not that big. They want to know why cops keep coming to your house. This is why, first of all, they didn't have a search warrant to come through your house when you saw that video. Although they were doing a welfare check, but they didn't have anyone in particular that they were doing a welfare check on. They walked through the house and everything, but the judge, which is interesting, didn't allow that video to go. Let the jury see that video. I do think that if the judge would have allowed that video, even though the victim testified that she wasn't being held, but do you guys think there was value to letting the jury see the video of the body cam video of the cops walking through the house and doing welfare checks in different rooms and so forth? Do you think that would have weighed heavily on the juror's decision as to whether or not he did, in fact, held someone against their will? So Ross said means nothing. But here's the problem. If you were so concerned about COVID or Mr. Bishop, you let people come walking through your house with no mask on. They just come walking through your house. Or did they have masks on? I don't think they were doing the mandates in it wasn't a mandate in Georgia for people to wear masks, but I wore one. So someone said, I would say I didn't do it, then ask for an attorney. No, that's not how it goes. You ask for an attorney, you don't say nothing else. You don't have to say, I didn't do it. I want an attorney. How about I want an attorney? And let your attorney do the talking from that point. No, it doesn't go, I didn't do it. I want an attorney. You just made a declaration of your innocence. No, you get your attorney and you let your attorney do the talking. Can we talk about deliberation? And we always try to read the leaves, the tea leaves, and see like what does this question mean? I don't think with what they went back to they looked at the video, so they're not taking the video back to the video's not going back to the deliberation room. They looked at the video. My guess is they're going to take a vote before this 5 o'clock conflict. And hopefully they don't rush shit because someone has a conflict. My guess is they're going to take a vote, another vote, and It may be someone that is holding out. It may be a few people holding out. They may need to see something else to determine his guilt or innocence. All that stuff happens in the delivery room. Years ago, when I was on jury duty, it was like, everyone had their own personality. And it's not like an easy process in that you have some more outgoing or more assertive people maybe inserting their opinions a little too much in the jury room. But at the end of the day, this is not an open and shut. That's one thing we did. Well, I don't know. I can't say that. They started real deliberations today. So a day of deliberation, don't get nervous with a day of deliberation. That means they're working. If they come back at the end of the day with a verdict, I don't know. I don't know. All right, guys, I had to get back to the other courtroom. With that said, just stand by. The live is still staying up.
Conflict. The last category.
Who is a disgruntled former partner. The text messages in the state's opinion show that he is vengeful. You heard from his own testimony here, sitting before the court, that all he did was speculate, and any information that he had and garnered and then passed on to Ms. Merchant was mere speculation. I believe he said that over and over again when asked if he had personal knowledge. My recollection is around 15 times he said he had absolutely no personal knowledge of a romantic relationship between the DA and Mr. Wade. You also heard from the special prosecutor, Mr. Wade, a former judge. You heard from the 80th governor of the state of Georgia, Roy Barnes. You heard from the first female elected district attorney of Fulton County, and you heard from her father, who was a 40-plus year practicing attorney in good standing when he left the practice of law. And what I would submit to the court is that Miss Gertie's testimony was nothing more than inconsistent at best, based on what I reference to the court earlier as it relates to the representations that were made by her counsel prior to.
Are those in evidence? Would his responses during a motion to quash, which weren't subject to cross-examination by defense attorneys, weren't even part of the evidentiary record of the hearing? Again, I'm just kind of puzzled by that. You didn't ask the question of Ms. Gertie, what did you tell your attorney before coming here? And then we could have dealt with privilege issues and whatever else.
I would agree with the court. It's not an evidence, but it was a statement by an officer of this court to the court during a hearing related to her testimony and how we would proceed with her testimony in this hearing. But it's clear that what was represented as to why she would not have, be an appropriate person to testify was that she had absolutely no knowledge of the romantic relationship. That was the basis of why her counsel was saying that she shouldn't have to testify.
So then under that theory, if accepted, where did the incentive arise between Monday and Thursday for her to completely change things around?
Where did the incentive arise?
So she was fighting so hard to avoid if we're going down that road you propose, she was fighting to not to come in here and testify at all. And then she comes in here and testifies. why would she have testified the way she did if she didn't want to testify so strongly? If we're going down this road of trying to just gauge her interests and these kind of things, I don't know if I'm quite following that theory.
And I can appreciate that, but I would say the reason she didn't want to testify, I would submit to the court, is because this is an incredibly public forum where she would have to testify against a former friend and a former boss. And I think the change, I wouldn't qualify it as an incentive. What I would qualify it is ultimately when she was forced to testify, right, a motive and a bias as to why she testified in the manner in which she did. When asked by Ms. Merchant as to the reasons for her leaving, she kind of danced around the issue. And then as Ms. Cross asked her about whether she resigned or forced to leave, she was fired, she came out and said she was given the choice: you can either resign, but either way you're leaving. You're fired, or you can resign in a manner in which, she wouldn't be officially fired, when she's trying to get future employment and things of that nature. So I would submit to the court that there's absolutely no incentive. An incentive is not why Ms. Yurdy's testimony changed, or the state would contend her testimony changed, but it was the reason she testified the way she did was because of her bias towards the DA, which gave her motive to what the state would contend is be less than honest before the court. And I would.
But if we're going to draw inferences based on her fighting the subpoena, why would she have fought it if she had such a bias and wanted to say these untruths?
Because she didn't want to come on national television and have to be exposed to the things that, well, I don't know anybody who wants to testify before a court in a normal trial, a normal proceeding, but one of what I would qualify in this high profile in nature, where everybody would be able to watch and learn at what she has to say as it unfolds in the courtroom. And I'd further submit to the court, there is reference to she left the DA's office in the text messages that were submitted, and I believe, what is it, Defense Exhibit 39, that it's because she released confidential information in the DA's office, from the DA's office, that led to her firing, that she wasn't.
And I know I'm just because it's more conversational, which I appreciate. I know I might be getting you off script, so I don't want to use up all your time if you need to get through some other things.
Next, Terrence Bradley, and I believe the one thing that the state and defense counsel can agree on, that he was less than honest at times during the proceeding and during his testimony. He, when pressed or asked by Mr. Sadow why he was fired, he basically chalked it up to a dispute between partners in a business. But when pressed by Ms. Cross, it was clear that that wasn't the reason. And what I would submit to the court, what has been referenced by defense counsel as baffling as to why the state would go into such a topic area. The state, as all counsel has when appearing before the court, has a duty of candor. And when Ms. Cross knew she was going to have to cross Mr. Bradley, she knew he lied. And she had a duty of candor to the court, in the state's opinion, to expose that. More importantly, it goes to his credibility and the statements that had been represented by defense counsel that he allegedly had made in the past. So it was important to bring that to the court's attention, because when a witness is testifying, the court is assessing their credibility and determined whether to believe the veracity of the statements made by the witness or not. So that is the most important factor when determining whether somebody is telling the truth or a lie. Furthermore, he reluctantly, when pressed, finally admitted that he paid off the assault victim, eventually it started with an escrow account, led to he did pay off the victim in that case. He testified over a span of 3 days, and like I referenced to the court, he must have said 15 times that he had no personal firsthand knowledge as it relates to the relationship between Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade. More importantly, when pressed by counsel, he could not pinpoint a time in which he knew that the relationship occurred. There were many instances in which he described that very well could have fallen within the time frame that was testified and by both Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade as it relates to the relationship beginning or transitioning into dating in March of 2022 and into the end of the relationship in August or the summer of 2023. And as I referenced to the court, the statements that Mr. Bradley made, the state would contend are inadmissible hearsay as it relates to the statements that he was pressed and asked about what Mr. Wade told him, because Mr. Wade was never confronted with those statements. And in order for impeachment to be proper, he must be confronted with the specific statements that are alleged to have been made in order to impeach him. Again, Mr. Bradley had every motive to lie. I believe the text messages are kind of clear, are very clear as it relates to his disdain towards Mr. Wade, which due to the fact that, he was expelled or exiled from a thriving law practice. And it was clear the practice, and Mr. Wade sided with the alleged sexual assault victim, which is clear he assaulted her due to the fact that he paid her off. And as I referenced earlier, Ms. Merchant represented to the court that Mr. Bradley had personal firsthand knowledge basically of it all, of everything, and that he would be able to basically be an impeaching machine. I think Your Honor referenced him as the star witness when you were addressing the claims that were made by Ms. Cross in relations to Ms. Merchant's representations to the court. And what I would submit to the court is that all Mr. Bradley's representations as it relates to when the relationship between Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade began, and whether they cohabitated, because that was a promise that was also made, that he would be able to impeach the investigators as it relates to cohabitation, was mere speculation, gossip, and innuendo. And this is, Your Honor.
The impression I got, and we can correct this while we're all here together, is that Mr. Bradley directly overheard a statement from each of these individuals that they could be impeached with. Ms. Merchant, is that accurate?
Directly overheard, which ones are we talking about?
Well, essentially, that kind of seemed to be all of them. You had said Allen, Bond, Young, and then the investigators, Hill, Green, and Ricks, could all be directly impeached by statements overheard by Mr. Bradley.
Yes.
In reference to your question, the unequivocal answer was yes. And when Your Honor is looking through the text messages, I would submit to the court that the text messages don't even say or indicate what was represented to the court in relation to the good faith basis for this motion to disqualify as it relates to the testimony of and the ability to impeach witnesses through Mr. Bradley. What's been referenced by all counsel is Mr. Bradley's assertion of absolutely as it relates to whether the relationship existed prior to Mr. Wade's hiring. And the question in itself,
there's nothing happening
involves
in the
speculation, 'cause
courtroom
it asks,
right now.
do you think it started
The minute
before she
you
hired
know,
him? He says
you will
absolutely.
know.
He doesn't say he knows. He doesn't provide any context as to how he knows. And in these text messages and through his testimony with the court, the source of his information was unclear. What I would say to the court as to a lot of things, other than the one conversation that allegedly occurred between Mr. Wade and Mr. Bradley. And I would submit to the court that conversation never occurred. That would be the state's contention. And how do we know that? We know that because that conversation was not confronted, or Mr. Wade was not confronted with that conversation. And that is evidence circumstantially, and I'd even say direct, as to that conversation non-existent. Because based on the representation made by defense counsel, it would be clear that that would be a conversation that would have been relayed to, because it wasn't privileged, as Your Honor found, that would have been relayed to Ms. Merchant. And if that conversation happened, you better believe that would have been a conversation that defense counsel would have confronted Mr. Wade with and against. And the reason they didn't do that was because it didn't exist. Again, you heard from Mr. John C. Floyd III, the district attorney's father. As Your Honor heard, he was a well-respected member of the legal community for over 40 years. But the importance of his testimony was to provide the court with corroboration as it relates to the years leading up to the relationship that transitioned into dating between the district attorney and Mr. Wade. What he testified to is that he moved into her South Fulton home in 2019. The evidence of his moving into that home at that time was his Georgia driver's license, official government document. He further testified that not only did it wasn't that just Miss Willis and himself live at the South Fulton home, but that he often would see on numerous occasions the significant other of Miss Willis that was not Mr. Wade. He referenced that that person had a nickname of Deuce, and that he kept a lot of his belongings in the garage of Miss Willis. He specifically said he kept a lot of his disc jockey equipment, is how he referred to it when before the court. He made very clear that he had never seen Mr. Wade at the South Fulton home that is owned by Miss Willis. He made clear that he lived in that home with Miss Willis and Miss Willis alone, other than her two daughters who would occasionally visit that home until after February of 2021. But what precipitated the soon move of Miss Willis to what I would reference as safe houses for her protection was a protest that occurred before her home in February of 2021. He then expressed to the court that Miss Willis moved in the spring of 2021, and that due to these threats that were taken very seriously, he had only seen his child 13 times. He said, in reference to the questions by defense counsel that were in a, and I'm just going to be straight up with the court, they were trying to make Miss Willis a liar, what is how I would submit to the court, in the sense that she testified that she was concerned for her safety and her family's safety, which included her father and her daughters, and that Mr. Floyd remaining in that home kind of rebutted all of that, made it so it wasn't true. But he testified that he stayed in the home because it was the home that she had put her blood, sweat, and tears in and was able to buy, and that he stayed in the home because there was constant officer presence. He told the court that he bought extra security equipment. He even went as far to tell the court that he slept in different rooms on different nights because he felt his safety was in such a concern. So I would submit to the court that line of questioning was done in an attempt to discredit Miss Willis, but failed. Would be how the state would characterize it. Then he testified about the first time that he did meet Mr. Wade, which is in 2023 here at the district attorney's office. And he talked about how he kept cash in his home and why Miss Willis kept cash in his home. And what the court should take note of is the state didn't ask Mr. Floyd about the cash in his home. That came out through the cross-examination of defense counsel. So there was I guess the implication that Mr. Floyd only did so due through his preparation with the state and his hearing and seeing news articles and clips related to the testimony that had occurred prior to him. But I would submit to the court that it's telling that that information came out through questions that were asked by defense counsel, which gives credibility to the statements that were made. And he further explained as to why he taught his daughter to keep cash in the home as it relates to financial independence and having a safety net. It was further testified that he had multiple safes and that he gave Miss Willis his first lockbox, or her first lockbox, for situations as she described when she was testifying. And what I want to make clear is during Ms. Willis's testimony, it was pressed about the cash and where she kept it. Did it follow her, where she laid her head, and things of that nature, trying to further discredit the practice that she had as it relates to keeping cash in her home and why she had the ability to pay cash to Mr. Wade and other people and for other situations. And what the court should take note of is that there was no evidence that controverted that at all. Where was the evidence that controverted Miss Willis's claim and practice of keeping cash in her home? There was none. In fact, the only evidence it was substantiated through the testimony of her father, Mr. Floyd. Furthermore, you heard from former Governor Roy Barnes, and his testimony was significant and important because how I would phrase it, Your Honor, is it debunks.
Let me on this point, and I think you might have had a more recent opportunity to review his testimony than I have. You say on the slide that she was the first choice to lead the prosecution. Was that actually his testimony, or was his testimony that he was asked to come aboard? Did he use the words that he was asked to lead?
Yes, it would be, that's my recollection, that he was asked to lead the prosecution. He was asked to he was asked to fill the position that Mr. Wade is currently in, which is the lead prosecutor. It was said in that way as well as it relates to the testimony of Mr. Barnes. So I think it'd be very clear. My recollection is that he said lead, but what I can submit to the court that I know he also said that he was asked to fill the position that Mr. Wade is currently filling for the state of Georgia, which is the lead
at that
prosecutor.
time as special grand jury prosecutor, right?
Yeah, the special, I guess, yeah, as the special prosecutor, lead the investigation, which led to the ultimate prosecution that we're here before Your Honor today. He also indicated that the reason he turned that job down was because it didn't pay enough. He said he had mouths to feed at his law firm, and that he also didn't want to live the rest of his life with bodyguards because he had lived that for the years in which he was the governor of Georgia. Furthermore, he confirmed the qualifications of Mr. Wade, which I still find it quite interesting and confusing as to attacking Mr. Wade's qualifications, in that it's almost as if Mr. Roman's counsel is asking that the state put a prosecutor on the case that she sees to be more qualified to attempt to convict her client. It's an interesting argument, and it's one that makes no sense. Furthermore, if you were to believe the claims and allegations as it relates to Ms. Willis' personal stake in the prosecution, the receiving of financial benefits and gains, then you'd have to believe that she was also dating Roy Barnes, the former governor, and Gabe Banks, in addition to Mr. Wade. If she has this grand plan scheme in order to profit off of the prosecution of this case, because that's what they're saying. Or they're saying that she telepathically or prophetically was able to know that Mr. Barnes and Mr. Banks would turn down the position so she could then hire Mr. Wade. It's ridiculous. It's absurd. And it's desperate. It's a desperate attempt to remove a prosecutor from a case for absolutely no reason, Your Honor, other than harassment and embarrassment. This slide, and we've been through a lot of the testimony.
And I should be clear there, it was not introduced in evidence that Mr. Banks turned her down, right? That's not, is that part, how's that part of the record?
Well, I'd ask the court to take judicial notices, has been asked repeatedly.
Unless the district attorney had testified to that. I don't recall offhand.
I will be frank with the court. I don't recall if Ms. Willis testified to that exact fact, but I know that Mr. Banks represented that to the court during Monday's hearing as it relates to the allegations that were made. I understand Your Honor's position as it relates to that.
Trying to make sure we know exactly what is in the evidence and is not, but regardless, I think your point is made.
I think it's an evidence of the record as it relates to, I guess, the issues that led up to the actual hearing of this case. So I understand Your Honor's position, but it did come out during a proceeding that was prior to the actual hearing. This slide is just a chart showing kind of the testimony of both the district attorney, Ms. Willis, and Mr. Wade, as it relates to how they met, how or when Mr. Wade became the special prosecutor, when their relationship evolved into a romantic one, talking about the trips in which they took after their relationship evolved into one that became romantic, and when it ended. And what, again, I would submit to the court is that those facts were consistent, and the only person who contradicted that when the relationship started was Ms. Yurdi. And what I would bring to the court's attention is that it was represented to the court that Ms. Yurdi was a witness other than Mr. Bradley who could bring to the forefront this issue of cohabitation. And when pressed and when asked about it, Ms. Yurdi had absolutely no information as it relates to this alleged cohabitation. It was false. She said she had no information. She was asked about trips. She said she had no information about the trips. Yet, she's such a good friend that Ms. Willis confirmed each year that Mr. Wade and her continued to be in a relationship 2019, 2020, 2021, until their relationship ended due to her forced resignation and splintering of their friendship, Your Honor. You heard, I guess, several exhibits obviously were tendered in. Most of them were exhibits that came from the sealed divorce of Mr. Wade and Ms. Jocelyn Wade, contracts for legal services, trip itineraries, and the text messages. And I would specifically reference prior to today, the only text messages that were before Your Honor were defense exhibits 26 and 27, which it's the assertion of defense counsel that what those show is that Mr. Bradley had information as it relates to the relationship starting prior to March of 2022, and that's just false. Those text messages do not contain that. It does not pinpoint, just as Mr. Bradley couldn't, when the relationship actually started. And furthermore, you have the testimony and the evidence of the text messages that it was mere speculation. If you, as Your Honor, reviews the full chain of text messages, it is clearly Ms. Merchant and Mr. Bradley going through what I can describe as nothing else other than a mere fishing expedition between the two of them at first, because it's asked about certain members of the DA's office who would have information as it relates just specifically, for one, Ms. Young. It is asked whether she would have information, and he had no idea. He said he assumed, he was speculating. And that is the same as each person that was subpoenaed in reference in the text messages. All of that was speculation. And you know it was speculation because not a single one of them testified. That's telling. Because if it wasn't mere speculation, if it wasn't mere gossip, and if it wasn't mere conjecture, each one of those people who were subpoenaed would have been called to testify, like District Attorney Willis was, like Mr. Wade was, in order to be confronted and then impeached by Mr. Bradley. You've heard, obviously, about the phone records, and I have a maybe, because whether it comes into the purview of Your Honor as it relates to the determination that Your Honor is to make as it relates to the disqualification of the district attorney. You also have the affidavit from the employee who worked at the winery who confirmed that Ms. Willis did in fact pay in cash, up to more than $400. And I understand that this is part of the proffer of the state, but it's important because that is a witness who the state didn't go find. That is a witness who went to CNN in order to confirm what Ms. Willis testified to, further giving her statement's credibility and credence before the court. You heard about.
Well, before we move on from that one, other than the foundational concerns, would you have a response to the proffer of the cell phone records?
I have, I'll get to that now. I was going to get to it later, but I have several foundational concerns as it relates to the cell phone records. I don't think I've ever, as Mr. Sadow's motion makes very clear, the state uses cell phone records routinely. And I would agree with that. We use them routinely, but we use them with an expert and they're always challenged.
Right. So, like I said, in the interest of time, setting aside the foundational concerns.
Oh, I thought you were asking about.
No. Focusing on the substance of them, assuming that it would be admissible in the guise that he's proffered. Maybe you have that further up, but what's the reaction to that?
So what I would say initially is that due to the fact that they were analyzed by someone who was a non-expert, the analyzation of those cell phone records were not properly peer reviewed. They were not, it's clear from the state's review that the normal practices that are used to check the use of which kind of data is being used in reference to the two specific dates. I believe it's September 10th and 11th and November 29th and 30th. The affidavit that is used to say that Mr. Wade remains at Ms. Willis's or in the area of Hateville, because again, during the hearing, the address for the Yurdy condo never came out. It was just that it was the Hateville condo. The actual phone number for Mr. Wade was never established. And the documents that were provided to the state that were certified business records did not have a subscriber page. So we have no idea that the number belongs to Mr. Wade. Now, I understand Your Honor wants to look past the foundational issues, and I can appreciate that. But the foundational stuff is very important as it relates to the admissibility of the records.
No doubt about that. But if somewhere how they were able to survive those foundational concerns, do you have any reaction?
Yes, I do, and I will skip forward so I don't. So what's interesting is that the records that were provided they start in January of 2021 and they go, I believe it's to November 30th, I think is what of 2021, the span of the records. And you heard from all of the witnesses, including Ms. Yurdy, that Ms. Willis did not move into the Hateville address until April of 2021. That was the testimony from all of the witnesses, April of 2021, and that she lived in her South Fulton home from when she met Mr. Wade in October of 2019 up until when she had to move. And the assertion by defense counsel is that Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis began a relationship right after they met in October of 2019. What's interesting and what's telling is that Mr. Wade's handset doesn't once appear in anywhere near the area of her South Fulton home, but they're dating, but they're in a serious relationship. And if you were to believe what the defense counsel says, that they have been in a relationship from October of 2019 up until she moves in April of 2021. So, a year and a half or so, but he never once enters the area of her home. But they want you to believe that that's a lie, which is why counsel for defense continued to press District Attorney Willis and Mr. Wade as to whether he had ever been to that South Fulton home. Well, this corroborates that that was not a lie, that he had never been to that home. And it's more than suspect if you've been in a relationship, as they claim, for all this time, but never once went to the house. So I think that's telling. What I would also bring to the court's attention in the state's initial review of the records, that from January of 2021 to March of 2021, those times when Ms. Willis did not live again at the Hateville address, she didn't move there until April of 2021, that his handset appears in that area 23 times.
Sure.
Why
How do
she's
you,
not
how do you
living.
reconcile that with this testimony that was alluded to, I think, by opposing counsel, the reasons he gave for being in the area?
Well,
would those line up to 23 times? I think,
Well,
I think too many reasons for being there, right?
Well, I think that's the point. I would say yes, that is the point. He referenced that that's an area that it was not uncommon for him to be in. And clearly that is the case because Ms. Willis didn't live in that area. So again, it's further corroboration as to what Mr. Wade indicated to the court. And after Ms. Willis moved into the condo in April of 2021, they appeared 35 times. Now, I want to make clear to the court, both Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade never denied that he had been to that condo before. The specific testimony that was elicited by Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade was that he had never laid his head, was the direct quote, at that condo, which these records don't prove that he laid his head anywhere. If you were to believe the analysis, or if you were to give credence to what the non-expert says as it relates to Mr. Wade's handset in September and November for the 3 to 4 hours that the phone is alleged to have remained, that doesn't disprove anything that was testified by both Mr. Wade and District Attorney Willis. It was that he visited there. The specific hours of their visits was not something that was pursued during the questioning of both of the parties. So what I would also submit to the court is that if you look at the days as it relates to in September and November, the use, the type of information that is used to make the plots for the longitude and latitude of the handset is data records. It's not voice records. It's not SMS or text messages. It's data records. And it is not uncommon for an expert to testify as it relates specifically to AT&T records that actual data record is unreliable as it relates to the location of the handset due to the type of information that it is, that it's data. It's not the voice and the SMS, which I know, Your Honor, as has been referenced, was a prosecutor not only here in this county, but for the federal government, where this kind of information is commonly used. So in the comments that were made by the court, it was clear that you understood and understand the use of cell phone records as it relates to put somebody in an area, and again, not in a specific location. I'd also bring to the court's attention as it relates to the validity of the affidavit and the analysis done by the expert that was hired by Mr. Sadow, is that not once does it reference the fact that AT&T records commonly have duplicate and triplicate entries within the call detail records. That is something that is commonly seen, and that is something that is seen in these records. And that is something that leads to the incorrect number of times that has been alleged that Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade were in communication through text and voicemail. And I'd also submit to the court that that number doesn't prove anything again, doesn't prove that anybody's in a relationship. It proves that they were in communication with each other. And I think Your Honor can use your own life experience as it relates to people you work with or friends that you are close with, and the number of times that you make calls to any of those people. I can submit to the court that I have a friend who I've been friends with for 15 years, and she worked in the office previously with me. And based on our professional relationship and our personal relationship, the friendship that we had and still have, that we talk 30 times a day. So that doesn't mean we're in a relationship. So the assertion that the number of times that Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade have spoken to each other, whether it's through text message or phone, it has no validity as it relates to them being in a relationship. What I would submit to the court is that what was shown through all of the evidence was that there's been a true cost to Ms. Willis as it relates to her life. that she had additional expenses that she had to endure because of her position, in the sense that she told the court that she had a mortgage, but on top of that mortgage, that in a house she didn't live in anymore, she had to pay for a safe house, that her home was vandalized, and there were racial epithets and sexual bigotry that were spray painted onto her house. The concern of her safety in her life is something that was testified to, and the fact that this job has led to the isolation and separation of her from her family and friends, which was given credence, and the credibility of those statements were provided by her father, Mr. Floyd, that he had only seen his daughter 13 times since all of these instances occurred. The stateful nature of the statements and the falsehoods that, for example, in these text messages that were purposely leaked to the media as it relates to Ms. Willis's daughter, subjecting her position in school, that she flunked out of college, which isn't true, which in fact she has graduated from an HBCU. But what's been leaked to the media is the fact that she flunked out of school and someone other than her father moved her, which again, the validity of which was never shown. And all the while, Ms. Willis, facing these costs, has been able to continue to do the work unrelated to this case, which is shown in the fact that Atlanta's murder rate and violent crime rates have decreased while she has been in office. But what was shown through the testimony of all of the witnesses and through the evidence that Your Honor heard was that there wasn't an actual conflict, that the defense failed to provide any sort of actual conflict in relation to Ms. Wade's, I guess, the relationship that transpired from the relationship between her and Mr. Wade, and that there was absolutely no evidence of a financial benefit that she gained as it relates to the prosecution of this case and the ultimate outcome of the case. The corroboration of all of that is the things that Your Honor is very much aware that she could have, I guess, financially benefited from stretching out the case, for lack of better words, by the special grand jury recommended that 39 individuals be indicted. But through her sifting through the special grand jury's report and all of the evidence with the team that indicted the case, they only went with 19 of the defendants, which had she gone with all 39, based on the defense counsel's assertions, would have given her the opportunity to certainly find these financial gains that are claimed through the allegations of defense counsel. More importantly, why would Ms. Willis repeatedly ask this court to set a trial date as soon as possible if her motive in prosecuting this case was to continue to financially gain as alleged from the prosecution of this case? It doesn't line up. It doesn't make sense. And it doesn't make sense for a reason, because it doesn't exist. More importantly, this office has multiple RICO and as well as large scale cases like this one and much larger. And they also, there's a lot of high profile prosecutions. If Ms. Willis's ultimate goal by hiring Mr. Wade was for her financial benefit, then she would put Mr. Wade on every single one of those cases. So she could certainly revel in the riches and lavish lifestyle that has been referred to by defense counsel, which there's been absolutely no evidence of. The evidence was she stayed at a DoubleTree in Napa, a DoubleTree. I don't know that to be a lavish hotel. Most people, when they go to Napa, if they want to lavishly experience Napa, stay at the Ritz-Carlton, the Four Seasons, things of that nature, not a DoubleTree. So the allegations and assertions that Ms. Willis was living the lifestyle of the rich and the famous is a joke, an absolute joke. As it relates to what you heard, and the secondary issue is the forensic misconduct. And for lack of better words, what has to be shown is that the statements that were made by Ms. Willis related to the prosecution of the case and ultimately the guilt or innocence of the defendants. And we have none of those statements. There's been no evidence. Nothing has been provided to Your Honor as it relates to Ms. Willis' specific statements made about any of the defendants and in relation to the guilt or innocence of any of the defendants. I forget which defense counsel referenced the fact that she said she had a 95% conviction rate. Well, what Ms. Willis's job is to instill confidence in the community as to how well she is doing as it relates to her constitutional duties. And that was exactly what was done when she referenced that she had a 95% conviction rate in the previous year that she was serving as a district attorney. More importantly, it's been the allegations about race and religion being imputed in her speech, and that those comments were directed at the defendants at this table. And if you listen to the speech, those comments are directed at two elected or political officials. I believe it was Marjorie Taylor Greene and Ms. Bridget Thorne, who is a member of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners here. She specifically used their names. I don't know that they, and my knowledge is they're not supposed to be sitting at the table, and I haven't seen them in my work as it relates to this case, Your Honor. So those allegations that Ms. Willis committed forensic misconduct are, again, there's no validity to them. There's no evidence of them as it relates to any of those comments, which this is an issue that Judge McBurney has previously ruled on when these same allegations were alleged as it relates to extrajudicial statements made by Ms. Willis. And it involved a statement that the words fake electors were said by Ms. Willis. And he found there was absolutely no conduct that was impermissible as it relates to forensic misconduct. And I guess to drive home the point, at no point in any of the statements that were made and that are alleged here as it relates to the speech that she made at the church, at no point did she mention the guilt or innocence of any of the defendants. She, again, was merely responding to comments made by Marjorie Taylor Greene and Bridget Thorne, two other political officials, therefore making her comments not even close in the realm of any sort of forensic misconduct. What I find interesting is that defense counsel wants to make these allegations that Ms. Willis committed this forensic misconduct by the statements that she made in her defense as two unrelated, in this case, public officials criticized the job that she was doing. And I find the hypocrisy interesting in the sense that we've had video proffers released to the media by defense counsel, emails between counsel released to the media by defense counsel, statements have been made by defense counsel in relation to this case. We had the unredacted version of the cell phone records of Mr. Wade released to the media by defense counsel with his private and personal information causing the threat of harm to both Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade to increase. The most recent instance was the text messages that Your Honor hadn't ruled on their admissibility prior to their release, and it was made clear during the hearings that the ability to get those, the full chain was something that they were unable to do. But they figured a way, and the minute they figured a way, they released it, the information to the media, simultaneously with turning it over to the state and the court. For all the reasons obviously stated before Your Honor, that this motion should be denied because the legal requirements that are required in order for the district attorney to be disqualified have not been satisfied. The defendants have failed to raise any issue legally or factually to satisfy the legal standard for disqualification. They must show an actual conflict. They've been unable to show that the prosecution of this case was at all a result of political bias, which has been accused, or accusations have been made as well as demonstrated that the prosecution of this case was motivated by any means or any way because of malicious prosecution. And they haven't been able to prove that this case was one of selected prosecution for political benefit or gain. All allegations that have been made during the course of different hearings and the procedures as it relates to this case. What I would leave the court with and how the state started the argument is that courts have been generally unreceptive, if not hostile, to attempts to disqualify prosecutors based on pervasive and institutional conflicts, which makes clear that the burden, that the standard is very, very high that must be met in order for an elected district attorney to be disqualified. And that burden, that standard has not been met. An actual conflict has not been shown. And more importantly, in conjunction with that, there's been absolutely no evidence that the district attorney has benefited financially at all, but benefited financially in conjunction with any outcome, whether it be now or ultimately as it relates to the prosecution of this case. And because of all those reasons, Your Honor, we would respectfully request to deny defense counsel's motion to disqualify the elected district attorney, Ms. Fonda Rose.
All right, thank you, Mr. Eligio.
Your Honor, I think we have 5 minutes and 44 seconds.
That's what it says. Mr. Cromwell.
Ceding the,
Oh, you, okay, handing it up. Understood. Mr. Sadow, all yours.
I'm going to do rebuttal, specific rebuttal. One, state somehow makes an argument that we should have asked Mr. Wade questions about his relationship and his communications with Mr. Bradley when they objected over and over and over. And Wade's counsel objected over and over and over, claiming that everything that Bradley was told by Wade was attorney-client privilege. Your Honor made determinations thereafter to Bradley. We didn't get the opportunity to call Mr. Wade back to the stand. So to claim that you can't impeach him because you didn't ask him when they objected to us asking him is obviously a false position to take, as disingenuous as it can be. Now, if the court wants to open it up, we'll be more than happy to call Mr. Wade back to the stand. But as the record stands, there could be no confrontation of Mr. Wade when both his counsel and the state are arguing that it shouldn't be done. Second, let's use a little common sense here. Forensic misconduct received about 2 minutes worth of discussion. The rest of it is all on conflict. Forensic misconduct dealing with the way the state wants you to have it is if you don't accuse someone or you don't say that someone's guilty.
Yeah, assuming you can impugn someone's character to the degree that constitutes forensic misconduct, why is that?
I'm sorry, say that.
Here? Assuming you can impugn someone's character to the degree that it constitutes forensic misconduct. I think that I guess the state's primary position was that they weren't talking about you at the church.
Right. And if you go listen to it and watch it, it starts off by saying, why does Commissioner Bridget Thorne and so many others, and then it refers to they attack him for being black. They attack him, not anyone else, just they attack the black man. They're not talking about Miss Thorne or Marjorie Taylor Greene. They're talking about us. And you know how everybody knows that? Because not a single story from the media reported anything other than Fonnie Willis
update news.
accused the defense and defendants of being
by.
racist. Now, here's the common sense part of this. If you follow the state's position on forensic misconduct, Fonnie Willis could all day long talk about race. She could say the defendants, I'm not saying they're guilty.
Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. Stand by, stand by. We have some activity. We have some activity in the courtroom. Stand by. This is coming in. Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. Stand by. We're trying to get our feedback here in the courtroom. Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. We're trying to get our feedback in the courtroom. Here we go. Let's go. We might have a verdict, ladies and gentlemen. We may have a verdict. Okay. All right. All right. Hold on. Hold on. Let me check. Hold on, guys. Okay. If we see a lot of security coming in the courtroom, uh, that's an indication that there may be a verdict. All right. So make sure you smashing the like. Make sure you're supporting the platform. I'm doing this for you guys. I'm doing it for you. Okay. Yeah, security's coming in the courtroom. Okay. 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 Let's see what's happening. I'm trying to read the room just like many of you. Okay. Yes, it's going down. It is going. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have a verdict. This is a lot of security in the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we may have a verdict. This is a lot of security in the courtroom. Hold on a second here. Oh my goodness. Now I've been in the courtroom and I know what the courtroom protocol is with security. So that means that we'll start seeing people file into the courtroom. Yes. What did I say? Listen, I just told you guys we had a verdict. This is heavy security presence. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you smash the likes. Smash the likes. This is going down. This is going down. This is you got the goon squad in the courtroom. This is not the regular security, ladies and gentlemen. This is the squad. This is the goon squad. I hate to refer to them as goon squad. They are the sheriff. They are getting in position. And I only see this type of security when there's a verdict. And yeah, it's going down. All right, guys. Make sure you're supporting the platform. I could be anywhere else, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm here with you. Make sure you are supporting. This is definitely a verdict, in my opinion. I've been doing this for 30 plus years. And whenever I see this heavy security presence, this tells me there's going to be a verdict. And they want to make sure the people in the peanut gallery is not acting up. I've seen this many times play out. I've seen it in so many trials I've covered. When the verdict comes down, this is not a question for the jury. This is not, we have a jury question. This is a verdict, ladies and gentlemen. In my opinion, this is a verdict. Please don't fault me if I'm wrong, but I believe I'm right. I've been doing this a long time, and I read the court, and I'm telling you something, it's going down. It's going down. Make sure you're smashing the likes. Make sure you smash the like. Y'all could be over there. Y'all could be over there, but you're over here, and I appreciate that. I broke the trial that I've been, another high profile trial. I broke that so I could be here with you guys. Now, this is, someone said end the live. Now, they don't want me in the live. I'm not doing that. This is it. No watermarks, ladies and gentlemen. No watermarks. No watermarks. You know where you heard it at. You heard it here. I'm not putting any watermarks on this because this is exclusive. This is exclusive. The sheriffs are coming in. The marshals, the blue pants are coming in. It's going down, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, no. No, 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 no. They bring in the marshals. What's going on? This is, whoo, whoa. Oh, my goodness. Okay, yes, it's going down. Nope, yep. They're getting ready. Protocol is to get the security in position. We're waiting for Mr. Bishop to come to the courtroom. I'm giving it to you guys exclusively. No playing around, no messing around. This is exclusive. Shout out to those who are supporting the platform, because you know what? This is not the only trial I'm covering. I'm covering a plethora of trials, but this one is important to you. So I decided to be here. I could be in the rain, getting the interviews after this. I need to be at the courthouse getting the interviews. I'm here with you guys. Oh, we're not letting the trolls come in the comment section. Yeah, hold on. Let me just block you real quick. We're not doing that. You're not going to interrupt the stream. We're going to take you out of here. We're banning you right now. No, you're not dropping your codes and all that in here. We're not doing that, ladies and gentlemen. You're gonna put some respect on this platform's name. And I'm gonna tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. I've been in enough verdicts, and it's very nerve-wracking. I'm seeing a lot of movement, and I can tell you, I'm seeing people in that courtroom that are senior supervisors in the sheriff department. So this tells me that, oh my, okay, cameraman, pan the room. Mr. Booker is in the courtroom. We're waiting for Nature Boy to get in the courtroom. As you know, he said he's willing to come in. I think this is important. Everyone's going to be watching this. I think he should come in. I think he should stand up, listen to the verdict. I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. This is nerve-wracking. I get it, but this is happening in real time, ladies and gentlemen. There is a verdict, no doubt. I can read the tea leaves. They don't need this much security in there for a question. There is a verdict in the case of Eligio Bishop versus state of Georgia versus Eligio Bishop. It is going down, ladies and gentlemen. Please brace for impact. Now listen up. The timing. You guys thought I was going to fail you. Okay, I see this hand signal. I see what you're doing.
It's 10-4. We're going to get started in a few minutes.
Roger that. Roger that. Oh no. Everyone's in. I see people I recognize. I see people that I recognize. Let me go, ladies and gentlemen. Let me go. Let me go. Wow. Let's go for the reaction. I'm going to come on screen, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm going to text my. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on.
All right, y'all can have a seat. Okay. Are you ready? All right. Do we have Mr. Bishop in courtroom C? Okay. All right. Can y'all hear us in courtroom C?
My prediction?
We're live with Attorney Akeisha L. Shabazz.
Yes. Okay, very good. Mr. Bishop is present?
Yes, he is.
All right, thank you so much. All right, I understand the jurors have reached a verdict.
The jurors have reached a verdict.
There are to be no outbursts.
Come on, Judge.
Anybody
Judge, you know
on
they're going.
either side.
Judge, you know what's going to happen, Judge.
That will not be tolerated. You will be immediately escorted out of the courtroom. For those folks who've already acted out in court and have been sent out, they're going to remain out. So just FYI. All right, let's go ahead.
I think it's going to be a split verdict.
Okay, I think they're going to. It's going to be a unanimous verdict. Here we go. 1 second. Hold on.
All count?
Hold on. Here it comes. Stand by. Stand by, Attorney Akeisha. Stand by.
I'm listening.
Mr. Bishop is not in the courtroom. He's in an adjoining courtroom. I don't know why he's not in this particular courtroom. He said he was coming. Okay, here we go. Take your seats. Why are you?
You all have reached a verdict. Is that correct? Yes, and you are the foreperson? Are you the foreperson? Okay, sorry, no, it's hard to hear. Will you go ahead and hand the verdict form to the deputy? He's going to show it to me first. I'm gonna review it and make sure it's filled out properly, and then I will have you, enter it into the, I'll have you stand up and read it into the record and publish it.
Here we go. Judge is going over the verdict form.
And dated. All right, everything looks like it is properly filled out. If you would please hand it back.
Here we go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Booker is at the table by himself.
Good, let me just.
Don't tell me to hush. Let me take you out of here.
All right, this is the verdict of the jury in indictment number 24 CR 1183, State of Georgia versus Eligio Bishop. On count one, how does the jury find? Count one is rape. Guilty. And
Count one, guilty.
Imprisonment. Guilty.
Count two, guilty.
Three, prohibition on nude or sexually explicit electronic transmissions. Guilty. Count four, prohibition on nude or sexually explicit electronic transmissions. Guilty. And count five, prohibition on nude or sexually explicit electronic transmissions. Guilty.
Guilty on all counts. Guilty on all counts.
All right. I'm going to have the deputy provide the verdict form to the state and to the defense for them to review.
Thoughts, Ike? Thoughts?
No surprise there. No surprise there. I mean, let's go ahead and mute courtroom C, please. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Let's get the reaction. Hold on.
All right. Anything further from the defense?
No.
Okay. Anything further from the state?
Should I be filing a motion to seal the jurors' any identifying information in this
Okay.
case? I'll have that filed by the end of the day. But other than that, no, you have.
Okay, and as far as the sentencing, when does the state, when do y'all want to go forward with that?
We'd be prepared to go forward as soon as this afternoon, whenever the court would like.
What?
Mr. Booker?
I understand what my client is, Judge. Whenever the court's pleasure, it's fine. You do it now.
Okay.
I do have some of the individuals that testified as witnesses.
No.
There'll be a few minute delay in getting those invitations.
Let me link you in. Hold on. Let me link you in.
Okay.
Ms. Newell is here, obviously in person, so she would be available whenever the court would like.
Okay, well, let me just do this. Let me first excuse the jury. You have concluded your jury service. I know this was a very long, arduous trial, and I want to thank you for your service. And you can go back to the jury room one final time. Do we have we have their letters? I'll come back there and give you, I'll stand far away, but give you all your letters, and then we will get you outside and on your way. So thank you very much for your service, and if you just hold for a few minutes for me, I'll be there momentarily. Okay. I just as soon get this done today if y'all are both agreeable to it.
I'm here, Judge.
Okay, yeah, instead of making you come back another time.
Oh, wow.
So we'll take a break and let you, here's the Zoom information. Yeah, you can come back.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Natureboy has been found guilty on all counts. Natureboy has been found guilty on all counts. The judge has decided to sentence him today. So it's going down today. Everything's happening today. The judge has decided to sentence him today. Yes, Natureboy has been found guilty of all 5 counts, and the victim will be giving an impact statement. And today it's going down today.
So did his lawyer waive a pre-sentencing report?
The lawyer said he's ready. I'm like, I don't know. The lawyer said he is ready to proceed. That's crazy. The lawyer said he is ready to proceed. This is significant.
Typically, after a conviction, there is a pre-sentence investigation report. that guides the judge in determining whether there are any mitigating circumstances that might affect sentencing. So I really don't understand how she proceeds to sentencing without that information unless there's a mandatory minimum and she has no wiggle room.
She already told him he's facing life without the possibility of parole. So, I mean,
Is that the minimum though? Is that a mandatory minimum? That could be the max. That could be the maximum penalty.
let me just say this: based on what I've seen, she's throwing the book at him. She's throwing the book at Nature Boy. I don't see her showing any deference to Nature Boy, and I would say that the jury, I don't know if you were aware, but the jury asked to see the body the interrogation video and 3 of the revenge porn videos. That was what they asked to see, and as a result, they saw the videos and they went back in. And what I said, that's not good. Those pieces of evidence for the jury to ask to see the revenge porn video was damning. There's no reason. I sat in that courtroom. I said, why would anyone want to look at that again? It's because they wanted to put the nail in the coffin, and they probably had maybe one that wasn't certain until they saw that it was all out. That's what it is. I mean, I said once I saw the heavy presence of security in the courtroom, I said, "There's a verdict." We know we both been there. We've seen this many times. When they bring all the goon squad in the courtroom, it's going down. It's going
Well, he
down.
wasn't there, so I figured they wouldn't have done that, right?
He's in the adjoining room. They're gonna. I think they're gonna bring him out. At this point, he is property of the state.
Wow. That's crazy that she's going to sentence him today. I don't know if she's trying to seal his reversible error or what. Like, I mean, maybe she knows that she committed reversible error. So she's like, let me just sentence him so he can file his notice of appeal and get that shit going. I don't know.
Let me say something. This sentencing right now, this is interesting that they're doing this, even in light of the fact that with the whole COVID situation. Why rush it? Why not do 2 weeks?
Right.
Why don't
I don't get it.
Why isn't there ability for him to bring in people that's going to speak on his behalf, as well as the victims? There may be other victims that may want to give impact statements. No one knew this verdict was coming back today.
But the defense attorney has to make this argument and say his client is not ready for sentencing. So
I don't know.
What happens,
I don't know why he's not doing
at
that.
sentencing, the court says, "Is your client ready? Your client prepared for sentencing? Your client ready for sentencing?" And you could either say, "No, he's not ready. He's still getting this in order. He's getting that in order," or "No, you judge, the court hasn't had the benefit of a pre-sentence investigation report that we believe is important in bearing on the court's sentence." Unless it doesn't matter.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Let me say this. It all matters when there's an opportunity to give him a day less. I think the lawyer should say, Your Honor, we need
But maybe there isn't, Dennis. Is what I'm saying is there, if there's a minimum, like that the court is constrained that she has to sentence him, then there's no wiggle room for her. There's no mitigation. So that's what I'm trying. If there's a mandatory minimum, then she may think, fuck it, I'm going to sentence him to the mandatory minimum. It's 20 years on each count. Consent time, that's 60. That's fucking life. I'm good.
Yeah, she's giving him life. He's getting life. This judge, I see her giving him life. He's not going to show up in the courtroom at this point. He's probably bucking the system and he's not showing up.
I really think that if she gives him life, that's coming back. I think that's coming back because you haven't given him the benefit. A defendant is entitled to a speedy sentencing and all of that too, but he's also entitled to due process. You still are entitled to due process. So what is the rush, and why aren't you giving?
Right. Attorney Griggs just said rape is a 25 to life. He just texted me. Rape is 25 to life. He just texted me. I don't know where he's at. Griggs, if you're
she's got to do that.
Right. Mr. Griggs, if you're available, can you come on the live? Let's talk about what what is options that the judge has. You are a Georgia attorney, and you know. Wait, hold on. He's texting me. Hold on.
What about the PSI?
Okay, he just texted no PSI in Georgia. Rape is 25.
What?
Yeah, let me read off what he said. Rape is 25 to life in Georgia. Send him the link. He's coming on. Stand by. I'm gonna drop you the link, sir. I'm gonna drop you the link.
So she doesn't have any wiggle room. That's why, how you gonna know? That's
Okay,
crazy.
we attorney
Savages out there.
We are live. We are live. We have thousands watching. We are live, attorney. I don't know if that really matters to you. Stand by, Greg. Stand by. I need to send him the link. Hold on. I'm gonna drop the link in the chat, Attorney Griggs. I'm gonna drop the link in the chat. I know you're watching. I'm gonna drop the link in the chat. I can't text it to you. I'm gonna drop it in the chat right now.
Let me jump on YouTube.
Okay. Yes. Come on in. Come on in. Let's go.
All right, I'm hanging up and get on YouTube.
Okay. I'm gonna hang up on you. Okay. I dropped the link, Attorney Griggs. I dropped the link in the chat. Let me go and drop the link again, and I'm gonna pin it. Let's see here. I see you, Simone. Would you stand there? I have to bring the attorney up first. I have to get Attorney Griggs up. Attorney Griggs. She's quick on the click. I see you. I see you, Simone. I see you. But I gotta get Attorney Griggs up here first. Stand by. Let me see if I can pin this. Hold on. Attorney Griggs, where are you at? We need you. Here you go. That's the key, sir. Where are you at, sir? Samantha, I see you, Samantha. I'm going to bring you up real quick until Attorney Griggs join. That's the key, sir. Where are you at, sir?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey. Samantha, what do you have to offer to this conversation? Let's go.
No disrespect to you. I really love your channel, but that woman talking is annoying.
We're not going to disrespect my good friend from
She's just babbling. Can you get her off? She's not the judge. If they want to sentence him today, that's what they're gonna do. That's all I have to say.
Okay. And that's all I can hear right now, by the way. Can't insult that's my friend. Don't insult my friend. She's not babbling. She has several degrees. She's not babbling. Be nice. Be nice now. We ain't gonna do that. Waiting for Attorney Griggs to show up. Attorney Griggs, where are you at? The people are waiting. Sir, you don't need no makeup, sir. You don't need any makeup. The link is working, sir. The link is working. Oh, you know what? Let me text it to you. I'm gonna do it this way. The link is working. Maybe you didn't type it in right. I'm gonna text it to you, sir. Stand by. Okay, here you go. I'm gonna get Attorney Shabazz on as well. Okay. All right. Hold on. We have a verdict, and I send the link. Now, Samantha, why did you jump on? And I was asking for the attorney. You jumped on just to insult my good friend. Come on, Samantha. Don't do it like that, Samantha. All right, guys. All right, guys. We're waiting. I just can't believe that woo, that the sentence is going to happen, but this is what the process is according to Attorney Griggs. This is the way they do it. Let's see here. Listen, like if you guys want to get my attention, you can simply hit a super chat where your comments will stand out because there's so many coming in. It comes in color, and I can read it. But that's how you got to get my attention. I'm not sitting here reading all the comments. If you want to get my attention, hit the super chat, and then you'll get my attention. Buy a badge, something. Just get my attention. There are a lot of comments coming in there. I let Samantha sneak in. Samantha snuck in. Stand by, people. Stand by. Stand by. Stand by. Samantha pulled up on me. Samantha. Samantha pulled up on me. Let's talk about this. There's going to be an impact statement, and it's going to be sad, and it's going to be sad to some, and I'm sure that the advocates for victim services is going to be there with her. There are a lot of people in the courtroom, outside the courtroom, and this is going to be a moment. But we're going to keep the stream up. We're going to keep it clean, and this is what it is. Yes, Nature Boy is getting sentenced today. He's getting sentenced today. Mm-mm-mm. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, for those who have been following this stream, I appreciate your patience. I told you guys I would be here for you until the conclusion of this gavel to gavel coverage, and it is now it is pivotal point for Mr. Eligio Bishop as he will be sentenced. Attorney Griggs, one of the skilled attorneys in Georgia, has sent me messages to essentially tell me that this is what this is. It's mandatory. The 25 is no pre-sentencing report. They're going at it right now. This is it. This is it. I'm sure his supporters are very disappointed right now, but we're gonna let this thing play out. We're gonna let this thing play out. They found him guilty on all counts, 1 through 5. And I told you guys, I said once they asked for that piece of evidence to be played back, why would anyone want to see that those revenge porn videos? Okay, we got some activity in the courtroom. Someone maybe just came across the camera. But why would you want to see that type of evidence unless there is, in fact, they're leading towards a guilty verdict? And I said it's going to be unanimous. It's going to be unanimous. It's going to be all counts. What does this mean to his movement? What does this mean to his movement? What does this mean to his movement? We're going to keep the stream up. Stand by. We're going to keep the stream up. I'm going to go off camera for a second. We're going to keep the stream up. Okay. Listen, who wants to get up and talk about the verdict? You just heard the verdict. Who wants to come up now and just talk about the verdict? Don't come criticizing guests or people there. Just be respectful. If you want to come up and talk about what you just heard, you heard it exclusively here, then the link is right there. You can come up and let's go. The link is there. Samantha, if you want to try it again, you can try it again, but don't attack the guest, Samantha. Come on back, Samantha. Hold on. I don't know. That link is working. He's saying the link is not working. He says the link is not working. Should I end the stream and then come back? I might lose you guys. No, I don't want to end the stream. We're not going to end the stream. Griggs, you might have to try another computer or try it from your phone, sir. Come on now. You got that high tech over there in the office. I seen what your office is like. It's high tech now. Don't do that. Michael Davis. Michael Davis, I see you, man. I see you, man. Take the gum out your mouth, man. What's up, Michael?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Michael. What is your thought on the verdict?
I really think that, I really think they're going too fast with this.
How so?
I really think they're going too fast because they gotta bring people in to bring people in. Like they should wait like a week.
I know. I would just say, even though they don't need a pre-sentencing report, at least bring some people in that can hear a softer, gentler side of Natureboy. I don't think the judge is interested.
Yeah.
I don't think the judge is interested, and it's not really giving people an opportunity to come in. But they do know that people knew that there was going to possibly be a verdict this weekend, so they should have probably been on standby. But 5 counts. He was found guilty on 5 counts. Your thoughts?
Yeah, 5. I mean, I've been following Natureboy for a while. You know what I mean? So it's like, and I just thought he just like, I don't know, he's just so weird to me, man. And that's not how he tell the other females to hit the other females and stuff like that. And it's just crazy to me, man. I really think he deserves it, but I don't think he deserves a life sentence, though. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. I hear some activity in the courtroom. It looks like people are filing in. Okay, you can continue. I have someone else here. Tam, you got to get on camera. Tam, you had to get on camera. Okay.
Well, that's all I need to say.
Okay, my brother. I appreciate you coming in. Please make sure you support the channel. Thank you. Tam, how are you? Tam, unmute yourself, Tam. You're muted.
I was trying to change my background because I
It's too
didn't
late
know
now.
how
We got
to
it.
make
Listen, we see the crumbs on the floor.
for real.
Oh!
I'm, I didn't see or hear about that video. I don't know. Can we say names?
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the ex-wife. Ex-wife. Yes.
I didn't see that ex-wife video. So prior to that, hearing about it, I thought maybe he would get off on some of them because I didn't feel like the prosecution really fully proved. But if that video showed, I mean, he got everything he deserved. I don't think they need to wait.
Okay. I have to break. I got an attorney coming on. Tam, I appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're joined with attorney Gerald Grizz. Gerald, how are you?
Hey man, what's going on? Can you see me?
I can see you. Let me move this out the way. Let me get all the stuff off the screen. I can't have that. I can't have my Cash App on your face now.
Yeah, no, not the Cash App on the face.
Oh, let me get you. Let me get this out of here. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Okay. Let me do this. I'm going to do a side by. Let's go. Here we go, sir.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. We hear the verdict. We see
Yes.
what's happening. I'm watching the court right now. Stand by, Gerald. Hold on. I see some activity here at the court. Hold on. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, you just standing in front of the camera. No, we got you.
Yeah, that's the guy who does the technology in Judge Hydrick's courtroom.
Okay, you were in the court this morning, but
Yes.
I know you had you couldn't stay all day. What do you think about the him being found guilty on all 5 counts?
I think that's what was coming. I got a chance to watch some of the trial, both in person and some on the live stream. And so I think, the antics that he was doing with his attorney really hurt him. And, for a jury to come back, this is relatively quickly. I think they started formal deliberations around 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. Correct.
Case and that he should listen to his attorney.
Do you think the fact that he wasn't physically in that chair had anything to do with this verdict?
I think so. Anytime you're not actually in the courtroom, that's a problem because the jury wants to see your mannerisms, wants to see your reactions to things. So it's always a problem if you're not actually in the courtroom during the course of some of the trial.
What's your thoughts about this verdict? I mean, this sentencing happening in a few minutes.
That's normal. That's normal, especially if you're convicted on all counts. Sometimes the judge, based on the evidence they've heard during the course of the trial, wants to get the sentencing. Now, you should have an opportunity to present your own mitigation, which is why his supporters do need to be there. His wives need to be there to give humanizing information about him. But typically, judges do move. And so in Georgia, you're not entitled to a pre-sentencing hearing. Sometimes they do, give those pre-sentence investigation and a pre-sentence hearing, but most courts in Georgia, they proceed from verdict to sentencing if you're unsuccessful in winning the trial.
We know early on in the trial, he was offered a plea deal the first day. You
Yes.
saw that. He was offered
Yeah, I was there. I saw it.
There.
Mhm.
Now the last offer was 30 years. Do you think the judge is going to give him the life that she said that he's facing life without the possibility of parole? Or do you think that
Based on the evidence that we've heard, I think there's a strong likelihood that she's going to give him life. Now, hopefully she gives him life with the possibility of parole. But, the minimum sentence on rape in Georgia is 25. So if they offered him 30 before trial, and of course, he's been convicted of all the counts now, he's probably looking at life or more because, he get life plus some of the other charges.
now there was some things happening in the courtroom, on the back of the courtroom. And it kind of ticked the judge off. Also, there's a two-part question. Do you think that's going to play into anything? This. Here we go. We're back on
We're
camera.
back.
We're
Okay.
back. Hold on. Stay here. There we go.
We have Diane. All right, courtroom C, we have Mr. Bishop, we can actually turn that video on now because the jurors aren't in here. So, Tess, can you hit the button to start the video?
Sounds like he's still at the jail because he was remote earlier.
Right, he didn't come in. Let's see what's going to happen. I think the judge is going to let him say whatever he's going to say.
Done. Could you turn hit the button to turn the video on for courtroom C? Ask them to start their video.
I did, Judge.
You did. Okay, thank you. Now, how come? All right, so I'm connected to Zoom on my laptop, and I can see more people than I can on.
How long does this typically take, Gerald?
It could take anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour, depending on the number of witnesses the state's calls in aggravation and the number of witnesses the defense calls in mitigation. But generally, sentencing hearings, don't last longer than an hour or two.
Some people aren't showing. They're showing up.
And so it seems as though they're having some technical difficulties with the Zoom.
Mm-hmm.
Desktop. Is IT still here?
Yeah, IT was just there a few minutes ago. But what she's doing right now is trying to get the technology, because if you're in the courtroom, and you are in the courtroom, Dennis, the large screens that are above the clerk area.
Yeah, I saw that.
Get him on the screen, and it's probably some technological difficulties they're having.
Because he was just up there earlier.
Yeah, he was.
Doesn't have everybody on video. All right.
Did you want me to end the Zoom?
Well, or get IT and try to figure out why people are. I can see them.
So apparently there are people that have zoomed in to give.
Solar and Aaron. Well, Aaron has a picture.
Solar is going to be talking.
On the
Whoa.
main system. And the same with Mr. Bishop. If you can come in here, you'll be able to see what I'm talking about.
Okay. And you've been before this judge before. What type of judge is she?
Thanks, guys. Just hang tight for a minute.
You're on mute, Gerald. You're on mute.
Here.
And
see what I'm saying?
I don't.
Right. I mean, I can see them. So
I don't.
Going forward with just me being able to see them.
Your sound is not there.
Yeah.
Can the jail, the computer and screen that they're looking at, are they able to see the witnesses?
Are you able to see the witnesses in the jail?
I'm able to see 1, 2, 3 witnesses. Aaron D is actually not visually seen.
Right.
But I can actually see the courtroom as well.
Okay, so you can see the 3 women and the Velvet Marquez, Kendra, somebody's iPhone, and then Solar Ray. Can you see all them?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, they can see the witnesses.
The state has no issue going forward with this current situation.
All right. Mr. Booker, are you okay, or do you want to be able to see the witnesses?
I'm fine without saying this.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Restart. All right, we're just going to restart it. I'd rather have everybody. Yes. Okay.
Oh, wow.
All right, the courtroom is going to disappear for a moment, I think.
Oh, we ain't going nowhere.
All right, and I'm still here. Let me turn on my.
I'm still here too, Judge.
Okay, I'm still here, and we're just going to reconnect the Zoom. Technical difficulties.
Mr. Booker, I don't know. What are you going to say, sir? What can you say? Gerald, come back in, Gerald. I don't know where you at, Gerald. Come back in. The prosecutor had a great closing argument.
Oh, I see now. Okay. So whoever's connected on iPhone, it looks like, are you driving? If so, I need for you.
This meeting is being recorded.
Sorry. I need for you to pull over just so that everything is safe. I don't like folks zooming while they're driving.
Right. We don't want to see that either, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and get started. So, Mr. Ray, you can just find a place to sit. Perfect. Thank you. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Coveney.
Yes, Your Honor. By way of evidence, the state does have the testimony of at least 3 individuals who'd like to briefly address the court. I believe Ms. Newell is still making that decision, but we'll go forward. Kendra, you ready?
All right, if you can unmute, please. There you go. And we swear in.
I will, Your Honor. Ms. Carter, if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give the court today will be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can put your hand down. If you'd introduce yourself once again, please, for the record.
My name is Kendra Carter.
All right. Ms. Carter, what do you want to tell the judge as she considers what an appropriate sentence is for Mr. Bishop?
Well, I wrote something, but should I not read it?
You can read if you want to read what you wrote, that's fine.
Okay. For the past 2 years, I woke up in the morning, relieved that it was just another nightmare, and that I am not actually still in the cult of carbonation under the control of Eligio Bishop. When I left home in 2017, 5 days after my 24th birthday, to join carbonation, I was excited to pursue a lifestyle focused on growth and community. Bishop said we have to be the change we want to see in the world. We are the ones that are the creators of peace and harmony here on earth. And I believed him. At first, I felt empowered. I thought finally I found the answers to all of my life's questions. Finally, my prayers for a brighter future have been answered. Never did I ever imagine the trauma I would go through in some of the most beautiful locations in the world. But now I know he used the natural beauty of those places to attract young people who weren't fully aware of their own beauty and potential, so that he could exploit them. Under the guise of a spiritual journey, he inspired many of us to drop out of school, to stop pursuing our own passions, to cut off any ties to our identity, including our names, our family, and young children, and to trust only in what he provided for us. He knew exactly how to make every person he recruited feel special, like they had something great to contribute to the community. He love bombed us, especially the women, so that he could slowly gain our trust. He waited until I trusted him and had developed a friendship with the woman he was with to lure me in to his tent with him, saying we would just watch a movie, while he schemed to take something that was so valuable to me only so he could use it to hang over my head every single day. He said my soul belonged to him, and there was absolutely no saying no to him. I was trapped psychologically, emotionally, spiritually, financially, and physically, while Bishop went live regularly on social media to brag about his power and control over each and every one of us. He said he was God and we were his servants and slaves. As he continued to get more and more drunk off the attention and power, he saw himself as untouchable. No one was going to hold Bishop accountable, and so he would only drink bigger and more violent, while many of us under his control got sucked into the nightmare of his world. Slowly but surely, the lines became blurred, and he made changes to the rules and roles of everyone as he saw fit. Suddenly, we were bowing at his feet because he said it was for our own good. Then we were publicly shamed and humiliated as he made us relive our childhood traumas and traumatic memories, forcing us to talk about it on live streams for thousands of people to see. Finally, he controlled all of the relationships for his own sexual deviance. I'll never forget after me and my husband had our child, and he told us we couldn't be together. He made me move out of the room with my husband and child and into the room across against my will. And he told me because he broke my virginity that I belonged to him. I was his property, and I had to have sex with him. He would walk in as I was getting dressed and talk about me sexually. At that time, I was married and a mother to a 2-year-old, and he didn't care. He restricted me from seeing my husband and our child so that I could, what he called, focus on him. That meant catering to his every need, whether that be helping him get dressed every morning, brushing his teeth, giving him massages, cooking his meals, doing sexual favors while he recorded video, and sending him nude photos of myself. What God wanted, we were required to give, no matter what. And we had to give it with a smile, like we enjoyed it. I and so many other women there had no choice but to give up our own right to make decisions and disregard our authentic thoughts and feelings because he said that we didn't have our own mind and needed to replace our thoughts with his. There were consequences if we didn't listen and follow his instruction exactly. At first, we were just instructed to do squats and push-ups, then it escalated to being isolated in the closet for days at a time and standing in the corner naked for at least 3 hours. And eventually he would introduce
What
extreme
is
verbal
going
and
on
physical
here, Grace?
punishment.
With this guy?
After all these people coming
I
to
don't
join
think he
Robinson
fully
joining
understands the
Nature
gravity
Boy,
of what's about to happen. He
so
needs
none of
to
us were
focus.
forced to come. Every single one of us was deceptively recruited. We trusted him and thought he had our best interests, and he knew this. No one volunteered to be taken advantage of emotionally, financially, physically, spiritually, or psychologically. I would have never joined Carb Nation in 2017 if I knew that in 2020 Bishop would order other women to beat me until I curled up in a fetal position in order to surrender. I would have never joined in 2017 if I knew that I would be forced to watch as he beat a woman in front of all of us on the 4th of July of 2020 during a picnic in the park. I would have never joined if I knew that he would eventually separate other men from the women so that he could force every woman to have sex with him, whether they wanted to or not. Or if I would have known we would be ordered to slap and jump others. Or if I knew that he would have the final say on every aspect of our lives, from food to clothes to where we could go or sleep, or if we could take a walk, or if we could leave the group, we would need permission. And that we wouldn't be able to go anywhere by ourselves. I never would have joined if I knew that. I would live in fear every day, not knowing who he would hurt that day, who he would order us to hurt, or if I would be hurt that day. All it took was for someone to have what he would call an attitude, or for them to slightly resist him. He often responded to any resistance from the women with whipping them with a leather belt over and over while he laughed and made the rest of us watch. He would make us lay flat on our stomachs while he walked around in a rage, taunting us, degrading us, kicking us, and stomping on us, beating us into submission. He said we were his property and that he could do anything he wanted to us. No one was coming to save us in these foreign countries. He said no one cared about Black girls like us, not in America or anywhere else. If we told anyone, we would be being disloyal, betraying the Christ, the Messiah. We would be going against God. In fact, we should be grateful that we get to be in his life, he said. No one else loved us like he did. He said he loved to dominate us and the feeling of being able to hurt us or kill us at any moment. He said that if he killed us, no one would know or care. So I pushed myself every day to stay on my best behavior in order to survive because my son needed a mother and I didn't want to hide it. Boundaries over the person. There always seemed to be another excuse to why we needed the abuse that he called discipline.
The laughing is
He
disturbing.
told us that we were doing it to ourselves, and if we ever questioned him, he made sure that we would never think to do that again, and he made an example out of us. Sometimes he would remind us all of the good times we spent together, all the beautiful places we saw, like the waterfalls in Mexico and the beaches in Puerto Rico, all of the music we made and the celebrations and dances we had. He often guilt-tripped us, even while he's been in jail. He's tried to intimidate us. For years, he gaslit us into thinking maybe he wasn't that bad. Maybe this wasn't so bad. It took months for me to stop blaming myself for the abuse and the sexual assault. With support from those in my life that truly love me, I was able to finally stop protecting my abuser and speak up about what happened to me and so many other young people. It's a shame even young children were involved as well, and not everyone made it out safely and alive. I never willingly joined a destructive sex cult, but in the end, I learned that that is exactly what it was. I, like so many others, wanted to make a positive impact in the world, not to be hurt, abused, and used, exploited by Eligio Bishop. So many people have prayed for this day where justice is finally being served. And I thank everyone who heard us and who saw us and who fought for our freedom.
Thank you, thank you.
Hmm.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Becker, do you have any questions?
I have no questions.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, Ms. Marquez, are you driving? Or are you a passenger? You have to unmute. Oh, sorry, try it again. There you go. All right, are you a passenger in a car?
No, I'm just sitting in the car. It's the quietest place for me.
Okay, no worries, as long as you're not driving.
Velvet, if you could raise your right hand.
And,
Do you swear or affirm the evidence you'll give to the court today will be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can put your hand down if you'll please introduce yourself again.
I'm Velvet Marquez.
Velvet, did you want to address the judge as she considers an appropriate sentence for Mr. Bishop?
Sure, yes.
Okay, please go ahead and tell her what you'd like to tell her.
First of all, I just want to thank you for your time, for your patience, because it was drawn out for a very long time. I'm counting years. And everything that Kendra just said, she put it in a nutshell. And moving forward from it all and trying to heal from it all and knowing that I was targeted from a spiritual standpoint, I've literally had to get myself comforted so that I can understand what the Bible is, who God is, who Jesus is to me. I really had to
Those guards are not trying to listen to what he's talking about.
No, the guards are focused straightforward, which is the way he should be. And I think if he was actually in the courtroom with his attorney, I'm sure his attorney would have told him at least to try to maintain a stoic face and focus on the seriousness of what he's facing.
Hold on, G. Hold on 1 second.
It's an uphill battle every day because I've literally witnessed Eligio Bishop threatening to kill me and my child on multiple occasions. He said that my life is over if he had ever saw me again. So every day I wake up, especially with online social media talk from other people that follow him, they leaving me death threats as well. And one of the most recent ones I was they couldn't that the person said that they would be sitting outside my home address just to take a picture of me and my now newborn just to put it on social media. So everywhere I go, people know me because of this. They know the humiliation. Everybody saw the revenge porn that he put out of me and Kendra and myself. This has been public and it literally, I wouldn't even say destroy our lives, but at times it has literally felt like he was trying to destroy our lives, even through our own families. And what breaks my heart the most and that I have to be strong for and continue to be strong for is the children. Because the children were severely impacted by all of this. They will never know their fathers. Not only that, the men that are the fathers of our child, we now have to look at them and see them as another nation or Eligio Bishop because they all carry some of the same behaviors. Courtney Townsend is the father of my now child, and he has some of the same characteristics as Eligio Bishop, and I have to now protect my family, my child, his child from himself. And these men around us, we don't know if we can trust them. I don't know if I can trust them. I can't trust the fathers of my children. And knowing that my child is gonna have to grow up with me and I'm gonna have to explain to my child how, when, where, why, that is a lot as a responsibility. And I'm glad that the verdict has come back to what it is for what it's worth, because our lives will never be the same. My life will never be the same. My daughter's life will never be the same. My son's life will never be the same. I have to go file protection orders and do all of these things to make sure that I'm protected as a woman and child. That's not okay. You're targeting women and children at this point. And so the young men who follow Natureboy, who follow Eligio Bishop, this is what happens to you when you harm people that's innocent. And I want to thank Kendra, and I want to tell you that I've always thought you was a beautiful young woman, and so I have you, Brianna, and so have I and everybody else. It was the environment that kept me away because I said no. And I was being physically abused for it every single day. And the only reasons why I came back to combination so many times was because I was under the impression that we were gonna make it work for Eliana, our daughter, because that's what it was about. And it was about Solar's child that he had with Janae, and with Zoka. And it was about your child, Kendra, that you had with Aaron. And it was about everybody's child, everybody's children should have been protected. And everybody should have been protected. And I'm just grateful for everybody who continue to support us and fought on our behalf to bring all of this to the light, which I'm really not surprised because Natureboy and Eligio Bishop had already put everything out for everybody to see. And so I thank everybody again. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Brianna? All right, if you would unmute, and are you driving, Brianna?
I am driving right now.
Would you be able to find somewhere to pull over?
Yes, 1 second.
Okay, let's move on.
Sorry.
That's okay. We'll move on to one of the other folks.
And then my baby's crying.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna mute you until till you find somewhere to park, okay? And we'll call on somebody else. All right.
I can have 30 seconds, Your Honor,
Yeah.
to see
Okay.
if I have any other
Sure.
witnesses. Call Janae Newell.
Okay. Do you want to, you can stand at the podium if you prefer. Would you rather? Okay. All right, just raise your right hand.
Raise your right hand.
Right. Okay, that's okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you present to the court to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name for the court, please.
Janae Newell.
Janae, have you prepared a statement you want to read to the judge before she considers sentence?
Yes.
You can go ahead.
First, I just want to say thank you. Thank you to the judge and to the court for giving me and many other victims a chance to be heard after finding our own voice. Thank you to God, the real living God that lives within us all. You've made this possible, and your presence is noticed in all this. And even to Mr. Booker for doing your best, for trying at least to give him a fair trial. But we all know Mr. Bishop is not fair. Mr. Bishop, Babaji, has been a monster to us all, and we try to see the best in him. He has tortured all of our souls and said he would send us to the abyss if we ever defied him. He made us believe that he was Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. And for that alone is punishable. I hope this opens his eyes. And I pray that the people who are there with him are set free themselves, so they can stop living in the illusion that this man has placed on our minds. When I first came across carbonation, I thought I had a family. And I thought I could live free and fulfill our mission with the people that was appointed to be the gods and goddesses on earth. But it was torture for me. I cried at night and trembled that day. Eligio, you made us to be liars when we lived in truth, wanted to live in truth. The harassment was dreadful for me, especially around my pregnancy. You demolished Eligio. You demolished our connection with God just so you can be God. And you haunted our dreams like the monster you are. You damaged us all. You confused us all. You made love something we should be fearing. And abuse was looked as normal for us, and it was not supposed to be. The very people you promised to help, you tarnished and you destroyed us. You truly didn't care about us, Eligio. To me and many others, he was a guy judge in court.
What is going on with this dude?
A lover, he was a friend. And for us, the members of Carbonation, he was a prophet. And he was supposed to be good for change, but he turned into a whole nasty demon who had sex with us whenever he pleased, even if we didn't want to. Made us ignore the children around just so he can get more attention. That wasn't fair to the mothers. Eligio, you have atoning to do. You were our guide, but now you're a prisoner, like you prisoned us. Now you're a prisoner, like you imprisoned us. And I even now pray that God has mercy on your soul. God will have mercy, I hope, for you. And this time there's no escaping, no running, no hiding. Face yourself. And sit there until you understand why you're there before you go off teaching anything to anyone. No Leroy, no Dr. Bishop, not even Three God or Natureboy will be there to save you. It's only you and God, the real God. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, any other witnesses who want to be heard from the state?
Yes, it looks like Ms. Jacobs has situated herself in a place
Ah,
that is
yes,
not
okay,
in a
yes,
vehicle.
all right. All right, you can unmute. There you go. No, you're still muted, try it again.
Okay.
I think I messed it up, all right. One more time. Did it let you do it? There you go. Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry, I just have to get my baby situated.
No, you're fine, all right. Go ahead and swear in, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Brianna, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the evidence you'll give to the court today will be the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can put your hand down and introduce yourself again for the record, please.
Brianna Jacobs.
And what do you want to tell Judge Frederick if she considers an appropriate sentence for Mr. Bishop?
I feel like the ones before me said they really did a good job explaining themselves and what we went through while being in this situation.
on my behalf, I just want to say thank you to the judge, and I'm glad that we're finally getting justice after, for myself, 7 years of being involved with this person that we did view as our messiah at the time. It's years that we'll never get back. And, sorry. I just pray that throughout this whole situation, that the ones that are still involved in the situation will regain their minds back. That's who I pray for the most right now. Because I understand where they are, and I hope this is the opportunity for them to break free from the spell that they're under. And even for myself, it took a while to realize why I even involved myself in a situation like this, and what in me attracted these scenarios, and why I even viewed him as a god at one point in my life. But one thing that I did get from the situation is I found the true God. And I feel like that's the best thing that I got from the situation. But yeah, I feel like I really don't have much to say. I'm just glad that justice is being served for all of us, and yeah.
Thank you. Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
I'm told that Mr. Dixon wanted to say something. He's not a victim or a 413 victim. He's a victim in the traditional sense of that word, though he was not a named victim. I don't know. I was told it was brief. Is the court willing to listen to him?
I'm not gonna object.
Okay, that's fine.
Aaron, can you turn your camera on?
I'm actually trying to figure out how to turn my video on. Okay, thank you.
I had to click a button that said to ask you to start your video, so, okay.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm gonna be.
Hold on one second, let him
Oh, yeah.
let him story your
Got it,
video.
Yeah, Mr. Dixon, did you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the evidence you'll give to the court today will be the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, you can put your hand down and introduce yourself, please.
Yes, sir, my name is Aaron Dixon. I'm just gonna be brief. I don't think that anybody in the world has led a perfect life, a life that doesn't have mistakes, a life that doesn't have shortcomings. But the difference, the distinct difference about Mr. Bishop is that even in this moment, as he sits in a very serious position, he's in disbelief as if he's done nothing wrong. And the danger behind that is that in order to change your behavior, you have to first acknowledge that a change needs to be made. Mr. Bishop has an inability to see his own shortcomings, which means he will never change, which means he should never be in the vicinity of a normal functioning human being. I personally believe that all mistakes are forgivable if a person has the courage to admit that they even made a mistake. And I will say, Judge, I've met some unique people in my life, but this is the very first time that I believe that I've ever met a psychopath in real time. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you.
That's all the state has by way of evidence. We do have argument at the appropriate time, but we would reserve that.
All right, and.
Am I allowed to speak at all?
Yeah, hold on one second. Did you have any witnesses that wanted to speak, Mr. Booker?
My witnesses have been banned from the courthouse, so no,
Okay, they're the ones who acted out, okay.
I don't know that they acted out, but they're not in court.
Well, I would instruct the deputies for all of those witnesses who acted out on the stand and the folks that acted out in the gallery were, once they did that, they were no longer welcome in the courtroom.
Yeah, there are some people who were banned who didn't act out there.
Okay, well, I'll be happy to hear from them if,
Well,
I'll let
they're not here, so we'll just.
Sounds like Mr. Bishop's attorney is trying to get some of the individuals who were in the courtroom earlier,
Hold on,
who
Chief.
are
Hold on, Chief.
supporters.
I did not realize, I'm sorry.
That's okay. All right, you can go ahead and unmute, please. Raise your right hand and we'll swear you in.
Sir, do you swear or affirm the evidence you'll give to the court today will be the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down and introduce yourself, please.
My name is Courtney Townsend, and yes, I have been on a journey with everyone who has spoke, and I have been very close to Mr. Bishop during this entire journey. And thank everybody for sharing what you shared. And thank you, Erin, for saying what you said as well, bringing that clarity and even offering some medicine to the table for him to hold on to while he's in there. And for me, I had to realize that everybody is on a spiritual journey. Not everybody really acknowledges it. However, we're all there. I didn't realize that my purpose and being myself was all that I needed. I felt like I was missing pieces. I was missing my father. And I was so gung-ho on changing the world, I was willing to change myself to the detriment of me. I found all of my gifts and all of my affinities to be the very things that were shut down and arrested while I was at Carpenter Nation. All of my skills and gifts and abilities that could have me in a whole other position in my life were the very things being suppressed while I offered my daily vital energy to Eligio Bishop because I believed that he believed in empowering people truly. And instead of taking us to sovereignty, he ended up playing as what I would consider to be an antichrist. Anything that takes you away from your connection to the divine for yourself. However religion you found it, whatever mantras, practices, or meditations you use, that's your own. And I hope that everybody can align to their purposes. Everybody can get on track with their lives. A lot of people don't realize what we have to do to recover from giving away everything, cutting off all of our family members, and even ourselves, losing ourselves psychologically for so many years, what it takes to recover from that. So I commend the strength of everybody who stood up against Mr. Bishop. And he knows everything. There's nothing I need to say to him. He knows what he's done, and unfortunately, he's gotten away with too much. So I've always wanted to heal my generational curses in my family, me not having my father around as much as I wanted to. And I wanted to help change that in the world. We ended up perpetuating generational curses, creating more situations for the children to have to recover from due to our current situations now. But I know there's a lot of power in the tongue, and I believe in the best for everybody. I believe that everybody is going to find their way, find their light, however that looks. And I'm proud of you all. You are all very strong. Ugly Mr. Bishop, your light is in the dark. And you already know your chart. Do your work, bro. Nobody's exempt. I'm not exempt, you're not exempt, nobody here is. Love wins. And you had me thinking that love was an L, like a loss. Love was something to do away with. It was a weakness. And it wasn't, bro. It wasn't. It's the only thing that's kept me here standing strong to this day. So regardless of how people view me to this day from what we've done, I'm on a road to my own soul redemption, and I'm willing to do the work that it takes for me to become the best version of myself, so that one day I can be the man for my children that I know I'm supposed to be, not the man that you were, and not trying to become a man like you. I want to be a man like me. And thank you for everything.
Thank you.
And is all of the witnesses witnesses and evidence that the state has.
All right, and did your client want to be heard?
I have no idea. Judge.
All right. All right, Mr. Bishop.
Looks
do
like
you-
it does.
Okay, Mr. Bishop, do you want to be heard? Come on up to the, if you do, come on up to the podium. And we'll swear you in.
Raise your right hand.
Do you swear to test the testimony about to give the truth?
For sure. At all times.
All right, what is it you'd like me to consider?
I just want to say something to all of them.
Well,
I just want to say.
just no,
I-
just direct it to me, please, not to.
I'll direct it to you. I'll direct it to you.
Okay.
Are you happy? Are you happy?
I'm not answering any questions of yours, Mr.
I forgive you. I forgive you, and I still love you. I forgive you, and I still love you. I got nothing in my heart. I'm not mad at you. I'm not upset with you. I forgive you. I want you to know I still love you and forgive you. And kiss my baby girl and let her know I love her. And I love y'all. I would never, I don't have no, I promise you, you know how I am. In my heart, you know how I am. I still love you. I still fuck with you. I still love you.
All right,
I still,
I got
and
that.
no hate,
Okay,
no hate.
is there anything
My
else?
heart light as a feather. I promise you, I love you and I'm still here. I ain't miss one lick. I see what y'all doing, and I want you to know, I forgive you. And I see y'all in the end.
All right, thank you.
I love you. I love you.
All right, I just muted the courtroom. We're done with that. All right.
Wow.
What is the recommendation from the state?
Just a brief
Oh,
argument,
yeah,
if I
sure,
may.
of course.
I think all of this arises out of obviously an environment where women and the four women that have been before the court, as well as others who have not, were stripped by this defendant of their autonomy, stripped of their strength. And I think last week, those young women took that back in pretty epic fashion. You've watched the defendant in the last 25, 30 minutes. His antics, the gesturing, the laughing in court as these young women are telling their story to Your Honor again. He does not believe he did anything wrong. And he will, for the rest of his life, be a danger to this community and a danger to any women he encounters in this community. Because we're asking for, the state is asking for a sentence on the rape charge of life without the possibility of parole. The other counts to run concurrent.
What are the maximum sentences on the other counts? So,
False imprisonment carries a maximum sentence of 10 years.
okay.
Count 3, the state's position is that is a misdemeanor.
The
The
posting
first
of
revenge porn.
first one is okay.
Counts 4 and 5, excuse me, the second and third revenge porn counts. State's position is that each of those maximum sentence is 5 years in custody.
All right. Any other additional argument? Okay, Mr. Booker.
Thank you.
Sure.
It's an unusual position I find myself. I'm in the courtroom, my client's not. The witnesses that he would have had here, they were not here because they were banned from the courthouse.
So the only.
Come on, Judge.
Let me make the record clear. The only folks that I instructed the sheriff's department to ban were the folks that acted out on the stand and or acted out in the gallery. Those were my instructions.
Yeah, sure.
There have been threats. There have been all sorts of things being made to court staff, to court employees, to everybody throughout this process. So
Yes, ma'am.
in the interest of maintaining decorum and as much security as we can, that was my decision. And also, before you go forward, I forgot to put one thing on the record. Mr. Bishop earlier if he wanted to return to the courtroom this afternoon, and he initially said yes. And I said, all right, we'll make arrangements for you to do that while the jury, or after the jury rewatched and re-listened to the evidence they requested to see.
That's correct.
And then he wanted to talk to you, and I understand you called him and you came back in and you told me that he changed his mind and did not want to come back.
That is correct, Judge.
Okay.
I did speak to him, and the jury went back out and continued to deliberate, and he maintained his
Okay.
statement.
That's fine. I just, because it was on the record that he wanted to come and he's still in the jail courtroom, so that's why I wanted to clear that up. All right.
Yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No worries. Portia Wayne and Caleb Buckner, they were the only two witnesses. I don't know what happened with them, but they're not in the courthouse. But to Ms. Marquez, to Kendra, to Brianna, and to Janae, as a defense attorney, my job and my obligation is to zealously defend my client. I've watched a lot of hurt between all four of them. There's only one true God, and it's not Eligio Bishop, and he knows that. And I'm sorry with everything these folks have had to go through in this case. I do think Mr. Bishop, though, Judge, is redeemable. I do not think a life without parole sentence is appropriate. I think life obviously is 30 years, as what it currently is before he be eligible for parole. I would ask the court to give him the opportunity to get parole in the future and let the parole board determine whether or not he is redeemable. Obviously, this has been a very challenging trial. It's been a lot of emotion on all ends. I've seen people in very difficult positions that I had to cross-examine. But in a nutshell, Judge, I'm asking the court to sentence him to a life with the possibility of parole sentence, or if you're not willing to do just life, maybe do a life with consecutive time, but not do it without parole. Let the parole board determine in 30 years whether or not he is redeemable or not. I will state that he has no prior felony convictions that I'm aware of. He's never been convicted of anything. He did own a barbershop here in Atlanta, as he had stated before he left on his journey. Mr. Bishop, his parents, as I understand, both of them he didn't have parents when he was raised in New York. And at a very young age, I think both his parents either abandoned him or were killed. And so he doesn't have much in the way of family or in the way of history. There's been a lot of things that have happened to him, in my opinion, that put him in the position that he's in right now. But I would ask the court for whatever discretion the court is willing to give for purposes of his sentence.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. I would have been inclined to exercise some discretion had Mr. Bishop shown any remorse, guilt, or regret throughout this process. And I saw nothing during the trial but for him laughing and cutting up and looking shocked and surprised at all of the testimony. Mr. Bishop, you're a master manipulator and probably the classic definition of a narcissist that I've ever seen. You took advantage of these folks who were essentially lost souls, looking for some guidance, looking for some connection, or looking for some comfort. And you were able to fill a void for them for some reason. But in the process, you completely took advantage of them and have caused potentially, I hope not, but potentially irreparable harm. I hope that all of the victims will be able at some point in time to recover from this and to find some type of peace in their lives. And maybe the verdict will help in that regard. But I hope you all are able to move on at some point and find some peace, whatever that is for you. So with that, I am going to follow the recommendation of the state in this case. On rape, he'll be sentenced to life without the possibility of parole, followed by 10 years consecutive for the false imprisonment.
Wow.
And on the internet porn, count 3, 12 months to serve, concurrent to the false imprisonment. The internet porn, I'll run concurrent to the false imprisonment. Internet 5 years, so it's 12 months on count 3, 5 years on count 4, and 5 years on count 5. All of that will run concurrent to the false imprisonment, but the false imprisonment is consecutive, so it's life without parole
Plus 10.
10 years.
So he has to.
And
wow.
hopefully he will never be able to take advantage of anybody else again.
Judge, can you be sure to go over his post-conviction rights with him as well?
Yes.
Judge, before, I know there were certain conditions, obviously, with the way the law currently exists and the court sentence, the defendant will not be out. Just in case the law changes in the future, we would ask that the conditions of no contact with any of the victims, and that the defendant may not profit financially in any way off of the facts that led to this case.
All right, Mr. Bishop, you're to have absolutely no contact, direct or indirect. That means sending any of your followers to contact them, getting any messages to them, no posting, no internet posting about them, no contact, direct or indirect, no phone calls, emails, no nothing, no visits to their homes, nothing, 0. They don't exist anymore. And you are not to profit in any fashion from the crimes that you have committed. So no book deals for you, no movie rights, nothing. And also with respect to your appellate rights, let's see, you have 30 days, I believe, from today to file a motion for a new trial.
That's correct, Judge, and I'll get him a boilerplate motion for a new trial file once the sentence is.
Okay. And
He has 30 days from the date of his sentencing, which is today, to file a notice of appeal or a motion for new trial to preserve his direct appeal rights. He also has 4 years from the time that his conviction becomes final to apply for a petition for a writ of habeas corpus. Generally, a conviction is final when all direct appeal rights have expired.
And he has 1 year on this.
right, that's right, the one count. All right. Anything else?
Judge, on his old indictment, 22 CR 2234, the state has pushed through a null pros order, so that is cleaned up, and that was sent earlier this afternoon. I also sent Ms. Jones with your office a copy of Ms. Defense Counsel, but a motion and order to seal the identity of the jurors, given the publicity and security threats involved in this case. I just asked that the court consider and grant that motion. There is an order that is also included in that.
Okay, what information, and can you guys approach about that? I don't want to put this.
So life plus 10 without the possibility of parole.
So apparently there's been some kind of threats, maybe, and that judge is having a sidebar regarding that. I don't know if anyone's. Oh, there may have been some outside communication, or.
Well, my understanding was there was some things that happened in the courtroom with regard to some of the witnesses, and then of course some of the supporters in the gallery allegedly made comments that were perceived to possibly have been threats. So they're going to keep the jurors' names anonymous and seal that. And then, of course, Mr. Bishop has been ordered by the court not to have any contact with any of the witnesses or the alleged, well, they're not alleged anymore, now the victims.
Right.
So that's what's happening right now.
Okay, all right, then we are in recess until, thank you all, and is the sentence in my queue already? Oh yeah, let's do that, put it up on the screen so that council can check it and make sure everything is accurate, and then we're gonna have to get him to, can he sign it at the jail? Do they have that ability?
I don't think signing anything.
There's no
So,
requirement that he
so they're
sign.
going over the actual sentence sheet, and the defendant is supposed to sign it, but I don't think they're going to be able to get Mr. Bishop to sign his sentence sheet. And I mean, he's sentenced to life without parole, so I mean, effectively, he's not going anywhere anytime soon.
Let's see.
Yeah, it goes on to the next page.
But I think from hearing from the judge, if Mr. Bishop had have come to court and participated, she probably would not have sentenced him to life without. She probably would have sentenced him to something closer to life with, or maybe even 30. But you know, since he didn't come to court and all the antics, she sentenced him very harshly.
Hold on one second. Can you hear the judge? Can you hear the court?
Somewhat.
Yeah. Okay. Credit for time served from the date of his arrest. He hasn't been out on bond, so whatever that was.
But what does time served mean when you get life?
It means that you get credit from the time that you were initially booked in.
No, I know.
You said, but you got life. So you know.
Okay, Jan, I served 50 years. Can I get credit for that? Sure. You still got to stay in.
You still got to stay in until you pass away.
Yeah, that's. I mean, this has been a. I haven't followed the particulars of the cult, but apparently he's been a. Hold on a second. Let me just take the judge out of this. Let me end this here.
All right, counsel, can you?
All right. Okay, guys, we're back. So this is the final chapter in Mr. Bishop's legal fight for justice. And what's your thoughts, man?
Well, technically, it's not the end of his legal fight, because he has his appellate rights. You know, he has his right to a motion for new trial and a notice of appeal to go up to the Court of Appeals and then the Supreme Court of Georgia, and then potentially the Supreme Court of the United States. But we all know that only 2 to 3% of criminal appeals are actually granted. So it's effectively the end of his trial fight and the beginning of an appellate fight.
Now, she said that had he showed some sign of remorse, she might have been amenable to him getting a life with parole.
Yes.
This has to be a major blow to his community, and a major, in I guess a victory for his accusers. A major victory for his accusers.
I mean, absolutely. It appears the jury listened to them and found them credible and issued this decision. And then, of course, the judge, in her discretion, handed out what is potentially might as well be the max sentence on this. And so it's a major blow to his supporters and, of course, to the individuals that were affected. It's some semblance of justice.
Let me ask you a question. In Georgia, for example, murder. Is there possibility for parole in murder cases?
Yes. So, in Georgia, you have to serve 30 years of a life sentence, and then you have the possibility of parole. So in murder cases, you could be sentenced to death, you could be sentenced to life without the possibility of parole, or life with. And in this case, with rape being one of the 7 deadlies, the possibility was 25, the minimum, or life. And so you could have had life with the possibility or life without the possibility. And in this case, because the judge found that the crime was so horrific and that Mr. Bishop showed no remorse, nor did he want to participate in the sentencing, she sentenced him to the max.
You remember the case involving Dr. Malachi York?
I remember parts of it.
And that took place in Georgia as well, correct?
It did.
Was it DeKalb County as well?
I'm not sure if it was DeKalb County. I know it in Middle Georgia, so it may very well have been in this county or another county.
Okay.
But I do remember that was in a Nuwabian case, right?
Yes, correct.
Yes, I do remember that.
He too was sentenced to life without.
Yes, he was.
Wow. Well, Attorney Griggs, I appreciate you. I really do. I mean, this is you've seen these cases many times over, and you've obviously been on the scene of a lot of cases I've covered as well.
Yes.
So once again, I appreciate your legal expertise in discussing these matters. I couldn't do it without you.
Well, I appreciate you, Dennis, for covering these cases, and to all your followers. I'm glad people are becoming more and more interested in the actual nuts and bolts of trials. But this particular trial was one of the more intriguing and interesting and, to lack of a better term, off the rails trials that I've ever seen. So it made for good watching. As far as the legality, legal wrangling in this case, it wasn't, that much, as far as structured legal issues. It was just, do you believe the victims or not?
Right.
Yeah.
And so, and I had to say, a lot of the testimony was compelling. It was compelling.
Very.
And just watching his demeanor in this process is very disturbing when you have the person that has the power to give you life or give you opportunity to get out. With that said, sir, I do appreciate you. Let me bring in some other people. I see no thing is there in the comment section. Let me bring her up. Attorney Griggs, thank you very much. I appreciate you. And we're gonna talk about the other hearing today.
It was a very eventful day in Georgia, aside from Natureboy's trial. But we'll talk about that another time.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No, I see you. You got to get on camera. You got to get on camera.
Please, brother. I'm actually driving right now.
Man, don't sound like you driving, man. Stop. Don't do it. You're driving, but you can't turn your camera on. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't want to put my camera on.
Yeah, you see, you're coming up here lying to me already. Come on, man. Bye. Next person. You can't come up here lying. I don't hear no cars, no rain. I don't hear nothing. And you got a scary picture. We're not doing that. You got to come correct with me, Playboy. You got to come correct. I'm gonna drop the link. And if you want to get on camera, this is your opportunity to get on camera. No scary pictures. I don't want to have nightmares. And you got my attention, but you lost it in the same breath. Come on, let's go. I'm gonna drop the link. I give everybody a chance, but you got to come correct. Let's talk about this decision here. I know a lot of you are not happy, and I know a lot of you might be happy, but let's talk about it right now. And this is exclusive, ladies and gentlemen. For those who don't know about my platform, make sure you are following me because I cover a lot of high-profile cases. As you know by now, those who are joined early on, this video is staying up. This is a teaching moment. This is a very serious teaching moment, and this is the first cult case I've covered in my career. I haven't covered any other cult-like cases, so this is different. It's a lot to unpack, but I saw that there was a high interest in this case, and I stayed here. And I know I have tons of things to do. This is Friday, but I promised you that I would be here. And hopefully you guys appreciate it. Hopefully I'm good for a follow, a like, support, whatever you want to do to support the platform. It's not easy what I do, but I get it done. How about that? Now, you guys want to talk about this? You want to discuss this? I mean, a lot of people are probably having mixed feelings right now. They're probably feeling hurt. I've seen, listen, I get it. I get it. They're hurt for the victims. They may be hurt for the person they support. But if you look at everything in this totality, I was not happy about watching Nature Boy, Mr. Bishop, Baba G, his demeanor. It was very, very depressing that your whole life is now been put on hold indefinitely. Life plus 10 years that run consecutive, meaning he has to do a life, then he has to die and then come back and do his 10 years. The judge know what she was doing. If anyone wants to come up, you got to get on camera now. This is your opportunity. This is your opportunity. And no disrespect to the young man, but you come up here, you know what the rules are. You got to get on camera. Appreciate you, Yaya. Appreciate you, Yaya. Hold on. Thank you, Yaya. I appreciate you. Yeah, I just, this is what I do. This is this is a story that you guys wanted the coverage on, and and hopefully I was able to deliver. And I know I've played music and I did a ton of things during. Yeah, but this is verdict watch. You guys haven't been on a whole week verdict watch, or this is a quick verdict in comparison to some of the other cases I covered, and this is a quick verdict based on the charges, very serious charges. So you got to understand this is not an easy task here, and I don't know, Mr. Bishop will not be able to profit off of this. No book deals, no TV deals, no hit the cash apps, no hitting. He's not going to be able to profit off of this. What I didn't see here was restitution. I didn't see anyone requesting restitution. Something that you normally see in these cases. So I probably should have asked Attorney Griggs, why was there not any type of restitution? We've seen this in R. Kelly's case. We've seen this in a few other cases. Summer, I see you. I see you, Summer. I'm gonna bring you up, but there's no restitution. I don't think there is ability to even give restitution. Summer, I'm bringing you up. I see you in the sun, Summer. You got the shine on, ladies and gentlemen. Summer.
Hi. Yeah. So I didn't come on earlier. I've been at work all day. I work at the state attorney's office. I don't want to say which state, but I work in human trafficking. So this has been a huge case on my mind even before he was arrested, because I'm into cults and I find the whole thing very fascinating. To the point that I literally fell out of my chair at work when they announced the verdict and scared all my coworkers.
You said you work at the state attorney's office, and I don't know what state, but you also talked about human trafficking.
Yeah.
Georgia has a high rate of human trafficking, probably the most highest in the nation.
I believe it because I see, again, I don't want to say what state for safety reasons, but I live in the area that I live in is a big hot zone for human trafficking. And a lot of the cases that we see come from Texas and Georgia. Those are the two main ones that I see. And so this verdict was so important to me because the precedence that it's going to set for future cases.
Yes.
Cult leader cases and cases with narcissism and psychopathy and sociopathy are insanely hard to prosecute because of the nuances and how do you prove abuse without bruises? If you don't have the physical bruises or the rape kit and things like that, how do you prove it? It's really hard to. So it's bigger than just Natureboy. It's bigger than Elijah Bishop and those followers. This is about every victim of every cult in America, going forward in the future. So it's awesome.
What is the common thread do you see in these, since you follow cult type cases, what is the common thread that you see that is consistent in these type cult situations?
Mind control. 100%. So a lot of these followers that are still going for him, they're still in that mindset. They're still in that brainwashed state of belief and having your thoughts manipulated. And from my own personal experience, I've never been in a cult, but I was raised fundamental Christian type of culty type of Christian. And I can see the coercion, the manipulation, and I can see it from that end because I've been in it. And you don't see it when you're in it. You don't know that it's happening. It's not until you finally get away. And that's why it takes victims so long to come forward, because first you have to get out of it. You have to deconstruct and realize what happened. Then you're going through the trauma of it. You're reliving it, and you're kind of like having to unpack everything that you went through that you were consenting to or allowing to happen, and realizing that you didn't have the ability to actually consent because your mind was so twisted that like you really couldn't do it.
So I see a lot of these in this particular case. A lot of them were young people that had he had probably maybe 10 to maybe 20 years over them. Uh, you do see that indicative in other cases as well. Um, why do you think the young people gravitate towards these type of individuals?
Well, I don't think it's like only young people, because older people do definitely fall into cults. But
Absolutely.
I think that when you're older, you're already kind of set in your ways. And like if you were raised in a cult or went into a cult when you were younger, you're gonna stick in it, but you're probably not gonna fall for like a new one. Whereas like with young people, we're still trying to find ourselves, and especially if you had like childhood trauma, you already have like kind of a skewed view of what like relationships, whether they're platonic, familial, or romantic, like what that actually is already skewed for you. And so when you're young, you're trying to figure yourself out, you're trying to figure out who you are as a person, you're looking for guidance that you maybe didn't get as a child. I think it makes it a lot easier to fall prey to that, because I know that's what has happened to me in the past.
Looking at the end of this trial, the sentencing, what did you think about Mr. Bishop's demeanor throughout this? Watching him in the lockup.
So I missed a lot of that. That was in my like my way home from work. So a lot of that I didn't see after the sentencing. Also after I fell out of my chair, you know, all my coworkers ran like and were worried about me. I kind of had to stop the video. But I mean, throughout the trial, he was just, oh my God, he was ridiculous. Like, again, I've been following like intermittently various cults, like, and him before he was arrested, and like he's always been ridiculous. But I think maybe it was around the time that he was trying to fire the attorney.
Which one? Because he fired a few.
Oh, did he? I didn't even know it had gone to trial, so I kind of caught it at the back end. Is a Bishop, the
Booker.
Okay.
Booker.
Oh yeah, no, but Bishop is anyway. Like, you know, with the judge having COVID and all that, like, I think I definitely know that that's about when I started, and it was very obvious that he knew he was SOL. I'm trying not to curse.
Right, we don't curse over here, even though he was shit out of luck.
Yeah, I know it's I do too. But yeah, no, he knew. He realized what was coming, especially with that judge. Oh my God, I love that judge so much. Like I could tell. I bet she's been in in an abusive relationship, because
let me ask you a question.
100%.
Let me ask you a question. What is your view on reparations?
I don't have a huge view on it. I'll be honest. I work for the state, but I'm not an attorney. I'm staff. So when it comes to that sort of thing, I really haven't thought much about it. I don't think that. I think it might help, but at the end of the day, nothing's ever gonna take away the pain that he caused. Nothing's gonna erase it.
I didn't say restitution. I said reparations. It's a different conversation. I want you to research that, and I want you to come back on the platform. We're going to talk about this later. Thank you. Thank you. Ow! All right, ladies. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. It's Friday. It is Friday. I had to ask the question. Okay. 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 All right. Listen, guys. We're gonna drop the link one more time. Summer, I see you there. I see you, Summer. I see you. Thank you for coming on. I appreciate you coming on. With that said, I'm dropping the link again. So if you want to come on the platform, you have the opportunity to come on. I'm gonna drop the link. Come on, listen. Cooper. Copper. I had to ask the question anyway. We're doing research. This is all research. Come on. Don't listen. Listen. I had to ask the question. Hold on. Anyone else want to come up? You got the opportunity to come up. I wanted to give everyone an opportunity to discuss this. Um, I, the obsession with cults is different. Okay, who we got here? We got Reggie. Is that my man Reggie? Is that my man Reggie? Reggie. That's my man Reggie. Reggie, you owe me $20, Reggie. Let me bring you up here. I need to collect. What's going on, brother Reggie? Reggie, your camera's Reggie, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Reggie, you gotta be ready, man. We going, Reggie. Come on, Reggie. Get it right, man. Get it right. Reggie, you're about to hang yourself. What are we doing here?
Let me get it right.
Reggie, no, listen, you gotta have your headphones ready. Reggie about to hang himself, and I'm gonna catch a charge for what man, listen, you're tangling. Reggie, talk to me, Reggie. Just talk, man. This we got millions of people watching, Reggie. What are you doing?
I got you.
Talk to me, brother Reggie. What are you doing? This is not Reggie.
I can hear you now.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Talk to me, Reggie. Reggie, talk to me. What are we doing, Reggie? Question. What's your question, sir?
I cannot hear you. I cannot hear you.
Reggie, I can hear you, Reggie. Reggie, this is going to be
If
memorialized.
you can't hear me, let me just give my opinion.
Yes, give me your opinion.
I came across Natureboy back when he was, I think, probably Costa Rica. I've been following their journey. You know, sometimes when they move from one place to the next, I kind of lost track. I'm not really paying attention to them like that.
Reggie, your camera. Listen to me, Reggie. Fix your equipment and then come back. I'm gonna bring you back up. Fix your equipment and then come back. Okay, you got to get on camera now. I got you here. Got to get on camera.
You want me? Oh, okay. Give me just a second. I got to get my glasses. And I'll get on camera here.
Okay.
Yeah. Give me just a second. And let me adjust the lighting. It's a little bit too light.
Okay, now when you click on that link, y'all got to be ready.
Okay, I didn't know I had to show the camera. I didn't know that. Excuse me for that.
I know a lot of the other content creators let you come up with your voice. Let's go.
Okay.
Talk to me.
All right.
What do you think about What do you think about the verdict?
I expected the verdict. I've been following him for a while, and I knew that he was a disaster.
You're saying following, or you've been observing? I don't know.
Observing. They say observing because I'm not a follower.
Okay.
What I wanted to say, I'm from Northern California, from the Bay Area.
Okay.
And my son-in-law family was part of Jim Jones.
I remember Jim Jones. Not the rapper, ladies and gentlemen. We talking about the cult leader who convinced his followers to drink cyanide poison in Kool-Aid. Am I correct?
And my son-in-law, he wasn't around during that time. But to let you know how this stuff can impact people, My son-in-law's family lost 27 family members in one day. I'm not saying all, but usually these type of cults will lead to death. This is nothing to play with. And the other part that I wanted to say in defense of women, and I'm always defense of all of us, is that women have a tendency to be raised to cooperate. And usually, like when a women are in a situation when someone want to do harm to them, and I want women to listen intently. When someone want to do harm to you and they want to isolate you, don't cooperate. See, we'll cooperate thinking we're controlling the narrative. Don't cooperate. You do the opposite because they're going to greatly hurt you. And that's what a lot of those women thought. Well, if I cooperate somewhere along the line, he will change. Now, when I had spoke on somebody's channel the other day, they had forgot what this was all about with Natureboy. Natureboy was running from child support.
What?
Yes, this was a trip. And when I had spoke to one of the guys who was paying attention to this stuff from literally day one, he said, I forgot about that. Because every once in a while, he would say, yeah, I thought y'all was going to get me on that child support. And then it morphed into all of his narcissism and all this other kind of stuff like that. And he got drunk with power. And then whoever was sending this money kept it going. And then I guess he thought going to these other countries that these people thought that they was fools. And I guess he thought the police wouldn't do nothing or the embassy wouldn't do nothing. And people were calling. And then he ran out of options and had no other choice but to go back to the States, pulling the same antics. And I had asked because I wasn't really paying a lot of attention. So I guess he was back in the States for about 2 years and he was pulling all these antics in the neighborhood. And eventually people got tired of it. It's eventually the energy, the negative energy of that stuff. There is a unquote consequence
Absolutely.
of this stuff, of this type of stuff.
I get where you're going with. The neighbors were seeing things that didn't appear to be normal in the community, and they, like those swatting. I'd say swatting, the constant police visits to the home. They were concerned, and people were talking.
And they were defecating out there in the backyard because they don't believe in using the restroom. So when you would, any of us, if we would see our neighbors constantly using the restroom out in the backyard, you're gonna say something. You're gonna be like, "What's going on with our neighbors out there using the bathroom
in the backyard,
out in the backyard and stuff?" You're gonna say something because they really think using the toilet is an issue, and pulling all these antics and everything. But I was checking out his behavior once he came back to the States. He would move in such a way, he would duck and he would dodge because he was waiting for it to go down. And then when you seen him got arrested, seen how big his eyes got, he was like, oh, it's going down. Then all of a sudden, it's a baby in the house. You don't give a damn about no baby. There was one girl who brought her baby and she said how mean the whole group was to the baby because he didn't want children really around him. And I guess in his psyche, he could not believe I'm really getting away with this. So I wasn't.
I wanted you to ask your question, but I also appreciate your commentary. We have people in the backstage. I got to bring
Okay,
up.
I'll get off.
But thank you for coming in and offering your commentary, and I get where you're going with this, and I appreciate you. I really do. Now I put Carol Bunny up here. Caramel Bunny. Unless you plan on coming up here, don't worry about how I run my show, Carolyn. If you got that smoke, come on up here and talk to me, Caramel. Come on up here. The link is there. You rushing people off the stage like you got something to offer. You must don't know how we run the show over here. We're gonna put you on blast. See, she's being rude, but is she gonna come up? Is she gonna actually click on that link? Meanwhile, we're gonna take you off. I don't want to, hold on a second. Yeah. It's Friday. You don't gotta get me started on a Friday now. Hold on, I got a young man in the backstage. I'm gonna bring him up. Please have your sound and everything ready, camera ready. If you're looking like you're looking like you're still fumbling around. Are you ready? Give me a thumbs up. Give me a thumbs up. Okay, you're ready. Now you're gonna have to look into the camera. You looking sideways. I don't want the side profile. I want the front view. Let's go.
Is that good?
Yes, talk to me, sir.
All right, man.
Look at your camera. Look at your camera.
Natureboy.
Look
I'm
at your
familiar
camera.
with him. I've seen him on camera, on YouTube, but sentencing is in. I think he's he gotta face whatever he had some over the years. Now, did the judge went in on him? I think so. And I think he kind of played along in his like harsh sentencing by not being in the court.
Well, I don't want to pass blame. Let's talk about the victims right now. The judge, the judge is a referee in the courtroom. Let's talk about the victims and what they said, because I think that's where the focus should be. I mean, these judges, she's going on to a next case, and if there's any reversible errors that she made, that'll be addressed at another point in time. Let's talk about what he's been convicted of, and what do you think about what happened to the victims?
I mean, it's the film is it's on YouTube. It's all over YouTube. There's compilation. Sometimes you find YouTube page that give you a profile of each of those people that have been to those group. Now, is there's stuff that happened that we're not privy to, that behind closed door, cameras turn off, where they victimized by the, you can tell by how they behaving, moving forward. They have to recover. They still, they victimize somehow. Now, it's up to them how they're gonna move forward, because some of them, they not in the court, if they're not in the group anymore, and you have some that's still in the group, and maybe they still have connection with. You understand what I'm saying? People that still part of still following their leader, and there's people that don't cut ties with him. Now, amongst those two people, they might have some connection because they've been through the same thing. Now, moving forward, how those people is like the judge said, no communication. Communication is limited amongst those people too, because they followers. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think the judge was pretty clear. Don't contact none of the victims. That was
But
pretty.
do you understand what I mean by can people that they've been through the same thing? The only split is one might be still following the teaching, or they're still on their journey, and the other one is not anymore. Can those people still stay in contact?
I guess that's their that's a
No.
personal preference. That's their choice. I don't know.
Because at some point, it's almost like when plane crash survivors, their story is bound together forever. Those people, whether they want it or not, their story is bound together. So if there's healing that need to take place, I don't know. That's me, speculating.
I seen the movie on Netflix about the plane crash.
Oh,
I saw the movie on Netflix.
Right.
But that's
now, but I've watched a lot of those things. People that survive trauma together, they have a new bound.
trauma bonding.
Right. So those people, somehow their story is tied together forever. Whether each of them decide to write about it or telling the story, they're gonna have to name who saw what, who.
Well, I do see this whole situation is ripe for a documentary. I do see that people are going to be studying this for years to come. So yes, I do see that there are opportunities to learn from this, and we just have to wait and see. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you coming in. I have someone else in the background. Let's see who that is. Hold on.
Thanks for having me.
Yes,
Next
sir.
time.
Yes, next time. All right. There you go. Why are you going to put that in the comment section? I'm not going to entertain that. Summer, you coming back for more? Summer, you can't come back for more. Summer, they're going to think we got something going on. Summer, you got to patience. Summer, what is Bigo? I don't know what Bigo is. What is that anyway? Anyone else have a question? I'm going to drop this here, ladies and gentlemen. I have to. Hold on. Okay, I dropped it. We're gonna bring Erica up. Summer, you was up a race. Summer, stop it, Summer. You were up a race, Summer. Let's go, Erica.
Oh,
Hey, Erica.
hey,
What do you mean? Oh, I was gonna bring you up, Erica.
I'm sorry. I should have been ready. I'm just gonna say, this is the prime example of individuals following a man and not following God. People are lost, are very lost, and they need to put their faith in God. They're calling him God. He said he was God, and God showed him who he was today.
Mm.
He definitely did.
Erica, thank you for your comment. I'm gonna leave that there. I think that you said a lot in that line.
Yes.
Appreciate you. Make sure you're following the platform.
Thank you.
And this is on replay. Thank you. Bye bye. Reggie, get up. Get Reggie. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Let me get Reggie up out of here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, what a day. What a day. For those who are tuning in, Eligio Bishop, aka Nature Boy, Baba G, what other name you call him, has been found guilty of all counts. It's a lot. It's a lot to unpack. There's a lot to unpack. But we can have this discussion on a follow up. But I do thank you. This is it's a lot, and I got to think about what we just have witnessed. With that said, I do appreciate everyone coming in. Make sure you're following the platform. It's just the little things that you guys can do to support the platform. With that, I'm out.